Hello, well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Fife in Scotland and the Knockhill circuit for round 6 of the Caterham Motorsport season of 2022. All 5 of the Caterham Motorsport steps of the ladder are here this weekend for something a bit special. We are running what we're calling the super header format here at the Knockhill circuit, and that means today we are going to be running in the clockwise direction, the more regular direction around this Knockhill circuit. But tomorrow we will be running in the reverse direction. We think it's fairly unique in British motorsport, this, to in the same race weekend to run forwards and backwards. So it's going to be an interesting challenge for all of our drivers across the 7 Championship UK, the Roadsports Academy groups, the 270s and the 310s, which we've got for you today. You can see that all the Caterham 7 Championship UK cars are on the grid and awaiting their race. We're going to be starting the action with them today, but we have 6 races throughout the course of today. And then we have another 7 tomorrow, so plenty of Caterham action, wall to wall. So the last race, well, starting sort of at roughly 1 o'clock today, and then we're going to go all the way through till about 6 o'clock when the action will complete. But you can see all the top flight of Caterham Motorsport out on that grid there, ready for their first race of 3. So they race 3 20-minute sessions throughout the course of this race weekend. And their first one will be coming up, say, about 1 o'clock today. But yeah, coming into this series then, or this weekend, it's been Aaron Head who's been heading the score sheets for quite a few rounds. It was actually James Murphy who won a couple of races last time out, but nevertheless, fantastic run of results for Aaron Head. And he sits there at the top of drop scores and on points total. So we've got an interview with Aaron Head lined up, and I think Sam's out there ready to talk to him now.
Yes, I'm down here with Aaron Head. Aaron, we were just discussing, weren't we, about Knockhill. It's a very physical circuit, but you prefer it in the opposite direction, anti-clockwise.
Yeah, I prefer it. Mail actually. Yeah, nice track, nice on the last section.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't quite reach there for the signals. We'll try and get those issues sorted. But yeah, Aaron Head there talking about he will have raced this in both directions, I think, although whether he was racing in 2018, he has taken a couple of years sabbatical, so he might not have been racing in both directions. But for some of these drivers, the reverse direction will be a new challenge, but certainly the drivers on this grid are certainly there and ready to take the action. They've had 2 days of testing leading up to today, and they've had dry testing, and indeed we're forecast for dry weather throughout the course of this weekend. So certainly they've got a nice consistent set of results of conditions, so they know what they're thinking. You can see the flags on the left of your screen there flapping away. They've got a bit of a tailwind today as they head up and over the rise and into Duffer's Dip. And so they have to take that into account, and wind conditions around here certainly do affect the cars. And yes, it's the full 1.3 mile or just over 2 kilometres around this Knockhill circuit. And so we're running in the more normal direction. So our turn 1 will be Duffer's Dip this weekend. So roughly 80 mile an hour corner. So it's quite daunting to get all the cars through. And we saw last year there's plenty of action in that opening turn. So I imagine that we're going to be seeing a similar today as they progress on through. Yep, the full is, if you haven't ever been up here to Knockhill, the circuit is actually nestled in the hills just north of Dunfermline, and it's a real very picturesque site. There's some absolutely fantastic views across the Firth of Forth, and but the track itself is absolutely on the side of a hill. So gradient is part of every single corner that we go round, from the top of the circuit here where we are on the start-finish straight, and it all drops away and falls down the hill towards the chicane, which we'll see them all climbing back up again then towards the start-finish straight. So really is on the side of a hill, and you can see some of our drivers up there sort of out of their cars as they wait for this race to get underway. And I can see Jake Swan, who's back with us. He's on the right-hand side of your screen there. He's just hiding behind one of his team members with the white stripes down his suit, and he's just come back. He missed Anglesey. He was having his birth of his first child, so congratulations to the whole of the Jake Swan family there. on that arrival, and we wish him best of luck. Now he's back on the grid. Certainly he's out there looking to see whether he can bring home third in the championship. With 4 drop scores already, 4 0 points already, he's going to have a hard time, but it's certainly potential there. And just to bring you up to date as well, we've lost Lee Bristow off the grid after Anglesey. He actually had a bit of contact in one of the races, and I think it broke his wrist, which unfortunately means he is now in rest and recuperation, trying to get that all back healthy again. As you can see, James Murphy here up on in the black and orange machine, just tucked away there. He's starting in second place, so we were briefly speaking to Aaron Head on pole position, but James Murphy, his teammate, and really the person on form last time out was James Murphy. He got a couple of wins. We are also going to be observing a 2-minute silence today. I understand that's going to be happening around 12:55, so we do need to keep an eye out for that, and so that's to mark and to commemorate the occasion, and thank the Queen for service on her unfortunate passing. So we will be doing that 2-minute silence today, but you can see they're all sat ready for the action to take place, and as soon as that 2-minute silence has taken place, we will see the drivers getting back in, and they'll be heading off on their normal green flag lap, and then they'll getting underway. But yeah, James Murphy definitely on form until he had that strange incident where his front mudguard actually got detached from his car, but flew up into his face and actually wrapped around his visor. So he had to sort of quickly get rid of that. But unfortunately, that was the race over, where the wheel arch was fouling his tyre, and therefore he couldn't continue. You can see all the teams there ready for 2-minute silence. Up here in Scotland, and like I say, it's an absolutely fantastic place to come and watch racing. So if you're in the area at all, we do highly encourage you to come up here. It's very fresh outside today. We've got, I've heard that we're not going to see rain, but the wind is certainly chilly, which is absolutely fantastic for race cars. They absolutely love circling in these kind of cool and dry conditions. So we will see some fast times, and already in qualifying today we've seen times that have been have been quicker than sort of lap record pace, and we'll keep an eye on those because we're definitely going to see, I think, some new lap records set this weekend. Yes, and you can see everything is getting ready for us. So there will also be other championships. We said all 5 steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder are with us, and for especially the Academy, it's going to be a strange weekend in that they have got 2 races this weekend, whereas they would normally only have a single 20-minute race. Because we're running in both directions, we are going to let them have a second race tomorrow. So they've got double the action, and both races will count towards their championship. So that'll be something new for them to experience. 2 20-minute races over the course of the race weekend. And Roadsports are here with us as well. Obviously, the second step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, the last year's Academy titled Academy drivers coming up into the Roadsport Championship, and then the 270s and the 310s have got the excitement and joy of a 30-minute race. So everyone else runs 20-minute sessions, but the 270s and the 310s run half-hour races, and certainly around a roller coaster track like this Knockhill, which packs a lot of corners into a very short distance, and all of those corners have rises and falls, and it's certainly a very physical track to race around, and they've got 30 minutes to survive on that, and that'll be an interesting physical challenge for those drivers, as well as the 7 Championship UK cars, which you can see here running on the slick tyres, so that'll add an extra element of physicality in, and that's why they run over the course of this weekend 3 20-minute races rather than a single half-hour race. But yeah, and then we'll see again tomorrow. We'll see everyone back to do it again in the opposite direction. So where the cars are heading, facing towards this camera today, tomorrow they'll be racing the opposite direction, and that is going to be an absolutely unique challenge for these drivers. None of them on this grid would have done that before, and in UK Motorsports, to have both directions part of that same race weekend, we think is actually a very unique thing. It's certainly a unique challenge, and you'd expect the 7 Championship UK drivers to sort of get to grips with that as experienced drivers, but as we go down through our Caterham Motorsport ladder, it's going to bring all sorts of interesting things. They've had 2 days of testing, and they have driven this course in the track in both directions, but nevertheless they've still got to switch their head overnight. So we're going to have a 2-minute silence now. So yes, we have had that mark the occasion, and with that 2-minute silence, and thanks to all the teams and drivers and everyone here for observing that. And we are ready to pick up with the action. You can see the drivers, James Murphy there, getting strapped back into his car, and everyone will have a suitable amount of time now to make sure all those harnesses are done up well and tight, and that they're all comfortable. See Henry Heaton just in the background getting his hands device around his neck. Everyone is mandated to run head and neck support devices as they jump into their car. It's an important part of modern day motorsport safety. And they give that suitable time. It does take a little while to strap into the race cars. I always like to start getting prepared sort of 10 to 15 minutes ahead of time, just to make sure you can get everything in comfortable, everything where it should be, and get yourself in that headspace that you need to go racing. Everyone has a slightly different procedures that they kind of use. But we did see Sam out there previously. We broke up, but I understand that Sam is out there now. And Sam, we've been talking about the weather, and I guess you're fully out in there with the breeze and also the temperature out there. It's pretty nippy today.
Yes, just a little bit different from Anglesey, where we're in short sleeves. Yes, as you can see, I've got all my layers on here today, and some gloves from Avon Tyres. So it is a lot different to Anglesey. It's the wind. It's very windy, and it's a cold wind. So the track temperature is going to be much cooler than what these guys have had recently.
So how are the drivers feeling? Did you get a sense for that? So did you get a chance to speak to any of them before we got on camera?
Yes, I had a nice chat with Aaron. He seems very relaxed. He's very excited for this, the next couple of days of racing. He's put on some Anglesey tyres for today, for this race, and he's going to use his new set for tomorrow. So that's interesting.
So that is an interesting tactic. We were chatting over lunch about that, and how drivers can use any tyres from previous race weekends, but coming into this race where it's so physical, I wasn't expecting to hear that. So that's an interesting tactic. I wonder whether that's going to pay off for him.
Well, he was saying that he thinks that the fresh set he wants to use for the reverse, going around the circuit in reverse, he thinks they'll be more beneficial. The tyres he's using now have just done one race, so it's still in quite good condition. So he's willing to give it a go. He's done it before, apparently, and it worked well for him.
I think we saw him doing that at Anglesey, so yeah, and it worked out perfectly for him. And having that fresh set, like you say, for tomorrow does give him a slight advantage. And we're going into that sort of going down the hill and into that hairpin, having nice fresh set of tyres on there and the extra grip they give. These Avon tyres hold on really well, but still get that extra bite when they're brand new.
Yes, also, Aaron was saying how physical this track is. He's banged his elbow a few times, was bruised, but yeah, he's finding it very, very physical, and it is. I mean, how did you find it when you were racing here, Chris?
Yeah, it really is one of the most physical tracks that we visit. It's a 1.3 miles track, but they fit in an awful lot of corners and a lot of grading in that 1.3 miles, and especially with the slicks on the tyre as well. You really do have to muscle these cars around, and they're not always touching the ground. They do leap and bounce over it, and you'll be hearing stories, I'm sure, from the drivers over the course of this weekend talking about their flights over some of these corners.
That's right. Well, we've seen some photos, haven't we, already, from some of the cars with all four wheels off the circuit.
Yeah, I think we might have set a new high jump record this weekend. John Bryant, our photographer out there, has definitely captured some. He knows the shots he needs to take today, because everyone wants that shot of you flying over the chicane, and then tomorrow that's going to be even more prevalent. So yeah, it's great to see that. Did you get to speak to Henry at all? Henry needs a good weekend this weekend. He's had a really good, strong, consistent set of results, but he just needs some more of those wins.
He does. I didn't get a chance to speak to him, unfortunately. It was in my plan, but yes, hopefully we'll have a good chat. Hopefully see him on the podium. But yes, he does need for a good race today. But, with Aaron and James in front of him, it's going to be tricky.
It's not ideal, is it? I know. I mean, he also had his time disallowed. Henry Heaton had his time, I think, for track limits in qualifying. So it's put him back into 4th place, not the end of the world. And it was only in the Super Pole that so he just didn't get the chance to get that pole position. But he's 4th place. It's not the end of the world, is it?
No, not at all. No, exactly. And they'll all stick together. I'm sure they'll always be changing positions. It's just who's where they place themselves on that final lap, isn't it? Is quite crucial.
Yeah, and the tow up until the line here is as crucial as ever. There is enough time to get past, and we will see drivers doing that as we come up to the line. So we're not going to know the result until they do cross that line. But yeah, I think over the course of this weekend, whatever we learn today, though, we're going to have to relearn tomorrow, because the run up to the line is different tomorrow. It's, you know, whether we will have enough time, but certainly with the uphill gradient, you can see it in the background just behind you. It's quite steeply up towards that line.
It is. And actually, I was going to mention Lewis. Obviously, Lewis was on pole before the Super Pole. So it'd be interesting to see where Lewis Thompson finishes up today. I'm sure he'd be keen to get to the front.
Again, I had a very brief chat with him over lunchtime today, and he's never happy unless he's right at the front there. So, like you say, he had put it onto that initial pole position after qualifying. But yeah, the Super Pole didn't go quite to plan, so he finds himself in third place. But again, not the end of the world. And he's shown that he's willing to get his elbows out, jumping up into this championship from 310 and really getting involved.
That's right. Oh, they're on their green flag lap now, as you can probably hear. They do sound good, these cars, don't they?
Yeah, they sound absolutely brilliant. So we've not got too long around this green flag lap to get in, and we'll run through, I think, the grid if we can as well. So yeah, they do sound amazing. This top flight of Caterham Motorsport, sort of a thoroughbred race car, and yeah, it's fantastic to hear. Yep. So I am going to take them round then this green flag lap. You can see there's Mike Evans in his number 93 then. Jake Swan, welcome back to the grid, and congratulations on his first child. And I think 9 days ago that was, so he's got a pass to come here, but I know that there's going to be busy times out there. See Chris Moore as well and Tom Eden. So not very long for them to get these tyres and cars all up to temperature. So you've just seen them all out their car, and now they're in, and they've got to get themselves ready to go. You can see Caterham 7 Championship UK, race 1 of 3 for them. 20-minute race in action today. Yeah, you can see the puff of the tyres there from both those cars. Johnny Jarrett there in the Oakmere Motorsport car as they head around. I'm just going to quickly run through the grid then, as we've not got too long. So Aaron Head sat on pole position alongside James Murphy. We then have Lewis Thompson and Henry Heaton in that 4th place. So then in 5th place we've got Dale Head, Mike Evans starts 6th, Jake Swan 7th, Chris Moore in 8th. And then we have Tom Eden starting 9th, Gary Lapidus in 10th, Andrew Lees, Johnny Jarrett lines up in 12th place on the grid. So this is going to be the first chance we have to come into the first corner. Like I say, Duffer's dip to the right-hand side. You really do feel like you're dropping off the end of the world. You cannot see the apex and you cannot see the exit of the corner when you're flying in there at over 80 miles an hour during this race for these drivers here. And who is going to make the best of that start? I can see James Murphy, the green flag at the back. They got the 5 seconds. James Murphy's making sure everything's set up. Aaron Head stares in front. Who is going to make the lights come on now? And we will get the first race for the Caterham 7 Championship UK. Everyone gets a nice even start. A little bit of wheel spin from Mike Evans. Gary Lapidus a little bit bogging off the line. James Murphy on the outside though. Can he make it round the outside? Aaron Head holds it to the inside and we'll continue that. So the DPR 1-2. Then we've got Lewis Thompson holds his third place, and in fact we're holding all stations even at that front in order as they were on the grid. A little bit of gravel. It's very easy to run wide out of McIntyre's there and into Butcher's and over the chicane for the first time. You'll see the cars leaping as they come up through the chicane. Johnny Jarrett get a bit of contact with Andy Lees there, spins it 360 and gets going again. I don't know whether he just lost it or whether there was a little bit of contact as they came up into the hill. He fires that car back up and off he goes. That was a scary moment, and Lees had to get right on the brakes as we come into Taylor's hairpin then for the first time. Aaron Head's covering off, or didn't cover off the inside, just had a sufficient speed, but James Murphy having to protect already from Lewis Thompson there, and Henry Heaton follows him, and then we've got Dale Head and Mike Evans is clinging on to that lead trail right now. Tom Eden got a little bit of a gap there before the bright yellow car of Tom Eden, and he heads Chris Moore as they're coming down over this into the Duffer's Dip for the first time at full racing speed. Aaron Head then in the black car with the pink roll cage is running on slightly older tyres potentially than James Murphy, so we don't know what James Murphy's tactic on tyres was, whether they're doing the same thing. You can see the rears are sort of flying out there a little bit as they head round out of the chicane and into Taylor's. using all that greenery. You've got to be a little bit careful of that as driving this weekend. Track limits, we saw quite a lot of laps disallowed in the in qualifying across the series. They're 3 wide now into Taylor's end. Aaron Head holds that inside line. Can James Murphy make it stick round the outside? Certainly got a run of momentum. He does. So the outside line at the hairpin can absolutely work if you get that absolutely get it nailed on. And he did make that stick all the way around the outside. What a move that was. That's something else to watch out for. And whether that's unique to these 7 Championship UKs and the power and the extra grip that they've got on those slick tyres, or whether other championships can keep an eye out for that as we go through the rest of the racing action today. So we see James Murphy heading the field for the first time, and not for the first time from Anglesey. He kind of led for most of those laps until he had his front wing flying off. I mean, it does look like he's coming back across that gap towards that front group that we've got there. And Chris Moore looks like on the tail there of, yes, Jake Swan going a little bit wide onto the grass on the exit of Taylor's there, but we're watching Dale Head and he's going to go 3 wide again, or trying to go 3 wide. Thompson just had nowhere to use the extra speed he has, but Aaron Head goes right round the outside and takes that position again as James Murphy then hooks a gear on these 6-speed sequential box that they've got in these 7 Championship UK cars. Pull for a gear, no need to use the clutch when you're going up through the gears. Absolutely nose to tail between Thompson and Murphy then as they're heading now towards that Duffers Dip. As we see them coming over the horizon, it was side by side as they went in there. Thompson's going to hold in around the outside as they go into McIntyre's, this right-hander about 50 miles an hour around McIntyre's. That Aaron Head drops it into the gravel. That's not going to be the last time we see that throughout the course of this weekend. He knows that if he can get the pedal down now, he might give it to Spring a gap. Not going to do it there. He's actually drifted onto that gravel and he's going to lose a lot of momentum. Thompson is now around the outside of him. He's going to make it all the way around the outside as they go through Taylor's. What a great move that was from Thompson. Very opportunistic, but led by Aaron Head on, remember, his slightly older tyres, not giving him the grip he needs at this stage in the race. So Thompson now leads ahead. Henry Heaton seeing whether he can shove his nose down the inside of Aaron Head to make his race even worse. Henry Heaton, we've said already, needs to have a good race this weekend. And as they head on up the field, up the hill again, you can see from that camera quite how steep it is over the top here. Got a tailwind helping them out, which isn't going to help the toe of these cars as they head into that turn 1. Here comes Thompson over the hill. Murphy's still in that 2nd place. Head still holding on to that 3rd place, but his next up is championship rival Henry Heaton in the number 10, the turquoisey coloured car. Dale Head follows on, Aaron's brother. And then we've got Mike Evans. Welcome back to the grid to Mike Evans as well. Great to see him going there. And we have got Jake Swan setting the fastest lap in the early part of this race with a 52.372. I think we'll see some faster times as we go on through this race and as they settle down into some sort of order. And it doesn't look like they are thinking about settling down into order yet, are you? But these first 4 have sprung a little bit of a gap there over Dale Head in 5th place. So it does look like there's a little bit of a gap developing, which will interest Mike Evans, I'm sure. And Tom Eden definitely has come back across that gap. So the bright yellow car of Tom Eden clearly has some speed, and he's dragged Chris Moore and Jake Swan, who we saw having that battle last lap through, as they head on down through Duffers. And again, you can see how steep it is down that hill. 80 miles an hour. They've got to get down to 50 miles an hour by the time they go around this McIntyre's, and then back up to nearly 100 miles an hour. They'll drop it through, I think, about 80 as they go through the chicane. You can see, imagine doing that on your motorway journeys, and that's the kind of speed they're carrying around that corner and all the way over that thing. And actually, most wheels not touching the ground at various points during that roller coaster ride. Looks like Chris Moore's having to defend, but we've got side by side here. Henry Heaton, 2 championship rivals alongside Aaron Head. Couldn't make it stick around the outside, looking for the tuck under, and he is going to have a little bit of a run up the inside, but Aaron Head's got the toe of the cars in front, so I think he will be sufficiently okay. You'll see cars also throughout the course of this whole race weekend tucking to the right-hand side of the track there as they head up this circuit in this direction. That's just to protect from the inside. There's also slightly, as we got a change for the lead there, James Murphy managed to get back past Lewis Thompson, although Thompson is not fully given up on that hope for the lead. We were wondering how the overtaking was going to be, and early signs are that in these cars, a little bit understeer. James Murphy doing what Aaron Head did last time, just didn't quite get it hooked up to the apex. He's squeezing Thompson as much as he can to the inside. Thompson holds on though, and is going to take the lead of this race. They're all going to be compromised as they exit out that, and Henry Heaton might have a run on all of them. Thompson is going to the middle of a DPR sandwich here. James Murphy on the inside has just about got enough room. Aaron Head round the outside. Thompson sticking in the inside. Who's going to capitulate? Nobody is going to capitulate. They're going to go 3 wide round the entire chicane. Surely it can't happen, and it did. Aaron Head is going to drop though back down behind Thompson, and it's side by side still for the lead. Murphy versus Thompson as they come up the hill. Henry Heaton, where's he going to shove his car? We can't go 4 wide, surely. They are race drivers. And Aaron Head, I think, is actually going to come out on top. How did that happen? Aaron Head managed just slightly to get the draft as they were going through. Still shuffling orders. Thompson still fighting there with Murphy, but he's going to find himself in third place now after what looked like it was going to be the lead, didn't it? But Aaron Head somehow has put himself back out in front. So it all shuffled itself out in an order, and now they find themselves where they are. So Aaron Head, James Murphy, Lewis Thompson, Henry Heaton back to starting orders with Dale Head there in fifth. So absolutely all that first 7 minutes of action we can disregard because they're all back in the order they were as they came through turn one. As they go through the tail, again, see how steep and uphill that corner is as they head on up and through, climbing all the way up here on these hills. You can see the hills in the background, and we are firmly planted on that plant there, planted on that the gradient. You can see how off camera even the straight is here, sort of leaning to the left hand side, and all this affects the way the car drives, and the wind has a big effect on how these cars perform as well. They weigh just about half a ton, these cars, 500 kilos, not very much weight at all, so they can get a bit bombarded by that wind as the course of the race goes on, and certainly if the wind changes direction, it's something to keep an eye out for. There is Chris Moore following on behind Tom Eden. So Tom Eden has dropped behind then in that lap, I think, into that middle of the battle. But while the action out front is so intense, let's keep an eye on that. So Aaron Head having to protect again from James Murphy. James Murphy seems really strong on the brakes there. I wonder whether that's, again, sign of his tyres has just about got enough room. Don't make side-to-side contact. You can have in a situation, we've seen it before, in fact, a black and white flag there. So someone is being given a track limits infringement warning. Warning at this stage. James Murphy trying the outside line round Duffer's Dip, although Head has that covered off. So they are going to sit into that order again with Aaron Head leading. James Murphy leads Thompson, Heaton and Dale Head. So again, back to starting grid order as they flow around, approaching that kind of halfway mark. Really is a matter of getting over that curb on the right-hander part of that the chicane. We've seen a number of times these drivers, again Aaron Head, really struggling with grip there. So remember, he's using the tyres from Anglesey, so he is going to struggle a bit for grip, and you can see that. James Murphy now taking that fastest lap, 51.875. Henry Heaton locked up his front tyre there. Can he get the speed off? He just about does it, but he loses a place to Dale Head. Can Mike Evans make anything of it? Side by side once more for James Murphy and Lewis Thompson as they head on up the hill. Aaron Head still out in front, but he'll be dragging those two cars behind him and giving them some extra speed as they head up the hill. Jake Swan is the driver now trying to come back across that gap, which had disappeared, but now looks like it has returned. So these front five cars, and Mike Evans is just about included in that right now. He is very much firmly on there now. Just have that tiny bit more speed when things settle down than the sort of sixth place driver. So they are able to break away just a touch, but as soon as they go side by side, as soon as the racing action starts, all the gaps disappear again. You can see that even this stage of the race, half distance reached, and all the cars are still very much in that sort of first start-finish straight. I think we're only missing 3 of the drivers there who aren't in that shot right now. Aaron Head holding on round the outside, James Murphy having to protect down the inside from Lewis Thompson, who heads on up the hill. So this front 3 have been relatively consistent, haven't they? Dale Head now obviously ahead of Henry Heaton after his lock-up into that chicane, and you could see how Henry was desperate last time not to maintain that lock-up. He got off the brakes to unlock that wheel because he's going to have to use that wheel and tyre for the rest of this race weekend. They get one brand new set of slicks which they can use every single race weekend. As Aaron clips the sausage curb, you can see another situation where the car was very much on 2 wheels as they head and manage the car up through this. They leave the track a couple of times. Aaron Head once more out wide. Haven't seen who's got that track limits warning, but James Murphy is going to make advantage of that. But I wonder, with all these track limits that we're seeing, whether one of these lead cars is going to be hit with a track limits. That's not going to help their cause. And having seen Aaron take twice of that gravel trap, he could well be in line for one. So he really does need to be careful about that. He's got to manage his speed, because at the moment, 5 seconds in this race will see him drop all the way to 9th place on the grid. That is the first penalty. You get 5 seconds if you continue to break track limits. No more warnings being issued that time, but I think the next time we see any track limits will be when they actually get given 5 seconds, 5 seconds added to their race time. Aaron Head now having to hold around. Lewis Thompson around the outside, down the inside of McIntyre's. Great opportunistic move there. Carried the speed around the outside. That's upset Aaron Head's run, and that puts him back down into second, and James Murphy has to sit into that 3rd place. They just about managed to get it. James Murphy on the absolute edge of the available tarmac there before we got to gravel again. They really are pushing it through that chicane as far as they can. Dale Head also using all that greenery. So Can depend on what the mood, what the marshals have been instructed to do, but it's the grey parts of the track which are counting, and including a little contact there between James Murphy and Aaron Head. James Murphy was tucked on the inside. That clipped Aaron Head's, and he's lost at least his rear wheel arch, but it looked like the wheel maybe at a funny angle as well. Let's see whether he's got any further damage. That was between two teammates. I don't think Aaron knew that James Murphy was slightly tucked up the inside there, took away the track, and there was contact between the two teammates there, and that's put James Murphy back down into 4th place, and Aaron Head is right down the order, so that's really sparked the action in there. So really not something you want to see. James Murphy does look like he's fully back up to speed, so his car looks unaffected at this point, although he's got a big bit of tail end slide there going round the chicane once more. It's not the first time, but Jake Swan, where's he come from? So he was in that 6th place, and obviously he was the next car up, so he is ready now to join this lead battle. He's going to be thirsty for it. He's absolutely nose to tail with James Murphy there. James Murphy will be trying to get himself back in the action, but he's got dusty tyres and a little bit shocked from that previous lap. He was up in the air with just the front wheels in the air as he was riding over the rear of Aaron's wheel there. But Jake Swan now alongside, and also had the tow briefly from Henry, so maybe he's been able to sneak in a side-by-side. Certainly they're going to go side-by-side as they come into this first turn. Can Jake Swan hold on? He's certainly going to make it stick around there. So, yeah, great move from Jake Swan as he moves into that 4th place now, just behind Henry Heaton, who was looking like he was down in 6th at one point. Now he's back up to that 3rd place. Things really have changed around once more as we have 7 minutes still of this race to go. So we are about 2/3 distance. Head into this final third of the race. James Murphy once again touching that gravel. Still no messages yet around track limits on my race director's feed, so still all good right now. Dale Head there, ahead of Henry Heaton. And so Dale Head finds himself in that 2nd place. And yeah, what a great result that would be for him. I'm just having a look to see what his highest place so far this year. Certainly not had, he's had a podium in 3rd place, so 2nd would be his highest finish this season if he can maintain that to the rest of this race, but that's certainly not guaranteed, is it? But meanwhile, Lewis Thompson's kind of checked out in front there. He's using that extra little bit of speed we saw earlier, and able now to take the full width of the track at all opportunities, jumping and again absolutely sideways as they come out this chicane. It's a dramatic place to go and watch them, isn't it, as they fly around there, trying to wait for their tyres to land on the ground to give them some grip again. But there is a significant gap now back to Dale Head. So Henry Heaton, he's kind of going to have to think about his championship as well, in that he's going to dive down the inside there. This is important points for him. But Henry Heaton really late on the brakes there. Dale Head having to go behind, and Henry managed to block off the apex for any kind of switchback attempt. He's now got the toe of the car in front, but Dale Head looking to see whether he can run side by side. They are going to go side by side over the line. But it was Head slightly ahead as they went over the line. Can he hold it? He tucks in, says to Henry, and there's going to be no room here. Drifts a little bit wide, but manages to collect it all together. And Henry doesn't have the overlap, importantly, going into McIntyre's, so he will not be able to make that move stick at this point. But we know that Jake Swan is got an incredible racecraft. He's had some unlucky races this year. Remember, he's trying to go for that 3rd place in the championship. He takes a great run coming out of the chicane as the other two are a little bit compromised by each other. And he's got a bit of a run over Henry Heaton as they come back onto this straight. Used to be the railway bend. I think it's got a different name now. Hislops, I think, is the left hand around here. But he's not got anywhere to use it. And Chris Moore's going to come and act as interference as well. Chris Moore in the number 92 there, the white and purple machine. And he's got the recovering James Murphy just behind him as well. So wonder whether James Murphy has suffered a little bit of damage on that car. He's certainly not making his way back through immediately, but he's absolutely tucked up behind Chris Moore as they head up over that start-finish straight with under 5 minutes now of this race to go. Just a quarter of the race to go now as Dale Head takes his run over. So James Murphy does make up one of those positions. Aaron Head finds himself, he made 2 places up on that last lap, but he still finds himself in 7th place. It's not what he needs, although he has had such a good run of results that actually I don't think it's going to affect his championship too much. But what it does do is it takes away one of your kind of spare lives, if you like. You get 3 drop scores in this championship. So you can drop through your 3 worst scores to count towards your eventual championship total. And this takes away one of those opportunities to drop a score, because finishing 7th, it's not going to be one of the scores he's hoping to count by the time we get to the last round at Spa-Francorchamps, which will be next time out in October. Henry Heaton there, you can see in the Oakmere Motorsport and going up there, big 666 Racing Championships in the Jake Swan car, the white cars and the purple, there's the turquoise cars side by side, heading down the hill. Murphy looking up next. There is Aaron Head. He's got quite a gap in front of him. 4 minutes, is that enough time for him to come back across that gap? You might doubt it given the pace of this front group, but we've seen Aaron Head do that before. Just, I would say, normally he would have a bit more time to do it. Dale Hitt's going to go off in the gravel, deep into the gravel this time. Absolutely collects that. Is he going to be able to rejoin safely, or a little bit of a sideways bounce? That could have been a lot worse, but he finds himself filtering up into there. James Murphy also taking to the gravel, and his face has really come alive this race as it's gone on. They've absolutely pushing these cars to the limit of what they're capable of. You can see even into the braking zone, the tyres are bumping, and there's incredibly stiff suspension on these cars to cope with all the forces that these slick tyres generate. And you can see even on the straights as they're going on there, the wheels are sort of leaving contact with the ground. Henry Heaton, Jake Swan Dixon going side by side. So Jake Swan finds himself, after Dale Head it was in second, has now dropped away. Jake Swan found himself in second, but he's been denied by Henry Heaton. So Henry Heaton has now up into that second place, but Lewis Thompson has disappeared off. It is Murphy with the fastest lap of the race still, I think, from earlier on in the race. So Murphy still doing, getting that extra point that you get for that fastest lap. And in this direction, it was a 52.319 was the previous fastest lap, so 51.875 is a new lap record. We said that the cool temperatures, the cars were going to love it, and they do indeed. They've got several tenths of a second over last year's lap times around the circuit. So James Murphy ahead of Dale Head there, now looking to these Swan and also to Henry Heaton, who are absolutely nose to tail. Can Swan make a difference? He isn't going to be fighting Henry Heaton in the lead and second place in the championship, so maybe Henry will think about that with Aaron Head. Although Aaron Head has come, is that Aaron Head? No, I'm trying to work that out. Is that Aaron Head? And it is in the number 19. He's got past Chris Moore already, so he did come across that gap in that single lap. So all this action we've been seeing at the front has allowed Aaron Head to join this battle. So he has come in, and whilst we can't see Lewis Thompson, he's just checked out. Everyone else is firmly ensconced in this battle for second place. Aaron Head looking like he's going to get past Dale Head, his brother. So up, the younger brother on the inside takes that position. Next up is James Murphy, and when we last saw those together on track, they had contact. Aaron Head looking around the outside of the old railway bend, as we used to call it, and Aaron Head does move into the front of that. I wonder whether there was a little bit of teamsmanship, although he's going to lose out to Dale Head, so I'm not sure exactly what happened there. There was a lot of confusion about who had the braking, but Dale Head seemed to absolutely nail his brakes that time. Aaron Head therefore looking to the outside, and he's back ahead of James Murphy, gone to the outside of Dale Head, and looks like he is going to, indeed does take that fourth position then, as he filters in behind Henry Heaton. Jake Swan, who's still in that third position, podium paying position, and then the next up is Aaron. Henry Heaton will be looking in his mirrors and wondering what the heck that he came from. He's not going to be pleased to see him, only a couple of points behind. He looks really ready to take this. We've got a minute of this race left. I'm assuming that Thompson will get across the line within that minute. Yeah, he will do, because the lap time itself is only just is under that minute, so he will make it across. We will be starting the last time next time. Jake Swan is being pushed onto the grass. A little bit of contact there with Henry Heaton. Just about manages to get it all pointing in a straight line again. A little bit angry. You can see him getting down through the gears, but that compromised him. Had a little bit of contact there between himself and Henry Heaton, side to side. 33 seconds of this race left, so this will be the last lap of this race. Aaron Head now fighting back through, makes his way all the way there to the outside of Duffer's Dip for this time. Can he make it ahead of Henry Heaton? He certainly swings around the outside. Henry Heaton had to lock up slightly to avoid him, and he does. Aaron Head makes it back across that gap, through the whole fat pack and out into second place. Only Lewis Thompson out in front of him right now, who has disappeared and checked out. What a race for Aaron Head there to fight back through. I never thought that was possible, but he managed to make it happen. We have still got 3 corners or so to go, so it's not all over. Henry Heaton having to defend from Jake Swan, who looked around the outside, absolutely nose to tail as they head on down. They had a bit of contact last time through, but Aaron Head, that gives him freedom. But here is our race winner. He just disappeared off. The number 79, Lewis Thompson, the reigning 310R champion, heading off to take another victory this year as he heads on up the line. There is Aaron Head going to take second, but as we see Thompson take that win, so fantastic result for Lewis Thompson, just disappeared after all the action. Aaron Head does come back through and takes that second place, and it's absolutely side by side between the next ones. It shows as Dale Head, Murphy, then Moore, but I think Henry Heaton's transponder was not working. I can see a message to say that Henry Heaton's transponder, so he may well appear again on my timing screen, but at the moment it's given to Thompson as first place. I think it will be Aaron Head coming in second, unless he has been given. Aaron Head is showing an exclamation mark next to his name. I wonder whether he got a track limits because he is showing down in 9th place currently. So the order I'm getting given by my my timing screen is Lewis Thompson takes the win over Jake Swan, who takes 2nd place. Henry Heaton in 3rd. Dale Head is in 4th. Murphy gets 5th. Chris Moore 6th. Tom Eden 7th. And 8th Evans. And and Aaron Head showing an exclamation next to his name alongside Andy Lees. I wonder whether they have been given track limits penalties. We certainly saw Aaron taking to the gravel a few times, and we've seen it before. So that will be a disappointing end if that is the case. So after a fantastic fight back through for Aaron as they head on round. And here's the confirmation of that provisional result then. Heading into that. So it is Lewis Thompson taking the win over Jake Swan, Henry Heaton showing in 3rd, Dale Head 4th, James Murphy 5th, Chris Moore 6th, Tom Eden 7th, Mike Evans 8th, Aaron Head is 9th, and Andy Lees in 10th place rounding out that top 10. And it was Gary Lapidus and Johnny Darrett rounding out the 12-car field. Drama from start to finish that time through. What an incredible opening to the Caterham race weekend. If they're all like that, I'm not sure how we're going to survive these first 6 races. That's a incredible set of action there, and Knockhill in this circuit never failed to disappoint as far as the actual action there, as I can hear the cars to my left as they pull into the Parc Ferme area where they will get checked over. They'll get, and that's where we also have the podiums. But we are going straight into our next race, so it's going to depend on the timings as to whether we get to chat to any of those drivers post-race, but it might well be that the Roadsport, which is the next up, will actually come and we will follow their race and we'll come back to the podiums at another time. But I think if... absolutely hectic over those last couple of laps, and some really...
Well... Go on, Chris.
No, I was going to say, what an absolutely ram-packed race, but I can see Aaron Head hasn't been put into that 2nd place then.
No. No, I mean, goodness me, that was not an expected outcome, was it?
No, and so it's Lewis Thompson was out front and clear, so he had a great result. I'm sure he's going to be pretty happy with that. And Jake Swan on his return getting that 2nd place. Henry Heaton's going to be pretty pleased, I imagine, to be on that podium.
Oh, 100%. I can't wait to hear their reactions. Gutted for the top boys, obviously, but, it's nice to see these guys up here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if we can talk to Lewis then.
Yes, I will grab a word with Lewis while he's just saying, Lewis, if you'd like to have a quick word.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You made your car quite, skinny getting past everyone there, didn't you?
Yeah, I kind of knew that this track make a lot of mistakes sometimes, and just tried to seize my opportunity when I could. And yeah, it was sort of free. I think it was me and Aaron were side by side, and James locked up and unfortunately created into Aaron, which obviously isn't good. But yeah, it just meant I could get away, and then even that wasn't easy. I had to still break away from Dale, who was, really trying his hardest to keep up. And as soon as I broke the toe, I was just able to just get in a rhythm. But it's not easy out there, it's so easy to lose concentration. But yeah, cheers to these boys, setting up a brilliant car. So yeah, glad to start off with a win.
A big sideways moment I saw as well out there.
Yeah, that's just the thing though, it just shows that even if you've got a big advantage, you're always still pushing to try and increase your margin, and you just never know what's going to happen, do you? So, if there was a safety car or whatever, so yeah, just try my hardest, and yeah, glad to have got the win, so yeah, thank you very much.
Congratulations, thank you. Right, we're going to have a word with Jake. No, we won't. The circuit radio is talking to him. So we'll have a quick word with Henry instead. Henry, all right to grab a word? Course, yeah. Podium, excellent, just what you wanted. But I'm sure you probably wanted to be a bit higher up, but...
yeah, it was close at the end, me and Jake, and I don't know what happened there. I had the inside line at that last corner, and... Jake just hung it around the outside, so fair play to him. It was very, very close all race, and Jake came from a fair way back as well, so fair play to him. I could see him coming, but I felt like I was just having to defend in that race, and it was all the last 2 laps. Aaron was on me, Jake was on me, but yeah, fairly happy to come home with that 3rd place.
Excellent, thank you, Henry.
Thank you.
Right, we'll have a word with Jake now. Jake, congratulations! Was there a podium on the cards for this race?
As always, we like to pray for a podium. Quali didn't go fully according to plan, but, it makes it exciting, doesn't it, really? And then I had the most awful start, so I decided that I thought I needed to start even further back. And then, we pulled it in the end, obviously with a bit of drama up the front, which helped. But, got there at the end and just picked Henry by the last corner, which is always unpleasant for him, pleasant for us sort of thing. So, it went really, really well. Can't complain.
Excellent. Are you looking forward to tomorrow's race?
I am. I've only done 20 minutes of it driving the other way around, so that'll be an experience. So to start from second, there's only one person to follow. So I'm hoping Hope he doesn't steer me astray, but no, I'm looking forward to it. It should be really good.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
No
well
worries.
done.
Thank you very much.
So we got some happy drivers there, Sam, down in Parc Fermé, and yeah, it's really nice to see everyone pretty happy. We haven't got the road sports out just yet, but we're just watching track cleanup. But yeah, everyone's seemed pretty good down there. I think we've lost it. Yeah, so great set of results there for the 420s.
We're all quite. They're ready. They've been waiting for a little while. They're eager to get out on track. So there must be some. Is there some clean-up to do on the circuit, Chris?
Yeah, I bet there is some clean-up around, and we even saw some marshals out there. So yeah, normally they'd be out on the grid already, but yeah, it's certainly we're off one championship straight into the next one, and Freddie Chiddick's putting it on pole position. He sort of had a really tricky angle-see, didn't he? But he's put it back on pole position, and he has to win everything now to remain part of that.
That's right, exactly. Mark Jones, I was speaking to him earlier. He's looking forward to this race and hoping for another podium. He's done really well this second half of the season. Jeff, I haven't managed to speak to Jeff about this weekend so far. Have you had a word with him at all?
Now, I haven't spoken to Jeff, but I know that I spoke to him very briefly. But Sam, thanks for being down there in it for us. We're gonna move on to the actual race coverage now. But yeah, thanks very much for your coverage so far. I'll come back to you in a second. And ready for the next race weekend. So first race of two for the Caterham Roadsport cars. Then they have two 20-minute races with us this weekend. And like I was just saying there, Freddie Chiddick is on pole position, and that's a good recovery. But Jeff Newman finds himself in second place on the race, and he is in a battle for the championship, mainly with Charlie Lower, who finds himself in fourth place. One of his lap times was disregarded there for track limits during qualifying. So who knows whether he had a faster lap in there, but he finds himself in that fourth place, which is a little bit further back, a couple of places behind Jeff Newman, who he obviously is fighting for. Jeff Newman off the back of a good string of results, but he had a slightly disappointing angle-see. Whilst he still gained a podium, he lost out on another podium by just trying to defend a little bit too heavily, is what it looked like from the commentary box. But he will be ready to do that. He can even theoretically win the championship, depending on a set of results this weekend. And there's something else to look out for as we run drop scores for the drivers throughout the course of this championship, and the road sport races get to drop 3 of their races from their set of results. So we won't really know what the results are until the end of the year, but there is at least a chance that Jeff Newman can do that, and so we will keep an eye on that as we go through this race weekend. But yeah, Jeff Newman having taken 5 races this weekend, this year already, to Charlie Lower only having sort of 4. So it's absolutely sort of nose to tail between these top 3, and they've always been there or thereabouts. And you can see there is Freddie Chiddick's car on that pole position, the black car with the red sort of highlights, the number 66. And Freddie Chiddick, you can say fcracing.co.uk on his bonnet there as the whistle goes to release them therefore out onto their I'm not sure at the moment whether it will be their green flag lap or whether they will have a formation green flag and then green flag, so green light. So we will keep an eye out for that. Keep a bit sensitive to the fact that whether we're seeing the green flag lap sequence of events when they get to the grid. But as the cars all fly out, we can see Paul Woodman there going through the screen. He wasn't with us at Anglesey, but he's back here. I did see a social media post say I think he's got an injured wrist this weekend, so that's not a good start for him, but he's in the car, and he saw lots of ice packs to get that chilled off, and he is going racing. We see all the rest of these field coming through. But yeah, Jeff Newman there. So Caterham Roadsport Championship, and it race 2 of this race weekend, the first of their 2 20-minute racing championships, sponsored by Lovecars. And there is Paul Woodman in the number 7 car as he flies through. That is the Lovecars entry, and he is the owner and presenter on that, and so popular person on the grid. There he is, and so it's good to have him back, and hopefully his wrist will hold out. It's not a good weekend to have an injured wrist, but again, as we've got quite a short lap, we should I think we should have an opportunity to see the full grid of cars as they line up today. So here we go then, the start of that grid. Freddie Chiddick is in pole position ahead of Jeff Newman, Mark Jones in 3rd, and Charlie Lower starts in that 4th place. Then we comes up William James, James Cook, Theo Theato and Benja Headley. We got Joe Priday 9th, David Rook in 10th, Paul Woodman and Mark Kendall lines up in 12th. We've got Philip Clark in 13th, Tom Noakes, Ainscoe and Banton lines up 16th. Patel, Castle, Deason and Alan Bateman lines up 20th. And then we got 21st Julian Roebuck and 22nd for Charles Vincent. So a 22-car grid for the Lovecars Caterham 7 Roadsport Championship. You can see all the marshals there ready to line them up. We just look out for the sequencing of the flags to see whether they are going to have a second actual green flag lap, which will give us a little bit more scope, or whether we're going to go straight in, and it will depend on whether they're given a 5-second board and the lights come into action, or whether they get given the 30-second board, at which point we'll know that it's a green flag lap. And that will then set the sequence, so we'll know that for the rest of the race weekend. At that point, the drivers will have been given all that kind of information over the course of the weekend in their final instructions that they get as text, and also in the driver's briefing. So all of the drivers got up nice and early this morning and headed to the Caterham morning, and they would have been having a talk through with the clerk of the course and the race, the race meeting administration, to make sure they all knew the processes and procedures, especially as we've got this super header event. So it's a little bit different for all these drivers out there. This is Caterham Roadsport, the second step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Last year's Caterham Academy drivers all combined into one grid. There's Louis Deason getting lined up, and the green flag lap, green flag at the marshal at the back here, getting ready to tell them they can all move away. So we have got then the green flag at the back. It's a 5-second board, so this will be the race start then. So we're looking for those lights. Top right of your screen, you can see the lights. Newman on the right, Freddie Chiddicks. First race for the Caterham 7 Roadsport Championship, the Lovecars sponsored series. Long time for those lights to get changing though. We lost the pictures there. We're coming into turn 1 then, so Newman heading away and in the lead. We now have got some gravelly moments. That's Philip Clark coming across there. I think that was Banton that he was having. He's going to have to rejoin carefully as he does rejoin that chain. And there's Clark again. He's off the gravel again, so the dusty, dirty tyres didn't enable him to take McIntyre's as he's coming into Butcher's. And it was Banton again that he was side by side with as he rejoined. But everyone else seems to have made their way up and through after that start line. The outside of turn 1 is often a place we see people taking to the gravel. Remember, I said it was a sort of 80-mile-an-hour corner, and they're all trying to figure out how do we make it round there in time. And there is Philip Clark at the back there. But Newman currently heading into the Taylor's hairpin for the first time, ahead of Charlie Lower. So what's happened to the other two that were involved? Freddie Chiddicks has found himself down into 3rd place, and Mark Jones finds himself in 4th place. Yes, as they go up, this is Newman and Lower. They've continuing their battle, which they had absolutely race long for both races at Anglesey. And Jeff Newman looked like he had it all sorted out, but overall the race weekend, Lower came out on top by the time that we'd counted off all the scores. Side by side going into McIntyre's. Not really enough room for 2 cars around there. We've already seen gravel on the outside of that. And Fred Chiddicks loses, I think, another position as he heads on down. You see the rest of the field flowing on and round and into this Butcher's, the right-hander downhill, and up into the chicane. And you can see again, even in this Roadsport car, 125 horsepower, again, roughly half a ton. They're running the Avon ZZS tyre. They had a bit of a gravelly moment. That was Theo Theato, who had a spectacular race weekend, didn't he, last time out at Anglesey, and he was on the podium a couple of times side by side. Newman and Lower there again. A little bit of movement as well in that braking zone as they hit those bumps, and you can see the cars reacting, sort of bouncing left and right, and Newman protecting up the inside here as he heads up and over the start-finish line. A little bit of contact there, and that's someone who's stuck and beats himself. That's Patel, who's over the top of that curb. He isn't going to be able to get that car moved. I wonder whether the marshals will be able to move it, or whether we are going to have a safety car to recover that. But meanwhile, out front, Jeff Newman currently, whilst we look for those safety car boards in case they do come out, Jeff Newman is out in front. And as we go through the field, there is Theo Theato off his gravelly moment, and just in front of him is Cook. They've festooned in those Welsh flags. And there's, I think we're seeing slower cars. Tom Noakes there in the Minty car. I think the cars are slowing down. So, yeah, we've got a safety car out, boards out, and all the cars are responding to that. You can tell by the attitude of the cars as they were landing out of that chicane. We can't get that car moved by marshal power alone. And you can see there's some debris on the circuit as well. And the safety car is waiting to pick us up. So, after some gravelly moments early on, and Patel getting caught out and making contact with someone and sort of, say, spinning backwards into that gravel, which unfortunately means that he's beats his car. You can see how low the Caterham is to the floor, and with these higher curbs that we have here at Knockhill, that has just meant that his rear tyres don't get the traction he needs to be able to move it. So the safety car is picking up the field as the car's just trying to avoid all the sort of pieces of car and debris that's on the surface there, and the marshals will pick that up with Mike Banton going through. Yeah, we'll get them all lined up, and it shouldn't take too long they're going to check the driver's okay, who he is, and they're going to try and tell him what's going to happen. They're going to try and move it manually, but it's certainly, whilst the Caterham only weighs half a tonne, it's still potentially quite heavy to move into that gravel. No movement. Good opportunity to say thank you ever so much to all our marshals. You can see how hard they work to help us and do, allow us to do what we want. So, calling now though for the recovery vehicle to pull that car away from the curb. They can't do it manually, but as I say, thank you ever so much to all the marshals who tirelessly work and allow us to go motor racing. All volunteers and on the banks there, and it's fantastic. The work they do, and like I say, we can't do what we love doing, and I know I speak on behalf of all the other drivers on the grid when I do send that thanks down to them. They only ever see us when we're in situations we don't generally want to be in, so they don't always see us in our best, in our best form. So again, they put up with us, and yeah, we like to thank them as often as we can. See the rest of them all coming up to join, see whether they can manually move this. We haven't seen the cars come around yet to complete that lap. Obviously, the job of the safety car is to keep all the cars fully bunched up, close and going around the circuit at a slow speed. Here is that recovery vehicle, so that the marshals have plenty of opportunity to clear and tidy the circuit. You can see that the safety car is there, moving them slowly round. Drivers will have to sort of try and maintain some tyre temperature, and they'll certainly have to be aware that on the restart they may well find their tyres are slightly cooler than they were the last time they went into that bend, and also brake temperature as well. So that's another thing you'll often see with the lower temperature and the lower temperature in the brakes. You'll often see people snatching a brake and locking up a wheel after a safety car has completed. So that's something else to also watch out for. These road sport drivers, though, in their second full season of motorsport, will have seen a majority of these situations already, and will know the sequence. They also know what to look out for and how to prepare for a race restart, especially on a circuit as short as this, whether they're going to have maybe 1 lap more or 2 lap more, and they'll certainly throughout the course of the weekend get to know that. They'll also be told in their briefings where the lights will go out on the safety car to indicate that there is going to be another where they're going to restart. So once those lights do go out, they have to put it out in a situation where everyone has the opportunity to see that the lights have gone out, so everybody knows that it's going to be a brand new race restart. But Patel there getting moved away by the tow vehicle there. Marshall's putting the gravel back where it belongs, so it's not going to be too long whether we've got enough time on this lap. I'm sure they go to the inside on the right to a position of safety, and then we'll be seeing whether we can get further action from this Caterham Roadsport. You can see that the time continues to tick down, so they'll have moved through 7 minutes of their race already, so the time continues ticking whilst we're under the safety car procedure. And there we see them pulling up to a halt in that position of safety on the inside of the track. So we're going to be starting with around there. You can see the lights on the safety car are out. So we are going to go live again with this race with 13 minutes or so remaining. Lap times just under that minute for the road sport cars. So plenty of laps still for them to filter around this Knockhill circuit here in Fife, Scotland, about half an hour north of Edinburgh. Jeff Newman looks like he's gone already. He's going to get on that brake. No one can overtake until we get to the start-finish light, though. So everyone still is nose to tail. They head on round Taylor's End and up the hill. Jeff Newman is now underway then. Charlie Lowe absolutely stuck to his rear panel, looking to the inside already as they head up towards that line. Can't overtake until you get to the line. They are now, you see the waved green flag. They're fully under racing conditions once more. Jeff Newman able to take the full swipe, and Chiddick's made the best of that, coming around the outside of Charlie Lowe in that second half of the straight. So Chiddick's making an opportunistic move there ahead of Charlie Lowe. Charlie Lowe doesn't want to see that for his championship, but equally Freddie Chiddick knows that he has to get to the front and disappear off down the road if he wants to have his championship. It's Paul Castle in the number 13 car, the grey machine, as he heads up and over the chicane. And there is Mark Hender, looks like, in 35 car behind the paddle up. Is that Joe Priday in the paddle up cars side by side as they go through Clark's there. It's not a lot of room as they head up through there, and you can see again the curb does really throw these cars up in the air as they clip it, but you need to use that curb to maximise your speed and the distance on track. There is the number 2 car as he heads on through. So up again, Newman has a very, very slight gap over Chiddix and Charlie Lower. So those two remain nose to tail. They've got a slight gap back then to the second paddle up car. That's Mark Jones in the 4th place in this race. That's where he started on the grid as well. So Mark Jones maintaining his form there at the front. And again, he'll want to be up there for his championship. So one car just drifting a little bit wide in the background, but they would normally be able to get back. And there's William James in the number 11, so that's the turquoise car with the pink roll gauge, just about clipping that side by side as they go up through the chicane. There really isn't room to do that. Theo Theato ready to try and pick up the pieces, which surely he thought were coming his way. He's tucked on the inside as they go into Clark's. No room through, had to actually sit back, but we've got a lead group of 3 followed by a kind of following group of 3, and this is the battle for the championship. Newman up the inside, protecting away on the inside of that. Charlie Lower seeing whether he can come late on the brakes. Can't do it this time through, but Charlie Lower is up on the inside of Freddie Chiddix, who's going to look for that cutback and take all the speed. It's kind of what he did before, and he really does manage to take an awful lot of speed up the hill. He's right in the toe of Jeff Newman out front, managed to get in front of Charlie Lower once more. That move is working for him. It looks like it's failed, doesn't it, as they go through the chicane, but by the time they get to the end of this straight, he's carrying another sort of 3 or 4 miles an hour than everyone else as they head up. So that's something he's clearly been working on. He's going to the outside of Jeff Newman. I remember in their academy year, they had a bit of an incident around this corner, both of them making contact with each other, and that was quite crucial in their championship battle at the time. But they're going still side by side now that they've upgraded their cars into this Roadsport spec. Same spec engine, same spec everything, apart from you get the new the Avon ZZS tyre to strap onto your car. And also they get a rear anti-roll bar, so the car is very slightly stiffer and more stable at the rear of the car, but it's the tyres that give them an extra boost of speed, and it's getting on for sort of a 1.5 seconds, I think, around this this circuit that those tyres add to the, whether it reduce your lap speed. Charlie Lower being a little bit left with nowhere to go there. Newman did have his nose out in front as he was going through the middle of that corner, so Charlie Lower persisted around the outside, but found himself being given the option of the gravel, which he took a little bit of, but then said, I'm going to sit back. It has cost him a little bit of speed up the hill, though, hasn't it? Because Newman is now heading Chiddix, and there was a slight gap for a moment, then back to Charlie Lower. It's all settling down, though. Theo Theato going around the outside of William James that time, and off the back of his fantastic set of results at Anglesey. He's keen to see that that continues on. And he finds himself coming into 7th place in the championship, so certainly here involved in that championship, and another set of good results will see him further up. But his battling there with William James has meant that the front group of 4 has broken away again slightly. Mark Jones firmly back in that battle, fighting there with Charlie Lower. Freddie Chiddix again takes the outside line. This time he can't take the inside line and swoop up everybody because Mark Jones was in there and acting as defence. So that is one disadvantage of that wide sweeping line. It may well give you the speed as you go up the hill, but if someone else is involved in that battle, when we come four for the lead, it doesn't work out as well, and in fact he's going to lose out. Does he? No, he's going to hold on around the outside as they sweep on down through Duffer's Dip and into Leslie's, and then they'll go into the right-hander of McIntyre's. We see the rest of the field here, all still fairly compressed and tight together, so it's Roadsport's all holding, no one's stringing out too far. Freddie Chiddix drifted a little bit wide there, had to use some of that greenery, didn't make it to the gravel though, so great to see him there. And the spectators there all getting nice shots of, and they swoop up through that chicane. It's often a dramatic place to go and get your snaps here at Knockhill. But the lead 2 then out front, and Newman up the inside. Freddie Chiddix, though, has been the one that seems to have that speed. He's going to go for that ultra-wide line again. This time he does and is able to get to the apex. He's got nowhere to use that speed, though. Has to sit in behind Newman. He's going to have a little bit of extra speed due to the toe, but with the tailwind that we've got here today, actually it's not as a significant a toe as you might normally expect to have over the top of that hill. Jeff Newman again down the inside. Freddie Chiddix looking to see whether he can hold on around the outside, but Newman was late enough on the brakes. William James and Theo Theato, spectacular as ever in the background as they go sideways down the hill through Duffer's Dip. And if you ever come to see here, you'll see quite how steep it is down there. You don't want to have a car sideways. It's not its natural ace. But these road sports, they're kind of the suspension is still the Academy suspension, which is quite compliant, and you'll see that these cars tend to take that chicane without too much drama compared to the 7 Championship UKs, which we were seeing before, which are ultra stiffly sprung. And so these road sports actually managed to absorb and use some of the camber and gradient. But Freddie Chiddicks looks like he's done it. Kendall, though, has used, I think he span out the chicane that time through. So he has now got back up to speed. We've lost a wing of someone there. That is Mark Jones lost a wing as they went up and round the Taylor's hairpin that time through. But Newman is still out front there ahead of Chiddicks. And so, yeah, they're lacking a rear wing on that. I wonder how that happened. But certainly was Charlie Lower who was in the vicinity of that wing when we saw it. Looks like hearing just that Deason and Roebuck have had to pull into the pits after radiator damage from an earlier contact and collision. So those races, as soon as you pop a radiator in one of these cars, that is your race immediately over. You must pull into the pits because otherwise you're going to blow up an engine. So you don't want that. So that is a race over. The radiator's also right out of the front of these cars. You can see as we fly around here, the 7 grille is just in front of, on the front of the car, is just in front of the radiator. So they are quite exposed, and you definitely don't want to be making contact with the car in front, because the first thing that will make significant contact after your nose cone is the radiator. It's tight as you like. Mark Jones squeezing Charlie Lower there to the inside, and that's going to see Lower drop another spot there down into 5th place, and that's not what he needs in his championship, although I think Newman out front will be pretty pleased to see that. Newman in the blue car with the turquoise yellow roll cage, very easy to spot him out there. That's now Mark Jones in the paddle up car in the 2nd place position ahead of Freddie Chiddicks, who has got nothing to lose as far as the championship goes. He's in the black car with the red flashes. Then we got William James just making that move ahead of Charlie Lower, who is the other championship contender, and he certainly doesn't want to have all those cars. Every single one of those cars is worth an additional point in his championship. Remember, they do have 3 scores to drop, though, so it's not the end of the world. He's had a good set of results throughout the season so far. He's had 4 wins and quite a few podiums other than that. He's carrying a couple of 6th places, which he'll want to be able to get rid of, and so he doesn't want to sink any lower in his championship chances, otherwise it's going to affect him. Mark Jones looking to the outside. Spoke to Mark briefly today, and he said he was in good form and found his sort of mojo around this track, and certainly looks like it. He's Jeff Newman, I think, missed a gear as he went up the hill there. Mark Jones pulling away and into the lead, quite a significant gap, and that's when I think there was probably a missed gear involved. We go right down to 2nd gear for Taylor's hairpin, which isn't that unusual. Theo Theato go absolutely up the inside there. William James left him no room, and that's that for Freddie Chiddicks now dropped back into that position. So I'm not sure what happened to Freddie as they climbed up the hill, but he's lost a lot of positions there. He's 6th place over the line, dropping 3 positions that time through. Mark Jones a bit wide. Is he going to make it to the gravel? I think they're just going to make it, but William James does make it to the gravel, loses a wing as part of that process as he rejoins the field. 4 minutes of this race to go. Newman, though, has been that consistent force out front, but Mark Jones is, well, Newman's managed to get past in front of Mark Jones again. Mark Jones jinking and jiving to see which way he's going to be able to try and get round Jeff Newman. Jeff Newman tucks it on the inside, manages to hold onto that inside line. We've got Charlie Lower this time, taking that wide outside line. You can see he can carry that speed and momentum. Has he got anywhere to use it with Jeff Newman's car blocking the racetrack? Mark Jones is slightly off out of the train at the moment, and that's going to mean he's just fully in the wind, which isn't going to help him as he comes up and over this hill with 3.5 minutes to go. So not too long left in this Caterham Roadsport race. It's certainly got a lot of action as they go 4 clumped together in diamond formation as they went over Duffers Dip that time. Newman still managed to take it round the inside. Charlie Lower looking to get another place back against Mark Jones, which he does as they go round Butchers and then up into the chicane. This time it's going to be slightly compromised. Can he land and land in? He does, but his rear of his tyre steps out, and that actually compromised Mark Jones more than himself. Mark Jones had to take avoidance. Theo Theato seeing whether he can shove it up the inside. There's no room for cars to do that. Theo Theato has to take to the sausage curb, which costs him time, but Mark Jones has now been dropped out of that lead battle and firmly into that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th as they come through. Sorry, 5th, 6th and 7th. It's changing every single corner at the moment. Charlie Lower back up the inside then of Cook festooned in his in the Welsh flag there. We saw him having a good set of results last time at Anglesey, and he'll want to do the same again here up in Scotland. Newman, though, has now got a little bit of safety margin after all that action further back in the pack. And what will Charlie Lower do at this point? He's going to go the outside of Freddie Chiddicks. two of them have had some great racing throughout this season. Does manage to hold on to Chiddix. This looks like he's going to have to capitulate because he's got Cook to worry about on his outside. Chiddix clips that little bit of the sausage curb, but does manage to hold on to that position. Side by side, Theato has to add a little contact through the middle, and that's going to take William James off as well. So Theato had to clip that little sausage curb, and he's Mark Jones has lost an exhaust there as well. He's going to try and rejoin as they go up the hill, but William James certainly lost a radiator that time. So yeah, just clipped the little sausage curb, which pushed him, made contact with Mark Jones, who was on his outside, and then it was sideways as they went down there. The cars were in the air, I think, when they made that contact. So out front, meanwhile, Jeff Newman is coming around. And just be careful, or just watch out just in case they throw the checkered flag. It depends if they find any of those cars or if there's any debris. It's worthwhile just keeping an eye out in case they do throw it. It doesn't look like they have thrown the checkered flag, but it's certainly something to be aware of, and it does happen at race meetings. So Jeff Newman will start this with 1.5 minutes to go. We've probably got 2 laps to go. They're going to come to the place where there is yellow flags. Charlie Lower slipping sideways, drifting that car out. Chiddix is absolutely next to him as they went through, and then we've got Cook in that 4th place currently. They're going to come to that position where the cars were. We have got those two, Theato and William James are out to the outside, and it does look like Mark Jones has moved his car, so whether he's underway, don't know where his exhaust will have got to. Chiddix up the inside of Charlie Lowe as they go into Clark's, but didn't make it stick that time. Does look like it's going to be a battle then for 2nd and 3rd between these two drivers. Newman with 54 seconds to go. He's going to be coming to start his last lap this time through. Their drivers are now over that barrier to a position of safety, so we can finish the race, I'm sure, covered by yellow flags there. As then we do start the last lap with Jeff Newman heading up the hill with a little bit of a comfort gap over Charlie Lower. Chiddix is sitting in that 3rd place. Then we've got Cook sitting in that 4th place. And behind them, there's Headley, Rook and Ainscoe as well. Although it looks like they've got more problems for Mark Jones. Is that, or is that Joe Priday in the paddle-up car there on the outside? So more action as we went through Taylor's that time through. Certainly been quite a lot of action. Waiting for the up through the chicane here. Then there's Jeff Newman landing his car in the 33 car, the blue and yellow car, the championship leader coming into this event by just a single point over Charlie Lower. And drop scores, it's a similar kind of effect for these guys. They really are close. A bit wide there for Charlie Lower, and not the best line as he heads onto this straight. And Chiddix is having to take to the grass. There's contact between those, rear wing flapping on Charlie Lower's car. So Chiddix was on the outside looking to see whether he could get through, and Charlie Lower absolutely shut the door in his face. And now Chiddix doing that wide line. Does that mean he's going to have that speed up the hill, losing his wing light as it goes? And Jeff Newman, though, is taking that checkered flag, does take that win, and a great result for him. And I think it's Charlie Lower just getting over the hill in front of Freddie Chiddix, and then it's Cook. And then we're just waiting for the others to come through. Fastest lap was actually Theato and a 58.5, so there is an extra point for that, which could become important in this championship. So it's worth keeping an eye on that, but at the moment no one could beat Theato's time of 58.509. And that is not quite a lap record. That's still held by Tom Cockerill, who said a 58.455. So what an interesting set of results then. Jeff Newman maximises his points over Charlie Lower, so you get a 2-point gap from 1st to 2nd. So he was taking another point out of that, waving to the marshals and the crowd as he goes round after their racing. So fantastic set of racing from the Roadsport and the 7 Championship UK cars that we've already had. But Jeff Newman taking that win over Charlie Lower. Freddie Chiddix in that 3rd place, not quite what he needed for his championship, but another podium spot and a trophy to take home with him. Then we got Cook. So let's go down that. So Jeff Newman, Charlie Lower, Freddie Chiddix are our podium. James Cook takes 4th place. Benja Headley sits 5th. Rook, Ainscoe, Banton, Banton, Castle and Clark came to the top 10. Woodman came home in 11th where he started. Joe Priday, Noakes, Kendall, Bateman, Vincent, Jones, Theato, William James, Julian Roebuck. So these are the tail end which were not being classified as Lewis Deason, and also their Patel that we saw having that spin early on. They make their way round then back into Parc Ferme. The Theato and William James having to go and retrieve their cars. I know that William James looks like one of them at least. Ooh, William James having an issue with the barrier that time. I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted that we caught that on camera for him. But one of them certainly looked like they had a punctured radiator, so they will need to tow back, I believe. But yeah, not a comfortable way to end up in the gravel trap. On both occasions, he was certainly the passenger. He just got taken out there by the other drivers. But yeah, Jeff Newman then absolutely great for his championship, and he'll be delighted, I'm sure, with that result. That will be his 6th win this season, after 6th win this season. But I understand Sam is down in the Parc Fermé for us.
Yes, what an exciting race. What an exciting race. That was a very exciting race.
Yeah, I think we can hear Sam now, so we can hear you now, Sam, I think. So if you want to pick up.
Okay. Excellent. Yes, I was just about to say that was an extremely exciting race. Very eventful, as they often are in road sports. Right, I'm going to grab an interview with Jeff first. Jeff, can we grab a word with you?
Yeah, hi there.
Congratulations. Excellent. More points for you in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, aside from that, I was really, really pleased with my performance. I'm up against 2 formidable opponents. Freddie did stunning in qualifying. I've never even got close to him in testing, so he did amazing. And Charlie is just so consistent, like a metronome, keep on delivering the times. So I think I lucked into the fact they were just fighting each other, which allowed me to get away. So I was pleased with my performance. I don't know what sort of times I was doing, but it felt pretty good. So yeah, thank you very much.
And are you excited about tomorrow?
Yeah, anti-clockwise is epic fun. It's magic. I don't know any other track like this where we can go the opposite direction, and it feels like we're on a different planet, let alone a different circuit. So we're very lucky to come here and get some relatively warm weather, some very warm hospitality, and a great circuit.
That's lovely. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Cheers.
Right, I shall move on. Where has Charlie gone? He's disappeared. Where's he gone? I'll speak to Freddie instead. Freddie, congratulations on 3rd place. You must be happy with that.
Fairly happy, yeah. It's better than the last couple of weekends have gone for me. We're obviously starting at the front. I'd like to finish a bit higher up, but still an okay starting position for tomorrow and some championship points at least.
It was a good battle from where we were watching. It was you and Charlie having a great battle.
Yeah, it was a good battle, hard to get past, and when one of us did, the other got straight back, so yeah, good race there.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, I just need to find Charlie now. He's disappeared. He's disappeared somewhere. I'm trying to find him, but I'll hand back to you for the moment, Chris.
Yeah, I think Charlie, is that Charlie up behind by the fence there, talking to the chap in the hat?
Well spotted. Charlie, grab a quick word. Congratulations, you've got to be happy with that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it wasn't the top seat that I wanted, but it's second best, so I'll have that.
Excellent. And you're looking forward to tomorrow then, starting, second. That's quite a good place to be.
Yeah, exactly. That was kind of the game. I know tomorrow's going to be really difficult for overtaking, so I was just like, I want to get myself planted in a nice position and then play tomorrow as the end game. But as long as Jeff doesn't play any dirty tactics again, it should be fine. But
let's hope not.
For that safety car restart, I'm sure he braked in front of me, so we have to double check that.
Have to look back at the footage.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, some interesting comments there. Then, yeah, Thearte got the extra point for fastest lap, so that's not going to affect the championship. But yeah, some interesting comments there. It sounds like he might go and talk to someone about that.
Yes, it does sound like that. I know there's a few unhappy drivers after that collision with Theo, William, and Mark. So yes, there'll be a few heated conversations, I'd imagine, after that.
Yeah, I mean, say the stewards have a lot of work to do after our races in general. They generally speaking, people will take that information up there. But yeah, I think Jeff Newman is obviously, from what you were speaking to them about, he's the happiest of them all, isn't he? He knows that he's taken that win. The other two had to beat him, and they didn't today.
Exactly, and it was those top three that are, literally fighting for the championship. Jeff's, they're making it, well, Jeff's just walking away with it at the moment, isn't he? He's very calm and collected especially when he gets out in front. He seems to be able to pull that gap and leave the others fighting behind him.
Yeah, he talks about everyone else being a metronome, but like you say, when he is out in front, he really does just absolutely nail it. I think so. He started this year with a 9th place after a 5-second limit penalty, but he's been so consistent. 5th is his worst result since, and that was last time out. And we said that was a disaster for him, but it's just amazing his set of results.
Oh, it is. He is. He's got it all worked out, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And Lower, you could see that, whilst he is happy in that second place, he knew that he needs that win. He's only got 4 this year. Now Jeff's got 6. So starting to build up those little gaps there, especially with those fastest lap points that they've all got sort of coming in there as well. I think it's going to come down to a real crescendo for the drivers as we head into, the second race tomorrow for one. Don't forget we've got that to come, but then Silverstone in October.
That's right, exactly. Which, you never know, that could be our wet race, because we haven't had any this year.
Yeah, we've had an amazing set of, weather, really. We've gone to Anglesey and to Knockhill, and whilst it's a bit chilly out there, it's still incredibly, with bone dry, and it looks like it's going to be dry tomorrow as well.
It does. I think pretty much more of the same. So it might be a bit cooler in the air temperature, but, generally it's going to be a nice sunny day.
Yeah, fantastic. And
all podiums.
Sounds like we're gearing up for the podiums, yeah?
Yes.
So I think it's the radio over the tunnel, isn't it? They're just congratulating them on their podiums. As we there can see then the Firth of Forth looking out over there down towards Edinburgh. But the Forth Bridge is here at Knockhill, and the hills in the background. So this is looking south, back down southwards from the circuit, and we're up in the hills. Just there is the podium there. So we've been trying to avoid all the spraying. They are spraying the champagne. There's Charlie Lower congratulating Freddie Chiddicks, but they weren't able to beat Jeff Newman today. You can see them figuring out what's gone on out in there, and no doubt having a discussion around that safety car restart as well. Their action is over for today, but they are going to be back with us tomorrow for the second of their 2 races. And remember, we're doing that all in the reverse direction as we go on through. So yeah, we have got a gap now of 20 minutes or so before the next action we're going to see from Caterham. And then it will be for the first of the Caterham Academy races, and it's the first of 2 races for the Academy Green Group. They have a 20-minute race today, and we've still got 4 whole races to come for the rest of this weekend. So we've got today we've got the 270Rs follow from the Academy, then we've got the second Academy, we've got 2 Academy grids, and then the 310R action will round us up. But thank you for joining us for the opening a couple of races. Like I say, 20 minutes before our second set of races, so do come back and join us for more action, and we're going to be starting that action with the Caterham Academy Green Group.
There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense. The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson. In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little 2-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series. And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham. The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms. All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms. The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power to weight ratio, 230 horsepower per tonne, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it. Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however, corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed. So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyze it and study your data to try and get a little bit better. Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself. Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham was brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas and so did they. And we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon. And we're planning a series 2, which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on the road. So you might have noticed for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that MFX Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like, I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because it's real bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham are looking after my car, so they're going to replace any items I break, so I've got nothing to lose. Those 50-50 situations, I'm going to have my elbows right out and try and muscle the little Caterham through any space I can possibly find. But having said that, I do love this car, and I'm probably, I would say, going to be the first media driver ever to want to buy their car at the end of the season. I've really become attached to it already. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on this Caterham experience and hope to go from the Academy to the next level up, which will follow in another video.
Of course, safety in motor racing is super important these days, and as such, you're required to have some fairly extensive gear, plus a few other bits thrown into the mix that may come in handy. This includes a big warm jacket and a bobble hat, fireproof underwear, often referred to as Nomex, a 770-piece Caterham Lego set, optional, a full-face crash helmet, this one's painted by Piers Dow, which should knock a second off my lap times, a snazzy set of fireproof overalls, some kind of FHR front head restraint, which is typically either a hands device or a hybrid FHR with body straps, and a nice pair of gloves.
So there you have it, your £30,000 gets you your very own road legal race car. It also gets you a racing licence, tech support from Caterham, and lots of other guidance from Caterham as well. It gets you, of course, the racing, but I think most importantly, you become a racing driver.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I've brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges, which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
I knew that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch him with a throw. Lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for service.
The moped's in. Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands, it's called. It's just... Helmet's on, ruins your hair.
Mate, he wants to get out. I don't know why. Oh, very good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was a hoot.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
The tyres were overheating.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber, and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres, they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good now. Not too mad. Now ease off, that's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah, now half throttle, good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle, yeah, good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it, you had it.
Champion-elect!
Good, Paul, you're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make him feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. Right, now more, off, good. Yes, he can drift.
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the Caterham driving experience could throw at us.
So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
We're just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'm going left to the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down. Your left, your right, your right.
You thought that was funny, didn't you? You thought that was funny?
3, 2, 1, go. Ooh. They detuned this, I'm so delighted to say, because you imagine if it had all the power. That's better.
Concentrating.
That's better.
I've got a bit tired.
Southampton, any new signings for the summer?
Stop talking to me.
Any new signings for the summer? Get the back end out. Oh, look, that's a nice tree over there, look. Oh, there's some nice people.
Oh, wrong, you went the wrong way again.
Oh, Tiff, oh, that's a shame. I want you to concentrate. Yeah, that's it. Do you always make that face when you concentrate?
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
Now, this is the hardest bit, it's lining up at the finish.
Right, left, 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 left.
Stop the clock!
Oh, that was good.
34.44. Go and show the camera, 30, so you can't cheat. 34.44.
That was very good. Okay, get out.
Get off. You imagine that people drive these to the Nürburgring and back.
Well, you want to know someone well, wouldn't you? It might work better if you steer, actually. Right, are we going to have a practice first, or are you going to just
No, I'd never practice at all.
So,
you get 3 runs.
That's right, that's left.
Yeah.
Did you stay in first gear?
Yeah, God, wasn't going to try. That was complicated enough. Raise up, ready, steady, go! Whoa! Wait. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, no. No way.
Which way am I going? Oh, that way.
You're doing rather well. I'm very disappointed. You're obviously good, but it's all good now. Try and look.
Oh. Stop the clock! Yes! First go, 10 seconds. Get in there. Boom, shakalaka. Yeah. What's so difficult about that, Tiff?
Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge.
I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. And what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i. It's longer and wider, so a bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
No. I've learned now your tricks. You learnt a lot from me. You're going first on this one.
No problem at all.
Because there'll be some catch.
I'm going to have to take my shades off for this, even though it's very sunny.
Very unlike you.
Because
what?
You've got to wear these upside down goggles. Oh, that is horrendous. I feel sick already.
Oh, look, this is the long wheelbase, wide one.
Wider as well. Beautiful, isn't it?
No, we can go to the Nürburgring in this without being on top of each other.
You might be on your own there, son.
What can you see?
I can see. Oh, this is horrendous. Where's the wheel? Oh, you're not going to like this.
Are you ready?
Am I in gear?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, I've lost
round the barrel.
This
no,
way round
other side.
When can I turn? When can I turn?
Well, I can't. That's your job. I'm not being a
navigator.
Tell me. No, that's cheating.
I can't see a single
thing.
thing.
That's your problem. can't you turn your head left and look where you're going?
No, it doesn't work that way, but it's going to be quick. Oh yes. Oh yes,
close.
baby. Oh yeah, you get ready to stop that clock, Tiff. Get ready. Stop the clock. Stop it.
No, you've got to stop the car.
Yes.
31.03.
Yes. You are not going to beat that.
How do you know where you're supposed to go? I can't do this. Oh, I've hit something now. What's happening now? Something's hooting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Ready, go. Oh, flying start. Very good start. Okay, keep it tidy. That's good. That's very good. Keep it going. That's it. Well done. Very, very good. Getting a bit confident. Ooh, getting very confident indeed.
I've lost it. I've lost it. Where are they? There they are. I've lost them for a while. Am I on the right track?
You were doing so. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not allowed to know it. Oh, where are you going?
Where's the next lot? I've lost them. I've lost them. I don't know where I am. And stop the clock.
Oh, well, that was a fun day, wasn't it? That's harder than it looks. Much harder than it looks. You've got to have a super intelligent brain. It's got to be wired up so incredibly accurately to be able to take these tasks on. No mere mortal can do these tasks, Tiff. Don't be upset with yourself.
Your brain's not wired right.
You need to be superhuman, Tiff.
I'm going back to proper driving.
I'm just going to relax in the sun, bask in my glory. We're at Caterham Cars in Gatwick at their head office, and I'm surrounded by the most incredible collection of Caterhams I've ever seen in my life. The most incredible colours and combinations I think that exist on the planet. And talking of colours, this one, the top of the range 620S, bright purple with all this carbon, exposed carbon here. But the reason we're here is because we're talking about the Caterham Academy, and this is a typical Caterham Academy car. The Caterham Academy is in its 26th year, and every year Caterham run a ballot like a lotto where the employees can put their name down to enter. This year was won by Mark, so he's going to be competing in this car, but you know what? I'm not worried about that or him. This is what we're here for, to reveal the Lovecars Caterham Academy car. And to join me, I've got Simon Lambert of Caterham Cars to do the big reveal.
Morning, Paul. You excited?
I'm very excited, actually.
Me too,
We're going to go straight for it, are we?
Oh, why not? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, here we go, here we go. Well, I've seen it in the renders, but not in real life. Oh, it looks fantastic.
That looks fantastic.
Wow, look at that. Our own race car, the Lovecars race car.
I think the guy's done a great job. What do you think?
Absolutely blown away. It looks awesome.
Good.
I can't believe I'm going to be racing in this year.
Well, I'm pleased to see that we haven't done the graphics on the nose. That shows a degree of confidence that we might be replacing it. I guess they've seen you drive.
I was going to say, because this is a replaceable item, as are the...
Yeah, what we do is Caterham racing is very, very close. You're in an open car, so you can hear everyone around you all the time, which means you race far closer than you would in a saloon. So we kind of accept that the wings and nose are, let's not go so far as a consumable item, but they're readily replaced, and we only carry black.
Okay, so you haven't got much faith in me. You think that's going to be replaced?
That wasn't my choice. They have put a little bit of lipstick around the front for you.
Oh, I've got my V-Box here already, all built in. Very good.
Yep, so you can show off on your channel as to your amazing laps, qualifying, pole.
No pressure.
Right.
And the Academy car in general, the main differences over what one of these typical cars?
Very little, if I'm honest. It is effectively a 7270, but just in race trim. You know, there's nothing extra on it other than the safety items, and it runs standard road suspension, narrow track. In fact, it's a backward step in some ways because we put on these fantastic Avon tyres.
Didn't notice those.
Yeah, I say that because Avon are sponsor, but even they will admit that they're there to teach you rather than to grip the track.
Yeah, I don't think the grip's going to be quite as good as that 620S over there.
No, but there's method behind that. You know, if the car is sliding around more and you're getting used to driving it, you'll get more control of the car, rather than just hanging on for dear life and waiting for an accident, which is what would happen if we put on a really grippy tyre.
I absolutely love it. I can't believe this is the Lovecars race car, the Academy car for 2021. I'm so chuffed. And one thing that I've noticed is there's about 20 odd cars on the grid, which is pretty much these cars here from that yellow one forward. That's a lot of cars. That's going to be a tight grid.
Just like one of your track days when you're trying to go into a corner on your own, this lot are hopefully just behind you.
You're making me nervous now.
No, I'm not making you nervous.
I think it's time for some
Relax,
questions. We got some questions, so we're going to... Kirsty, thank you very much. You should be on camera, really. So Nick says, when do we get to see your car design? Well, Nick, there you go.
Wish granted.
That was a nice, easy one. Yeah. I think we can dispose of that. I hope a lot of these are for you as well, but do you think you'll be getting your wallet out for that meal? Oh, okay, so this is from Joe, Lucky Supercars on Instagram, who's doing it as well. So we've got a little side bet on who's going to finish first. Now, where do you think I'm going to end up?
Well, the nose cone tells me that you're going to have one or two people in front of you. But you know, Paul, you've been doing driving for a while. You know how to drive, but now you need to learn racecraft.
Do you know, it's very different.
Let's hope for top 10. If I think that's a realistic expectation for you, and if you aim for that, I think you're going to have a fantastic time.
Okay. Well, we all do it because we want to win. We're not here. We're not here
competition.
It is a competition, but top 10, I really.
Welcome back to Knockhill for the next set of races here at the Caterham Motorsport 6th round of the season. And you can see the beautiful view down across into the Firth of Forth from the Knockhill circuit up here in the hills north of Dunfermline. We have already had 2 races today. We've had the 7 Championship UK and Roadsport. It is now time for the Academy Green Group. We have 2 Academy grids with us, as we do every single year, but the Academy Green are going to kick off their racing, and it's quite unique for them in that they're going to have racing today in the forward direction and tomorrow in the reverse direction. They'd normally only have 1 race, so we've got them ready to do 2 sets of 20-minute races, but I know that Sam is down there in assembly, so let's go over and have a chat with Pat Key.
Yes, I'm down here with Rog and his lovely pink machine. How are you, well, first time racing at Knockhill, how are you enjoying the circuit?
Oh, it's been really good. The circuit's quite tough, to be fair, and getting used to clockwise and anti-clockwise has been quite a handful. Lots of gravel during testing. I think I'm not the only one. But no, otherwise really liking it. You know, enjoyed it so far, and fingers crossed for the race.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best. I'll see if I can have a quick word with Ravi now, who starts 2nd place. Ravi, have you got any plans for this race today?
Just don't bin it. I think that's the plan. Stay off the gravel. Just keep it on the track and hopefully just be consistent. I think that will be the key thing here. Such a tight track. So yeah, fingers crossed. And a good start would be nice.
Yes, that's quite important. Are you going to try and keep up with Rog as well?
I'm going to give him a run for his money.
Excellent. Thank you, Ravi. Well, we'll move on actually and have a quick word with Harvey Lawrence. Hello, Harvey. How are you enjoying Knockhill?
Yeah, I love it here. It's like a go-karting track, all up and down all the way. It's great. Yeah, really good.
So this is your best is it the best qualifying 3rd place?
I did 3rd place at Silverstone. So yeah, looking to go forward. Should be good.
Hoping you can get past these 2 guys in front who are quite dominating somewhat, aren't they, this season?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. Try to work my way up through them. But, yeah.
And do you find it's easy, working together, that you got sort of used to working with certain people in the group?
Yeah, we've got good connections with a few people, so working together, working out how we can get past, get up to the top. Yeah, it should be good.
Excellent. Wish you all the best. Thank you, Harvey. I'll. Yes. So yes, it's going to be for the 420 drivers saying it's quite a physical circuit. Obviously, for these guys that are quite inexperienced, it's quite a lot to handle, isn't it here?
Yeah, I mean, I've never done forwards and backwards all in the same race weekend, and like we've said already how tight and twisty, and as Harvey was saying there, it's like a go-kart track. But yeah, to trying to switch your brain into forwards and reverse in a race weekend, for even the top flight we've got here, is going to be tricky. But for these guys, they sound like they've got it nailed. But you heard that there was a bit of gravel involved in testing.
Just seeing where the limits are, obviously.
Yeah, if you're not on the limit, if you don't know where it is, you may not be using all the speed. And I think we spoke, over lunchtime about how I was watching some of the testing yesterday, and some of the drivers really are starting to look like racing drivers now. They start the season and they're all learning their craft, but definitely some of them have now really nailed that down.
It's lovely to see, isn't it? See them progress throughout the year, and it's and see them move on, and it's there's some clear. Some drivers that are clearly, have got more experience, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, they all start with the same kind of experience, but some of them pick it up quicker. Some of them do more track days and have more track time, or just more general, just more affinity to it. But then we see them all pick it up in road sport. Obviously, we like to see that progression for the drivers as they go into that road sport series that we've just watched, actually.
That's right, exactly, yes. Let's hope for, it's quite a large grid for the academies, so hopefully it'll be a nice clean race for them, but I'm sure they'll all be giving it their all, as they always do.
Even the road sports had trouble in that turn one, didn't they? They were using a bit of that gravel, so it's not just all about experience, it's about how how they deal with it. And it'd be great to see a nice clean race from all these academy drivers, showing how they are moving forward.
That's right. So I mean, I've been coming to Knockhill since 2004, so many years, but I've never ever seen it raced in reverse. So I'm very excited about tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a strange thing to see initially, especially after we'll have got used to, by the end of the day, seeing them all go around in that clockwise direction. Yeah, it's quite a strange thing then to see the cars going in the opposite direction, and turn one is then a tight hairpin, which makes for a different challenge entirely.
Well, that's right. I mean, in running in clockwise, that last corner, which will be their first tomorrow, always creates drama. So, it's sort of, I'm excited to see how they get round it tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to have 26 odd cars funneling in there. As a driver though, I found it a bit more controlled going in the reverse. It's almost because you're on a big braking zone, it's almost easier to manage than figuring out how fast you're going around Duffer's Dip, which is why we see so many drivers going into the gravel of turn one in this clockwise direction. So I have a sneaky suspicion actually we might see a tidier start, but that's just my guess at this stage.
Yes, you could be right actually, because they know what that corner's like in clockwise way, that they will probably be a little bit more cautious.
Well, just any time you're on the brakes for so long, you are cautious that, I need to be on the brakes because everyone's going to be slowing up so much. Whereas around Duffers, you don't really know how much people are going to slow. There we are having a view down into what will be turn one tomorrow. But we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. We've got this whole 20 minutes for today. You can see the marshals just sweeping away some of the gravel from the previous action on track. So just a bit of tidy up to get there. There are our marshals, and as ever, thank you ever so much to them all for filling in the hole. We saw some Caterhams dripping over onto that bit of gravel, so it's other race meetings doing it as well. But yeah, we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves because we've got 20 minutes, and Roger, who we spoke to there, has had a great season with multiple wins, hasn't he? So he'll be looking to continue that action.
That's right, exactly. I'm actually, if I've got time, I'm going to have a quick word with Gary Crossman, because we haven't actually managed to interview him yet this season. And I was having a chat with him earlier in hospitality. How are you doing? Are you looking forward to this race?
Looking forward to it, yeah. Hoping as much as there is a plan. Never really have a plan. Trying to see if there's any chaos on turn one, just try and get out of the way. Because I think that might be a bit of a scary bit. But other than that, just try and get clean race and get through it.
Yes. Don't let the red mist come down.
I'll try. Well, it's difficult, isn't it? When the lights go out, it's a bit difficult, but that's the plan. We'll see how we get on.
Excellent. Good luck. Wish you all the best. Yes, so he's been looking forward to this race this afternoon. He's enjoyed testing and qualifying so far. So
yeah, and kind of in that midfield battle, we always say that, whilst we do, in the racing, we tend to concentrate towards the front of the grid, the battles happen all the way through this, and everyone has their own little rivalry, and you often see it in the hospitality tent, don't you? The drivers all sort of chatting and having a laugh together, and often it's because they've been battling all season long together themselves.
That's right, and the vibe that you get from them, they're having a thoroughly great time. They don't always have to be at the front to enjoy the race, because like you say, there's always, your own little battle going on.
yeah, not everyone can win the race, but everyone can have a fantastic battle, and it's oftentimes that does happen, and sometimes out the sight of our cameras, and we try and cover as much as we can, but you can't see everything that happens in such a big field and around such a tight and twisty track. But yeah, plenty of stories all the way across this grid and all the way through the season to concentrate in on as we've gone through.
Yes, and just looking at the at Harvey Lawrence's car, it's a very nice looking car, and he's got his matching suit and helmet. That's very smart.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's incredibly white, so you can't drop on your food down there at lunchtime. Down at lunchtime, down your suit.
That's right. I think they are going to go out onto the grid any moment now.
Yeah, certainly heard the whistle there, so it sounds like they will be released at any moment soon. You never know as a driver quite how long you're going to be held, but we hear another whistle, so it does look like they are going to be released. I can see you getting out of the way of the stand
probably
feed.
best.
But yeah, you never know quite how long you're going to be here. Sometimes they do have quite a bit of clean-up, especially if oil goes down. I think we were just seeing sweeping up, so I don't think there is any oil, so not something they have to be too careful of. But this is their green flag lap, so they will have to check conditions.
Yes, and there's quite a lot of dust, well, obviously coolant on the circuit from previous races, which obviously they would have covered up now, but was that on the racing line, could you see, Chris?
I haven't seen that yet, so that'll be interesting, and the drivers will have to pick up on it, and if there is speedy dry down, then yeah, that's something else for them to note on this green flag lap, which is their opportunity to check what the conditions are like. You can see Roger there taking them down out of the assembly area, getting on their green flag lap, and you can see that green flag being waved for them as they head on down. And yeah, so out onto the circuit then in this clockwise direction for the first of their 2 races this weekend. Not normal that they have 2 races per race weekend, but today they get to experience that once today going in this clockwise direction, and tomorrow we shall be going in the opposite direction using the other end of the pit lane as the pit exit. And yeah, let's as they go round their green flag lap, again as ever, it's not a particularly long lap, so it'll be good to show you their the grid as they come around. You can see the skies are grey, but we are promised that there's not going to be any rain. If there is going to be anything, it will be a very, very light shower. But this Academy season has not seen much of the weather so far. So let's get confirmation then of the starting pit. Roger Patke in a pole position there ahead of Ravi Patel, the 2 championship contenders. Harvey Lawrence, who is 3rd in the championship, 3rd alongside Simon Sabin in 4th place. Darren Butler, James Emson, Toby Ballard and Daniel Hope round out the top 8. Ian Hibbert, Craig Boyle, Andy Denny and Rob Gregor round out the top 12. And then we get Gary Cross, Guy Crossman, Neil Warnock and Andrew Bailey start 16th. And then we have Mike Wakeman, William Jarvis, Stephen Trinder and Simon Smith in that 20th position. That rounds out our 20-car Caterham Academy green group. This is. There are 2 full Academy grids, and they are on completely they are completely separate and independent parallel seasons. We have 2 Academy champions per year. The white group, who will be up in a couple of races time, so a bit later on this afternoon for their first action, but that means we get plenty of Academy racing action. If you're sat at home wondering how to get into motorsport, well, the Caterham Academy is a fantastic introduction to do just that. Everyone starts as complete beginners. You cannot have held a race license, so this is their first ever race season in either karts or cars, and they all start with an identical car, and so everything is as even as possible, and we regulate the season so that you can't make any changes to the car that's going to give you any performance advantage. You can set up your car as you see fit, but that is all you can do, and even that's within strict parameters. But as they see, all the grid is pretty much there. Not too many more lines of the grid to get in place, but the marshals pointing them to where they're going to start. They don't have to worry about remembering where to start because they're going to go straight into their race from this position. You can see the final few rows being put there. 20-minute race. We've seen how much action we can fit into 20 minutes in the opening races that we've already seen. Academy are going to, green group are going to see what they can do. Can they make it round that first turn all on the gravel? That's not necessarily guaranteed, and we've already seen road sports and last year's racing. If that's anything to go by, we may see a few gravelly moments. Just Stephen Trinder there. Getting pushed onto the put it onto the back row, and then we've got the final of the green car there on the left side. Simon Smith and his green car. we have got all the cars in position then. We are going to get shown that green flag at the back. The marshal to confirm that all the cars and the track is clear and ready. We will then get the 5-second board presented to the drivers. You'll see that in the top right. We've got the lights coming on, and we'll get this first Academy race underway then for this weekend. The lights go out and off we go. There is Ravi Patel. He's got a better start than Roger there. He actually slipped back into that second place, but he still managed to protect and to be in front of third place. Where has Harvey Lawrence gone? Harvey Lawrence has dropped way back there, so we are going to see a little bit of gravel. Harvey Lawrence has spun halfway through the... Everyone's going to avoid him, but we have got plenty of cars out on the gravel and on the grass, so they all kind of make their way back on. I didn't see anything which looked like they won't be able to rejoin, so as long as they can get those engines sparked back up again, we should be clear and free. But something happened to Harvey Lawrence, and then halfway around that corner, whether he got nudged or whether he just took too much speed. We've got a red flag actually being presented. I can see on my timing screen, so they are going to restart this race just to get that going again. So they weren't, I know from previous rounds they are going to make sure that if they are unsure of anything at all, they will throw the red flag so they can restart the race under control position. So the drivers will all start, they'll be stopped by the marshals before the grid markings, and then they'll be all put back. And because we didn't get a complete lap of action, they'll be put back to where they started that race. So for someone like Harvey Lawrence, that's going to be quite happy for him to see that. But you can see the marshals will stop them just shy of the grid, so they've got plenty of place and they can line them up in that grid order. So yes, we will get to do that start all over again. It did involve a lot of grass and gravel and cars sideways across the circuit. Not clear whether that was going to be able to be cleared. So the red flag was the safest option in that case, and that's what's been chosen. So after that great start from Patel, he's going to be a bit annoyed that he made such a good start. So there'll always be winners and losers in those situations, but Harvey Lawrence certainly sounds like and feels like he's going to be a big winner from that as they reset the timing screens this end. But we will have a complete, there you go, so Roger will be sent back onto that pole position then. He heads up there, be directed back to his position. So that I think we will go straight. I'm not sure whether we will have a green flag lap at this point. It's unclear. I'm imagining this will go straight into a race start. Again, we will have to judge that by what signals get given to the drivers. If we see a 5-second board, then that will go straight into a race start. If we see a 30-second board and then a 15-second, I think it is, and then the green flag, that's a green flag lap, so that'll be another formation lap. But at the moment, I'm imagining this is going to go straight into a race start once more. Just lining them up. There's Patel being put up there. We have also had the clock reset to a full 20 minutes. So again, because we didn't get the full lap action, looks like we will get the full 20 minutes. Certainly they sometimes will start chewing time off of that if the race meeting is under pressure, but today, so far, they've going to allow that to run the full 20 minutes. So we will have a full 20 minutes of action from this Caterham Academy Green Group, and will they make it round that corner this time through? It's going to take a little while to get them all back into their position. Actually a little bit more complicated than it was on the initial green flag lap, because obviously they come round in grid order. This time the marshals have to double check that everyone is, everything is where it needs to be and in the order they need to go in. Just checking all the numbers as they go through. You can see all the novice crosses on the rear of these Academy cars. That is because you need to have completed 6 events and get signatures for 6 events before you are able to remove that novice cross. So by the end of the season, quite a lot of the cars and drivers will, happily take that novice cross off, and after they've got their 6 signatures, and that is completed 6 complete races to the satisfaction of the clerk of the course. They can also gain a signature for marshalling, and a lot of the drivers do take up the marshalling option. It's a great experience for them, but not only that, they also gain points for doing that in the academy season. So so that is worthwhile for them to do, and it's great for them to experience what it's like to be a marshal on the banks of a racetrack, and how tricky the marshal's job is, and all the kind of stuff they have to keep an eye on, concentrate on to manage and maintain a race weekend. It's as a driver, you're often quite surprised that marshals haven't spotted something, or someone hasn't done something about an overtake under a yellow flag, or someone overtaking, say, under a safety car. But it's not until you get on those banks and experience what it's like to be a marshal that you realise quite how complicated and fluid and dynamic these races are. Looking like they're taking a sign down through the field that is showing green flag lap. So it may well be, like I say, we'll double check that by the signals that get given. So they are being given a green flag lap. So this is actually a formation lap, not the race start. So that's certainly what I am inferring from the signs being shown to all the drivers as they try and find their starting positions. Emson there, a little bit confused about where he's being put. He certainly started. He started race 1 in 6th place, and I think that's why he's being marshalled through the grid. Is there enough space for him to get through? Yeah, so we are definitely seeing that green flag lap board. So that's, like I say, I'm inferring from that they will be given. This is a formation lap, effectively, green flag lap. They are not starting the race, so hopefully they've all got that message clearly. Okay, just shuffling these cars here to get them in the right position. As I said beforehand, this is the first ever race season that all these drivers have done, because they cannot have done a racing or karting before in their past to held any licenses for those. And so, yeah, everyone starts from that absolute scratch, and there's lots of new learning experiences. So this might be the first lap red flag that these drivers have been through. So again, it's important as a driver to know what all these processes and procedures are, but it's nice to know it, but also to live it and actually have experienced it. That's why some of the drivers further up the championship, the championship ladder, if you like, so the 270s, 310s and 7 championship UKs will often have done lots of these things, but for the academy drivers, this is the first time they'll have seen this. And just how long it takes sometimes to line everyone up onto the grid. But I think we're getting close. The green flag is indicated to the start box. So, yep, the green flag has been shown. They're just trying to get the drivers, the marshals clear of the circuit before they're going to set them off and on their way. So there is that minute board then. So that's a definite difference from a normal race start where you'd get shown the 5-second board. So you get shown the minute board, then the 30-second board. Not always that far apart, not always 30 seconds apart, but they will. The next board they'll see the 30 seconds before then getting the green flag to release them onto this green flag lap, and that's an opportunity for them again, yes, to see all the marshals posts, check the condition of the circuit. That will be the 30-second board. They get the horn as well to indicate to them there's something being shown. And like I say, the green flag will release them around to reform up on their grid. So they will now have to remember where their grid spots are. So hopefully they've got some reference points. There is that green flag releasing them off onto this green flag. That very enthusiastically waved there. Excellent action as the cars all fly up through. So there is Roger then, Patke taking them into turn 1 in a very controlled way. This is, hopefully we'll see more of this on the opening lap of the second attempt to get the Caterham green group underway. 20 minutes of action in store for us. Mind that it's Roger Patke starting on pole. Patel lines up alongside him. Harvey Lawrence alongside, or just behind, alongside Simon Sabin. Those top 3 are the top 3 in the championship coming in here. But it is Roger Patke who sort of sits, when we take drop scores into account, in a really sort of strong position. So he, potentially with 2 really good results this weekend, and he could sew that championship up. So that's something else for us to think about tomorrow when they will get to do this all again, but in the reverse direction. Is whether he can solidify this championship as they head on round. Stephen Trinder just lining up there with Simon Smith at the rear of that field. Trinder running with the higher roll cage. That's how he can fit comfortably into that car. Most of the cars running that slightly lower roll cage, though. This is the more standard look and feel. All these cars, other than that roll cage, are absolutely identical. They were all brand new at the beginning of the season. Some of them have seen more wear and tear as they've gone on through the season than others, but they're all still looking fantastic. And this season, more than many that I remember, it's got some really, really good colour schemes up and down all of the grids, but the Academy really, showing their personality with the colour schemes and the wraps that they put on. So a lot of these cars, instead of being painted now, will have the sort of vinyl wraps, which they can draw whatever they like on them, and many of them do, but you can see them all carrying that Academy sticker on the rear to signify they are in that Academy. They also fully road legal cars, which is why you'll see them all with number plates. Not all of them are road legal number plates. They don't have to, but they do have to run with a number plate on the front and the rear. All the lights need to be there, so these quite often these drivers will drive them, in between races. They are fully road legal cars, and they're entitled to do so. They just cover up their numbers, and they can actually drive them around to the supermarket if you like. And then, yeah, absolutely, I was driving my car on the road between races every chance to drive the car. To feel comfortable in it more than anything, it's a great opportunity to do so. But the green flag is flying at the back of the field. The marshals are clearing the grid, so its 5 seconds board is shown to the drivers. We are going to get this Caterham Green Group action underway then for the first of their 2 20-minute races this weekend. The lights go out and away we go. So Roger Patke better start that time alongside Patel. Harvey Lawrence again a little bit further back than he'd want to. A little bit of tyre smoke also further back. In fact, Harvey Lawrence starting from the pit lane, so they didn't allow him to take his place back up that front after spinning and causing that incident, so that's why he's had to start from the pit lane. Maybe also worried about a little bit of damage, but as they flow on then down through, a little bit of wiggle there halfway through. Someone a little bit struggling, going to make it all the way to the gravel. Let's hope he doesn't make it into the barriers. Careful with this rejoin, it could get a bit slippy on the edge of the track. Everyone managing that situation extremely well, so congratulations and well done to all the drivers for managing that complicated situation. They've all made it round turn 1 this time. Harvey Lawrence has got a lot of work to do here to fight back through the field and up. He's making short work of that initial one as we see them all up through Clark's round railway turn and up into Taylor's, into the hairpin for the first time. It's side by side for the lead with Key on the inside in his pink machine. And then we've got Patel, the 2 championship leaders, side by side as they go through the hairpin. And out comes Patel in second gear. We then second position. He would have been in second gear at the same time as well. Then we'll have to wait till they go over the line. Let's identify who all these other drivers are. That is Butler in 3rd position, Emson, Sabin, Hope, Ballard, Boyle, Hibbert and Gregor as they come up and over the start-finish line for that first time. Let's keep an eye on how far up Harvey Lawrence can make it through the field as we're just waiting for him to see whether he comes across that line. And yeah, he's down currently in 17th place, so he's going to see whether he can make it further up. Butler, we saw early in the season, right up there in that battle. He's drifted away a little bit from that the front battle, but he's in 3rd place currently, doing a great result. And Emson there is side by side with Sabin, I think that is in number 70. It is indeed Simon Sabin, but Simon Sabin lost out on the exit there, and it's Hope up the inside of him. He is running on towards the outside. He's going to squeeze Sabin onto the grass, so Sabin is still alongside. We've got a spin there for Smith, who was already at the rear of the field, so he's going to be detached now from this field. Sabin had to capitulate, and Emson does take that 4th place. Emson is firmly ensconced in the championship battle, currently in a 6th place, I believe, coming into this race weekend, but after drop scores again, he will have that. It's Hope and Sabin, I think, side by side as they come up and across the line then, but it is still Roger Patke in front ahead of Patel, Ravi Patel in there, and great in his white machine with the black roll cage there. He's a chemist, I think, by trade, which is why he's got the drug. Or certainly, I should check out what his details are before I go into that too much. But we've got Butler closing up to that lead pack, who Roger hadn't to defend up into Clark's that time, and yeah, that side by side then. So Ravi Patel said he was going to give him a little bit of what for, and he absolutely does. So as they head down here into Taylor's then, so got Patke on the inside as they head up into the hairpin, but it is Patel who is going to keep holding on to that. So Patke sitting in that 2nd place, and now Butler's going to get involved in that lead battle, so all that battling and all that compromised line has let Butler do that wide sweep. We saw Charlie Lower do that earlier, and it meant that over the top of the hill he has got some extra speed, but it is Patel who takes that over the line, and it does look like he's going to be able to protect all those. Roger had Patke had a really good run around the outside, and he's running that Louise on his number plate. Remember, these don't have to be road legal number plates, but they do have to, so they go side by side. There's not a lot of room around McIntyre's to do that. They do have to run number plates. Still side by side as they go up through the chicane. They really had to get on the brakes, and Patke had to clobber the big sausage curb at that point. So unfortunately, that's going to cost him speed. Butler's got nowhere to use that, though, and now Patel has broken away a little bit off the front of this gaggle of cars, and now Butler's having to defend from Simon Sabin and Ebson, who is still having that battle, and Hope's not very far behind him. And then we've got Ballard and Boyle also fully involved in that battle. And it looks like Boyle's ahead of Ballard this time through. That's a good spin from Ebson there. I didn't see whether he just locked the rear or whether he had a bit of contact, but the Academy cars, one of the things that does tend to happen, they can lock their rears. And it looked like just as he went for a bit more brake, it spun his car around there. So that was James Empson recovering back into the field. But he's going to have dropped away, and that's not going to be good for his championship chances. Like I say, he was 6th coming in here, so it's not the result he would have been looking for. He's still got 15 minutes left to go. See whether he can come back through the field, though. And we've already seen quite a few mistakes here and there from our drivers, so there's every chance that might happen. Goes down Simon Sabin in the yellow car. See that number 70 as Butler goes onto the gravel. We saw that from Aaron and Dalehead earlier, didn't we? Both going across that in the 7 Championship UK, so proving that in the Academy car also that can happen as some of the drivers using some of that greenery on the exit of the curves there. Strictly speaking, that is out of bounds. We've got another car there rotated. That's the number 40 of Gregor. So he's not. I think he might be local to the track. So maybe not the kind of result he wanted from this event. We head on then up through the field. This is the Hibbert on his fight against Ballard, and it's Butler and Boyle ahead of him. They head over the line with 14 minutes to go. Looks like Boyle is going to try and go around the outside of Butler that time, but doesn't manage to make that happen. But now, meanwhile, out front, these front two have broken away from Simon Sabin in that 3rd place, but he's quite clear now of Butler and Boyle. And then we've got Hibbert coming ahead of Ballard. More gravel there, we just caught, and another bit of gravel. So certainly today, as they're pushing up through that chicane, some of them are having trouble to actually keep it within bounds. And again, we're seeing Butler there drifting gently onto that greenery. Like I say, the track limits, we've already seen them come into effect today. Side by side once more for the lead as Patel goes down the inside of Patke. He does take over. You can hear the crowd enthusiastically after his move there, but it's side by side as we head up this hill. Does look like Patke has the extra speed as they head over the line. He's going to take that position over the line. He takes the fastest lap that time with a 1:0.025. The lap record is a 1:0.000, so they are incredibly close to breaking that lap record. And in qualifying, they did manage to go under that time, but it's only races where we actually count those lap records. So they are only 0.025 behind the lap record around this circuit set by Freddie Chiddicks last year when we were here racing away. It's a hotter day back then, and race cars love this cold temperature. Everything just remains a little bit more in the zone. The tyres like it a little bit less, they go off less so, and the engines love the cool air coming through the radiator. So Patel has broken a little bit of a gap there ahead of Patke, but there's still well clear then of Simon Sabin, who's coming a lonely race. Patke just doing a little bit of a jink there, and Patel actually reacted to that, so that's an interesting one. As the more experienced drivers, you might see a little bit later on, they won't react to those kind of moves because they know that they've got that corner made and covered. So yes, interesting that Patel did feel the need to be looking in his mirrors as they came into that bend that time. And that's something as a driver I would store away to know that I can start putting those drivers off by driving in their mirror. As we see Patel going, Sabin going through, and it's Butler versus Boyle now. So the Butler leads the Boyle at the moment. And then we've got Hibbert and Ballard following along. There is Hibbert in his blue, black and yellow machine. Another driver who is 2nd place officially in the championship coming in here. So he'll want to have some good results. The reason that it's Patel versus Patke as far as the real championship battle, that's same and getting all the way to the gravel, is because of drop scores. So every championship, every Caterham championship will carry the option to, well, you have drop scores that can get removed. So your 2 worst performing rounds of the season, we go side by side, Butler and Boyle once more, but your worst 2 results of the season get dropped from your championship total. And obviously that can change the dynamic of how the championship is. And for Roger Patke, who at the moment is carrying a 0-point score, where he got taken out in the Snetterton round, the first race they did this season after their opening sprint event. And yeah, so he's carrying a 0 points, which is why he figures only down in 6th place in the championship. But when you take into account those drop scores, he is right up there and actually one of the main championship contenders. But as they continue on this race then, 11 minutes of action to go. More gravel from Simon Sabin up front. That's twice we've seen him absolutely pushing the limits. He's trying to keep up with the cars in front, but actually by pushing a little bit too much, he is actually dropping himself back into the clutches of Butler and Boyle. Trinder there, a little bit sideways as he went down, so that's the number 15, Stephen Trinder, followed by the number 31 of Bailey. And Bailey in the red and blue machine there. They're all sorting themselves through as they go around. A little bit of maybe exhaust wadding coming out there. So he's had someone take off the collector, or the part of the exhaust, the end part of it, and that's now allowing that wadding, the silencing stuff that's inside of the exhaust. It might escape, and you'll see it looks like sort of snow drifting across the track. Certainly tends to get pushed out. He might get a mechanical flag, so the black flag with an orange circle on it might be shown, but at this stage normally that would just be a continue on and see what happens kind of thing. Trinder, and a little bit of an incident there on the inside, just locked up again, pressing or asking a little bit more of those brakes when they're already at maximum, spins the rear of that car around, and that was Rob Gregor. We've already seen him spinning a couple of times already, and there's another incident there into that gravel trap. Patel, though, has pulled a little gap, and it's a 0.3 second gap, but it is Paki who now holds the lap record of 59.833. There is that wing hanging off of that car there. That's the number 20, that's Gary Cross in the number 22, so he's lost a wing somewhere on there. He's now departed his car. Over halfway though, and again using that toe in second place there, that means that Patke is actually being able to get that lap record, which also means he's gaining an extra point. So whilst he is currently 2 points behind in the finishing order, there is that wing who is just has been deposited on the exit, and in fact it's been collected there by Patel. So hopefully that hasn't affected his radiator. It's certainly affected his line a little bit as he trying to collect it all together, but his front of his car looks in one piece, so, and it didn't sort of stick under his wheel or anything, so let's keep going as we progress on through this race. Hopefully that is now off the racing line and won't interfere with anyone else's race. But that brought Patke right back on the tail of Patel, and he's going to look down the inside this time with the extra toe that's been given from that going around Railway Bend side by side. He is now at the inside, avoiding a little bit of that exhaust wadding. They are side by side as they go around the bend. They managed to sort it all out, and it is going to be Patel just about hanging around the outside, but it's Patke who's carrying that extra speed. The inside of that exit of the hairpin seems to give the drivers a little bit extra, but Smith is ahead of Patel on the screen, which means that he's going to be getting a little bit of a toe, and it might mean that Patel can actually get out in front by the time they get to turn one. They're going side by side as they go through Duffer's Dip over the end of the world, as it feels like, as a driver, tucking it into this left-hander, ready to slow off, get rid of about 20 miles an hour or 30 miles an hour down to the apex speed of McIntyre's. That wing does look like it's being moved off the edge of the track, round Butlers and then up through this chicane. Always a rock and roll ride through there. We're absolutely Patke hanging the rear of that car right out there. They're not much more grip, these Avon Academy tyres. That's the big difference between the Academy car and the Roadsport, is the tyres they run on. They run on dedicated Avon Academy tyres. They are lower grip than the main tyre that we use for the rest of the championship. And now we've got the interesting, we've got the lights flashing of Patel to let Smith know that he is coming through. Does he also know that Roger's there? There's a bit of contact, is there? Or certainly the stones up the inside there from the spin that we saw from a little bit from Gregor earlier, brought some stones, and you see that rattling away. They can cause problems for radiators as well, so something else to keep an eye out for, but it's absolutely nose to tail as they go down and into turn one. We've got side-by-side action where Patke is up the inside, and they both run onto wide, onto that greenery. In fact, Patke had to take to the rejoin road. Patel is up his inside as they go into McIntyre, so they're going to go out of that corner the same order they went into it, but nevertheless this battle and action continue on. Nose to tail, 7 minutes to go. What a tasty fishing. And hear from, apparently got some news from Sam down in the pit lane.
Yes, we had Dan Hope come into the pits. He locked his front wheel, locked it up, unfortunately went into somebody, which caused him to have a puncture, and his radiator went. So he's back in the pits. He's very disappointed, as you would be. Thank you.
So, yeah, he will have another race and another opportunity tomorrow, though, and that's Rob Gregor acting as a little toe device there from Patel, but he's not got a lot of room from Roger, who's on his outside. But yeah, he'll have another action, bit of hope tomorrow that his race will be better. But unfortunately, a popped radiator is an immediate end to your racing. But Patel does hold on to that lead this time through. Patki still absolutely following him. Didn't make use necessarily of that back marker. Maybe he could have blocked Patel in. There's another thing that we might see from drivers higher up the sort of running order, and seeing whether they would have dealt with that situation differently. But at the moment, with 6 minutes to go, Patki is still happy to sit here. He's certainly in a good position with that fastest lap if he does manage to overtake. And remember, he only has to overtake once and across the line first. He doesn't really have to do anything else other than that. But it certainly looks like he's quite thirsty to get past. He's going down the inside then. A little bit of a kink in there. They're both squeezing each other to the inside here, but Patki does hold that inside line. Patel's going to try and hold on around the outside. We've got Trinder coming into effect as well. Stephen Trinder, one of the back markers. He's going to get but it impeded. So Roger Patki actually made the best of that, and Patel then had to sit behind Trinder while they waited for him to get out that corner. A bit of flashing lights there from Patel to say, I am here and I need to get past. That's his race disappearing up the road. A little bit more flashing there as Stephen Trinder, obviously he's at the back of this field, so he's not going to be carrying as much speed as they go down through the into McIntyre's this time. And he has lost a little bit of ground, therefore, with back markers. That is part of racing, isn't it? We see that across different series, but as we see, Patel now really going to have to get the hammer down, see whether he can come back across that gap, because at the moment, Patki's taking another victory. He has already taken 3 victories this season so far, out of a possible 5, so he's doing exceptionally well. And it looks like he might well be getting another one if he can't come across that gap again. So, and with that fastest lap, that also means that not only does he get the 25 points for the victory, he will also get an extra point for fastest lap, and that will certainly help in his endeavours to try and win the championship at this race weekend, which he can do. But it is Patel there in the second place, and you can see it looks like that gap has come down since the last lap, so he's not given up. 0.7 seconds the gap difference. Still, Patki holds that lap record though, and again, Patel might be thinking about, can I get that lap record at the same time as we're getting the race win? That will certainly swing things back in his favour again. Here is that third place battle. They're all made their way through and past these back markers. That is Smith, I think, a bit more gravel. Sabin sideways. We've seen Sabin sideways and on the gravel a number of times throughout this race, haven't we? He's absolutely pushing that car, and he's kind of in no man's land, so in a way he's kind of protecting from Boyle here, Butler here, who's running in that 4th place, but he's got a quite nice little tidy gap with 4 minutes to go. So Butler didn't get through there ahead of, is that a battle? Is that the Boyle battle, or is that one of the back markers? I'm trying to work it out from the race numbers. I think that is one of the back markers. It is Smith. So yeah, Butler trying to get past Smith here. 68 overtakes into the chicane, into the hairpin, Taylor's hairpin for the last corner of the lap. Does now move ahead, but he's got a sizable gap there up to Sabin in that lonely 3rd place. So yeah, the Roger Patki's time is a new lap record. Yep, confirmation of that from earlier. So the old lap record from Freddie Chiddick was 1 minute exactly. So a 59.833 is the new lap record in the clockwise direction. But don't forget, we've got as we're going forward, and then Trinder's lost it, and we've got a car heavily up onto 2 wheels. Number 72 there. Really, Trinder lost the rear of the car as he headed into Duffer's Dip that time, and another car reacted sort of badly to it. He went up over the wheels, but looks like they're all going to continue on. A little scary moment for everybody there as the markers again coming into effect. There's Harvey Lawrence. How far he got up? He's got up to 7th place in this race, and he was just ahead of all that shenanigans out on track there. So he's made his way all the way from the back of the field to 7th place. What a run through. And next up for him is Boyle, and you can see that's right in front of him there. So Craig Boyle is, and he's already overtaken Hibbert and all the other cars we were watching earlier in that race. And can he make an extra move? He's going to the outside of Taylor's with 2.5 minutes to go. How far up this field can Harvey Lawrence fight his way back through? The number 77 car, we spoke to him, didn't we? A little bit of wheel spin there on the exit of the corner, so that was Boyle losing traction. And they don't have a limited slip diff in this Caterham Academy car, so you can see the inside wheels spinning up as he asked for power that the tyre just wasn't able to deliver. But Harvey Lawrence there absolutely fighting tooth and nail. More action out down there at the chicane. The gap at the front though has evaporated. Patel has come across. He set his best lap time of a 1 minute .007 just outside of that lap record, but he managed to set that he's been set a good string of results for the last couple of laps, and that has evaporated this gap. It's going to be an absolute nail biter as we come into the tail end of this. We've got 2 minutes left, so we're very late on the brakes there from Patel as he outbraked himself. He does make the corner, but he certainly didn't make it anywhere near the apex. He can have a good run as they come up, though. That's going to give him a super tow on the way up this hill, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see him fully alongside and maybe even ahead by the time we get into Duffers Dip for this, the 19th lap this will be. So they are absolutely getting these laps in, aren't they, as they've not had any sort of safety car. Wings sat in the middle of the track, not going to come into effect for these two, but Patel is alongside as they come into McIntyre's. We've seen them this before. Patke does manage to make that corner and therefore sticks in front, but it's just 1 minute 15 seconds to go, so this is going to be their penultimate lap. They will get round this one and then they'll have one more before we show them the checkered flag. Number 11 car there of Patel, following on from Roger Patke in the pink car ahead of him. Sight that he's seen quite a few times, but Patel has also taken a win and 2 second places this year, so he has definitely been right up there in the action. In fact, we've seen him spin out of the lead a couple of times, which may come to haunt him as we come later in this season. They are as close as you like. Scenes of Barcelona with Mansell and Senna coming into the hairpin at the end of this corner, side by side as they head up. This is, remember, these are all in their first season of racing. They're putting on an absolutely spectacular show, and all their racing has brought Simon Sabin right back into the action. Sabin, who was drifting into a lonely third place, is now getting closer as we come onto this final lap. I don't think he's going to have enough time, but you never know as they're going compromised into turn one. Patel not leaving enough room for Patke to take the standard line, which means they are going to go slowly through Duffers Dip and then into McIntyre's. But it is still the pink car of Patke out in front, currently ahead of Patel in the white car. Who is going to come out on top? This is all crucial in the championship as we come to the tail end of this season. All these positions count. There's a 2-point gap between first place and second place, and therefore it is important to get those wins to really put on your charge. And Patel had loads more speed through Clark's that time, but he didn't have anywhere to use it, and that's dropped him backwards actually. So whilst having a little bit more speed into that corner may well have cost him on the exit. He's not going to have a run into this corner, but he's going to go for the outside. He's going to have a contact there. He does. He makes contact. You could see he was late on the brakes. He manages to get the car stopped, but that does mean that Sabin's going to get up as inside. So a little bit of a misjudge there on his braking, and the car's just made contact as they came into the hairpin. The front of his car reared up in the air. Is he going to be able to recover back to second? Not quite. Sabin, I think, is going to take that second place. So that went from bad to worse for Patel in that last corner. Contact as they headed into that hairpin, and could have been a worse accident than that. So he managed to get it all stopped up just. But that means that Roger Patke takes that win and the fastest lap. So that in fact means he gets another 3-point swing in his favour in the championship. And that was a scary moment there on that last corner. But nevertheless, that is how the provisional results are going to be. So Roger Patke taking that win over Simon Sabin, who was able to be close enough to pick up the pieces. You never know what's going to happen in a close action like that. And I know that Patel's going to be upset with that end result, but that's from my very initial reaction from watching just how that kind of unfolded was that he was just slightly too close, and he should have been out slightly wider to avoid that contact. But if it does go up to the stewards, they will have all the camera angles. All the cars have to drive with cameras on them for that very reason. Seeing all the action as the rest of the field coming through down at the Taylor hairpin. There is Stephen Trinder taking the checkered flag. And then it's already heading up into the pit lane there. Winner Roger Patke over Simon Sabin, and then Patel in third place. So that will be crucial for the championship and the standings as the marshals direct them into the Parc Fermé area. But we will add up all those kind of scores and figure all that out as we go through the rest of today. Here is the provisional result then as it ended with Roger Patke taking that first place ahead of Simon Sabin, sneaking that second place over Patel after the scary last corner. Then we had Butler, Boyle and Hibbett, the race-long action. Harvey Lawrence wasn't able to get past all of those. In fact, it looks like that order shuffled a little bit. Emson, Warnock and Toby Ballard round out the top 10. Then we have Andy Denny, Williams, Jarvis, Crossman, Wakeman, Cross, Bailey, Smith, Gregor, Trinder and Hope to round out the full 20 cars that we had in that in the race. So, yeah, I think Sam is down in the Parc Fermé area. So Sam, I don't know if you got to watch any of that race, but it was quite exciting in that last corner. Were you able to see it from where you were stood? It looks like the mic, Sam's mic is currently not broadcasting, so we'll get that sorted and we will go then and hear from Sam so we can hear from our drivers. But you can see the drivers all there in that Parc Ferme area. Patel's not looking particularly happy. So if we got Sam now, so okay, if we got Sam down there, you've got your mic working. Still not.
It's on.
Here we go. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, excellent. Yes, I'm just watching Rog get out his car and his car's rolling. Yeah, sorry, it was just watching Roger's car was moving forward, about to knock his number 1 board down. Yes, that was extremely exciting. I mean, literally, Simon, that was a great, for him to get involved in Ravi and Roger's battle, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was just in touching distance, wasn't he? And you never know with situations like that when they're fighting so hard for the lead what's going to happen, and he was in perfect position.
That's right. I'm going to move in and grab a word with these guys. Rog, congratulations! What a battle for you. A few scars on the car, but what a race!
Oh, what an amazing race, and what a competitor this man here is. That was absolutely. Well, I couldn't wait for the race to end once I'd overtaken him. That was an eon. Must have been 20 minutes. For the last 2 minutes, felt like 20 minutes. No, it was brilliant. It was really, really good. Really, really good. Lots of gravel on the track. But I mean, yeah, brilliant race. Nice to see Simon on the podium as well.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Fastest lap as well.
Oh, did I? Oh, fantastic. Love it. Cheers.
Thank you. I'm going to grab a word with Ravi, who's walking away. Ravi, can I just grab a word with you? Congratulations. That looked very exciting from our point of view and probably from yours as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing to have the restart. I think I had a great start. I was off in a bit of a distance and I thought that was it. Restart came, still had a good start and I was off, and I think, I don't know if you noticed, there's all that gravel on that hairpin, so it completely gets the line wrong. And as you know, just went in the air, flew a bit, and just managed to at least pinch the P3 rather than being airborne in the gravel in God knows where. But
were you expecting Simon to get in on the mix at the end?
To be fair, no. I could see no one in my mirror, and it was only probably because of the battle. Me and Roger were battling, and I think Simon took advantage of that because we're probably losing 4 or 5 seconds a lap. And yeah, it is what it is, but I'm glad that Simon got his podium, really am. So he deserved it.
Thank you very much.
We're just looking for Simon.
I know, one sec.
We'll find Simon in this gaggle of drivers.
Just finding Simon. He's disappeared. Here he is. Simon, congratulations. That was a great battle at the end.
Oh, man, yes. After the start, I thought it was just immense. And I was stuck there. I did a few overtakes to start with and then just stuck in a bit of a no man's land. Those two guys are just so quick. But based on experience, I knew they were going to have a bit of a tussle, and stuck in there and managed to nick second. So, well chuffed. The Raging Canary, I don't know whether you've seen my wheel arch, but a certain Mike calls me the Raging Canary because every time he sees me on track, there's just this yellow thing coming and flying at him. But yeah, really stoked, really stoked.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It was nice to hear that from Patel as well, sort of congratulating Simon on his podium, even though he'd just taken points out of his championship.
I know, it was lovely, really lovely. What kind of atmosphere there is behind. You could probably hear all the cheers as well behind me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, it's noisy down in Parc Ferme after they've all come, with the adrenaline still running as well. Yeah, with all the adrenaline and the action down there, it's quite exciting.
It is. They're all, I think, like Rog said, the last 2 minutes of that race felt like 20 minutes. It's very, it is very strenuous, this circuit. There's a lot going on one lap. It is only a minute lap for them. But yes, it's a lot of fun. I think they all thoroughly enjoyed it. There's a lot of smiles.
Well, it was actually a lap record. It was just sub 1 minute. So, yeah, a good one from Patke to take that lap record, because it gets his fastest lap, but also gets his name on the result sheets forevermore, unless it gets broken throughout the race we got later. But yeah, nice to see them all there. But I think we're going to go down to see the podiums.
That's right, yes, they are just all gathering round now to get the podium underway.
So here we are then, waiting for our drivers there. It's this nice podium we've got down here at Knockhill. Here we go then. So there is Ravi Patel ready to pick up his third place trophy, and he's got his Avon cap there as well as the champagne to spray as well. There's Simon Sabin getting a popular second place there. You can hear the crowd all enjoying that. Yes, and there we have got Roger Patke taking that win and the lap record, fastest lap, and his winner's cap there to take home with him and put on his mantelpiece, his growing trophy collection as he got out there. The photographer class asking them all to get on the podium, and then they'll all join on the time. It's great to see these Academy, remember, their first ever racing season, and these three drivers all getting trophies to take away from this one. And Patke and Patel have taken a number of different ones. There's a little bit of preempting going on with the champagne behind. There's a bit of experience for Roger. He's going to get fully soaked. Simon, he is going to have to wear a soaking wet race suit tomorrow, and Patel gets the same treatment there. And that's never a nice thing to take into race day 2. He's going to certainly not want to hug anyone tomorrow, but that is... we've got another brief gap now. We've got 20 minutes before our next action, and that will be the 270 race, the first of their 30-minute races, so that'll be our first 30-minute race today. But we've got 20 minutes before that happens, and I hope you've been enjoying the action so far, but it's time for us to be away from Knockhill, but we will be back within about 20 minutes or so, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense.
The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson.
In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little two-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series.
And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham.
The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms.
All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms, The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power to weight ratio, 230 horsepower per ton, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it.
Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however, corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed.
So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyze it and study your data to try and get a little bit better.
Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself.
Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham was brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas and so did they. And we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon. And we're planning a Series 2, which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on the road. So you might have noticed for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that MFX Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because it's real bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham are looking after my car, so they're going to replace any items I break, so I got nothing to lose. Those 50-50 situations, I'm going to have my elbows right out and try and muscle the little Caterham through any space I can possibly find. But having said that, I do love this car, and I'm probably, I would say, going to be the first media driver ever to want to buy their car at the end of the season. I've really become attached to it already. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on this Caterham experience and hope to go from the academy to the next level up, which will follow in another video.
Of course, safety in motor racing is super important these days, and as such you're required to have some fairly extensive gear, plus a few other bits thrown into the mix that may come in handy. This includes a big warm jacket and a bobble hat, fireproof underwear often referred to as Nomex, a 770-piece Caterham Lego set, optional, a full-face crash helmet, this one's painted by Piers Dow which should knock a second off my lap times, a snazzy set of fireproof overalls, some kind of FHR front head restraint which is typically either a hands device or a hybrid FHR with body straps, and a nice pair of gloves.
So there you have it, your £30,000 gets you your very own road legal race car. It also gets you a racing licence, tech support from Caterham, and lots of other guidance from Caterham as well. It gets you, of course, the racing, but I think most importantly, you become a racing driver.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I've brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
I knew that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch him with a throw, lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for service.
The moped's in for Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruins my hair.
Mate, he wants to get out. I don't know why. Oh, very good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was that was a lot of fun. The tyres were overheating.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres, they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good. Now, not too mad. Now ease off, ease off. That's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah, now half throttle. Good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle. Yeah, good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it. Then you had it.
Champion-elect.
Good, Paul. You're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make you feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. Right, now more throttle. Now more. Off. Good. Yes. Yes. He can drift. He can drift. He can drift.
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the catering driving experience could throw at us.
So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
But just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'm going left the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down. Your left, your right, your right.
So that was funny, didn't you? You thought that was funny?
3, 2, 1, go. Ooh. They've detuned this, I'm so delighted to say, because you imagine if it had all the power. That's better.
Concentrating.
That's better.
I've got a bit tired.
Southampton, any new signings for the summer?
Stop talking to me.
Any new signings for the summer? Get the back end out. Oh, look, that's a nice tree over there, look. Oh, some nice people.
Oh, wrong, you went the wrong way again.
Oh, Tiff, oh, that's a shame. I want you to concentrate. Yeah, that's it. Do you always make that face when you concentrate?
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
Now, this is the hardest bit, it's lining up at the finish.
Right, left, right, left.
Stop the clock!
Oh, that was good.
34.44. Go and show the camera, 30, so you can't cheat. 34.44.
That was very good. Okay, get out.
Get off. You imagine that people drive these to the Nürburgring and back.
Well, you want to know someone well, wouldn't you? It might work better if you steer, actually. Right, are we going to have a practice first, or are you going to just
No, I didn't have a practice at all.
So
you get 3 runs.
That's right, that's left.
Yeah.
Did you stay in first gear?
Yeah, God, wasn't okay. Try, that was complicated enough. Raise up, ready, steady, go! Whoa, wait. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, no. No way.
Which way am I going? Oh, that way.
You're doing rather well. I'm very disappointed. You're obviously good when it's all good now. Try and
look. Stop the clock! Yes! First go, 10 seconds, get in there! Boom, shakalaka! Yeah! What's so difficult about that, Tiff?
Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge.
I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. Anyway, what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i. It's longer and wider, so
Lovely.
A bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
No. I've learned now your tricks. You learnt a lot from me. You're going first on this one.
No problem at all.
Because there'll be some catch.
I'm going to have to take my shades off for this, even though it's very sunny.
Very unlike you.
Because
what?
You've got to wear these upside down goggles. Oh, that is horrendous. I feel sick already.
Oh, look, this is the long wheelbase, wide one.
Wider as well. Beautiful, isn't it? Inside.
No, we can go to the Nürburgring in this without being on top of each other.
You might be on your own there, son.
What can you see?
I can see. Oh, this is horrendous. Where's the wheel? Oh, you're not going to like this.
Are you ready?
Am I in gear? Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, I've lost
round the barrel.
This
no,
way
other
round
side, other side.
When can I turn? When can I turn?
Well, I can't. That's your job, not being a
Come on,
navigator.
tell me.
No, that's cheating.
I can't see a single
What's
thing.
your problem? Can't you turn your head left and look where you're going?
No, it doesn't work that way, but it's going to be quick. Oh, yes. Oh, yes,
close.
Baby. Oh, yeah, you get ready to stop that clock, Tiff. Get ready. Stop the clock. Stop it.
No, you've got to stop the car.
Yes.
31.03.
Yes. You are not going to beat that.
How do you know where you're supposed to go? I can't do this. Oh, I've hit something now. What's happening now? Something's hooting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Ready, go. Oh, flying start. Very good start. Okay, keep it tidy. That's good. That's very good. Keep it going. That's it. Well done. Very, very good. Getting a bit confident. Ooh, get getting very confident indeed.
I've lost it. I've lost it. Where are they? There they are. I've lost them for a while. Am I on the right track?
You were doing so. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not allowed to know it. Oh, where are you going?
Where's the next lot? I've lost them. I've lost them. I don't know where I am. And stop the clock.
Oh, well, that was a fun day, wasn't it? That's harder than it looks. Much harder than it looks. You've got to have a super intelligent brain. It's got to be wired up so incredibly accurately to be able to take these tasks on. No mere mortal can do these tasks, Tiff. Don't be upset with yourself.
Your brain's not wired right.
You need to be superhuman, Tiff.
I'm going back to proper driving.
I'm just going to relax in the sun, bask in my glory. We're at Caterham Cars in Gatwick at their head office, and I'm surrounded by the most incredible collection of Caterhams I've ever seen in my life. The most incredible colours and combinations, I think, that exist on the planet. And talking of colours, this one, the top of the range 620S, bright purple with all this carbon, exposed carbon here. But the reason we're here is because we're talking about the Caterham Academy, and this is a typical Caterham Academy car. The Caterham Academy is in its 26th year, and every year Caterham run a ballot like a lotto where the employees can put their name down to enter. This year was won by Mark, so he's going to be competing in this car, but you know what? I'm not worried about that or him. This is what we're here for, to reveal the Lovecars Caterham Academy car. And to join me, I've got Simon Lambert of Caterham Cars to do the big reveal.
Morning, Paul. You excited?
I'm very excited, actually.
Me too,
We're going to go straight for it, are we?
Oh, why not? Yeah.
Okay, here we go, here we go.
Gently.
Well, I've seen it in the renders, but not in real life.
Oh,
it looks fantastic.
That looks fantastic.
Wow, look at that. Our own race car, the Lovecars race car.
I think the guy's done a great job. What do you think?
Absolutely blown away. It looks awesome.
Good.
I can't believe I'm going to be racing in this year.
Well, I'm pleased to see that we haven't done the graphics on the nose. That shows a degree of confidence that we might be replacing it. I guess they've seen you drive.
I was going to say, because this is a replaceable item, as are the...
Yeah, what we do is Caterham racing is very, very close. You're in an open car, so you can hear everyone around you all the time, which means you race far closer than you would in a saloon. So we kind of accept that the wings and nose are, let's not go so far as a consumable item, but they're readily replaced, and we only carry black.
Okay, so you haven't got much faith in me. You think that's going to be replaced?
Welcome back to Knockhill then. 3 races down, 3 remaining to go, and we're going to start the action with the Caterham 7 270R race. First of the 30-minute races for them this weekend. So we've got 270Rs to go, Academy White Group, so that's the other parallel Academy group to go, and then the 310R will finish off today's action. But 270s are going to take our attention for the next 30-minute race. And it's been a Taylor O'Flanagan has been the driver in form, and he continues that by taking the pole position today as well. He comes off the back of a win and third place at Anglesey, but he has been, I think he's had 6 wins this season so far, and he is one of the drivers that can wrap things up with the championship this weekend if he gets another good set of podium results. So we will keep an eye out for that as we go into tomorrow's race. A reminder, if you are joining us for the first time today, that this is the Knockhill Super Header. We are in the hills just north of Dunfermline, and we're going to be running this course in both directions. So today we're going clockwise, tomorrow we're going to go anti-clockwise, but Chris Hutchinson up here in the commentary box. Sam Parker is down in assembly, and she has Alan Venters with us to talk to.
Yes, I'm here with Alan. Alan's a local man. obviously just guesting this year, so haven't done all the races, but you've got to do your home race, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a shame that life sort of got in the way and couldn't do as much racing as I wanted to, but as you say, there's no way I could have missed this one.
Have you got lots of friends and family here watching?
Yeah, I've managed to get a bit of support for a change. Normally I'm travelling several hours when I do go racing, so it's nice to be local and actually have a bit of support here for a change.
So does it mean have you spent a lot of time at this circuit testing, or have you done more days here than other circuits?
Not so much this year, but in the past, since I started doing the Caterham stuff, yeah, because it's my local track, I've been able to do quite a bit. But unfortunately, this year not managed to get in the car as much as I would have liked. So, I'd like to be a bit further up, but I'm happy where I am, just having not had much driving this year. So, just want to enjoy this.
Excellent. I wish you all the best.
Okay,
thank you. In his lovely purpley blue car, it looks very nice. He said in the sunlight it does shine, different colours. It's very lovely. I'm going to have a quick word with Ron Mornsey now, because he had a bit of a off yesterday and the guys managed to rebuild his car. Ron, car's looking a little bit interesting on the back, but it's all ready to go, isn't it? Talk us through what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I just lost it coming into the final turn on the reverse section. Just got onto the grass. There's a car in front of me. I should have gone straight on, but I tried to get past him on the left and spun it and shot into the inside barrier. But everything's all right.
And you were okay?
I'm fine, yeah. Looking forward to today.
Excellent. Looking forward to getting out there and getting the race underway. And 30-minute race, it's quite a physical circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very much physical. And I'm 68 years old now, so I'm beginning to feel it a bit after half an hour.
You show these boys up.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, lovely. We'll wish you all the best for the race.
So yeah, Venter's there starting in 8th, and then we've got Monty in 13th. So great to hear from them, and wish the local lad all the luck there. But the rest of the field again looking so colourful up here. But the rear view of the cars looking a little bit sorry for themselves at this stage of the season.
Yes, they're all. They've all got some tape on somewhere on their cars. The back panels are looking not as straight as they were.
Still a very colourful grid though, this 270Rs, and the third step of the ladder, so they've got plenty of racing action under their belts, and they kind of know what's involved in racing by this stage.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to have a quick word with Philip Bianchi. Philip, are you still on a high from your win at Anglesey?
I am actually. I'm just going to try and do the same today. That's the idea. So just trying to stick with the top back, which is what I did at Anglesey, and stay safe. Yeah.
Exactly. And what's the key to a good lap round here, like say for qualifying?
Be brave into the blind spots, really, of which there are many. So
exactly. It's a very interesting circuit, though, isn't it?
It is. Actually, probably this is one of my favourite circuits on the grid. It's just a lot of fun. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Yeah, so Bianchi sort of sitting in 4th place in the championships, are doing well. I'm just hearing that there's actually quite a lot of clear-ups going on the circuit, so there is going to be a fair gap before we get these cars out of assembly, I think. So we'll get a chance to talk to quite a few drivers, I imagine, and also look at their cars. We're looking at Ben Buckley here. He's a guest driver, high up in the Three Nations Cup, another feature of Caterham Motorsport. There he is. He's back with us, though, this weekend, and running with also you can see the stickers on his rear wing there to mark and show respect on this weekend ahead of the funeral. So yes, it's nice to see the cars all sporting those stickers as well. But Ben Buckley is, he's definitely going for that Three Nations Cup, and he's doing extremely well in that. And he's very quick when he does arrive with us. So it's great to see him back on the grid.
Yes, I'll grab a quick word with Ben, actually. If Ben, are you okay for a quick word?
Yes, yeah.
We were just Chris and I were just talking about the Three Nations Cup. You're doing quite well in that one.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I think I'm 4th on the current scores, but it's a bit better if you take the drop scores into account. So yeah, fingers crossed. Hoping for a good result here.
Yes, exactly. And is it Knockhill one of your favourite circuits?
To be honest, this is the first time I've ever raced here, but I'm loving it. Both directions are phenomenal. They're such a technical track. It's great fun. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, excellent. And have you got some family and friends here watching you?
No, I've got my girlfriend is with me watching, but yeah, other than that, I think a few people on the stream. Looking forward to watching on the stream. So yeah, hello everyone.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best for the race. Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, fourth place. What a place to start this race, especially as he hasn't raced here before. You can see there on the screen there, Laura Payne watching over these barrier rebuilds. So one of the cars making contact in that previous race, but I'm sure they are getting all those tyres back where they need to be. But yeah, great to have Ben with us. Fourth place starting today, just ahead of Bianchi we spoke to before. But it is the top three in our championship who are still in the top 3 places in the qualifying. Taylor O'Flanagan kind of continuing his run of form. Is he unstoppable this weekend?
Well, this is it. He's got some great talent, Taylor. He's you know, even when he drops back in the races, he seems to still get on that podium.
Yeah, he's always there or thereabouts. I know that there was some interest brewing between himself and Dom Mansberger. They had a little bit of contact at Anglesey, but it was a fantastic race for the lead there. And Hugo Bush has been there or thereabouts all the time. So and he's again in that middle ground, in that second place. He just cannot seem to beat him reliably, and that's what you need to win the championship.
That's right. I was just about to say that I think he's desperate for a win now. He really, really wants it. But you know, sometimes when you're too desperate, you can make mistakes. But hopefully, you know, the win will still come. Still, you know, 2 races, and then this weekend, and obviously we've got they will be going to Spa as their last round.
Indeed, Spa, what a great thing. I'm just looking through Hugo's results. He has not been off the podium this year. He's only got 1 win, but every single other round he's either been in 3rd place or 2nd place. What a string of consistent results. He looked like he was going to get the win at Anglesey, and then unfortunately clipped the brake pedal rather than the clutch at one point, which caused him, effectively meant he was out of the contention. But so he surely is desperate to get that top spot, and say that's his only hope, I think, now to be back in that championship by the time we get to the end of Spa.
Yes, exactly. And it was nice to hear that Philip Bianchi, you know, like you say, he's 4th in the championship, but he's still on that high from winning at Anglesey, which it just shows you what, you know, winning does to them. It really does give them that, you know, encouragement, doesn't it? And just lifts their spirits.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's, you know, taking home any pot, it always feels like, you know, you've succeeded something over the weekend, but taking that winner's spot, you know, you've won a race, you've been better than everyone else, and Bianchi's been working at that win for a while now and hasn't been there sort of for the remainder of the season, so just to get that win under your belt, definitely you take that away and it really does lift your spirit.
Yes, I'm going to have a little walk round, see if I can get some more driver interviews for you. Let's go and have a chat with James Hall in his zebra car. Hello, James. How are you doing? You looking forward to this race?
Yeah, very much so. It's a really great track. It's a nice sort of smaller grid today as well, so I think that's a really close racing amongst all of us. So yeah, really, really looking forward to this one actually.
And a few people said it's difficult to overtake. I mean, obviously Caterham seem to always overtake somehow. Do you think that's the case here?
I'll try my best. Yeah, I think it takes a lot of commitment to overtake her in certain places, but it's definitely doable, as we've seen from the previous races today. That yeah, there can be a lot of action should you so wish for it to happen.
Do you watch quite a lot of the other Caterham races?
Yeah, I watched a few bits when I could get in between practice and things like that. So yeah, really very enjoyable to watch it. It's, you know, not only great scenery but great racing at Knockhill.
Excellent. Well, thank you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can always pick up tips, can't you, from watching other races, see how they unfold, see how turn 1 looks in the racing. And so, yeah, you often see the people driving there. And, yeah, there's Ryan Errol going through our screen and onwards. But, yeah, it's great to see the drivers all enjoying the other racing going on as well. And, yeah, James Hall starts 9th today. Good result for him. Like I said, smaller grid, so he's got an opportunity to sort of move on up as well.
Exactly. I'm just next to Giles Perry now. Let's have a word with Giles. Hello, Giles. Are you ready and raring to go for this one?
Yeah, looking forward to it. I like this place. It should be good. Should be good.
Have you been here much then, apart from the previous races, but done any more extra testing here?
Yeah, did a couple of days back in March, both clockwise, anti-clockwise, which was great fun and obviously put us in good stead for this. Then been here since Wednesday, doing the testing from there. So it's been good fun. Enjoyed every minute of it.
Excellent. That's great to hear.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Yep, nice to hear from one of the Perrys that we got on the grid, and yeah, it's great to have that. It looks like the car is being recovered back now to the pit lane. That is going around Clark's, so yeah, hopefully it won't be too much longer before we have a track available to us and get this racing action underway. We hear quite a lot, don't we, about the technical nature of this circuit, and I think what we mean by that is that, you know, not only is it relentless and there's lots of corners feeding into one another, but obviously a sort of a millimetre one way or the other can make a real difference to how the car reacts out there, and that's something the drivers really have to concentrate on throughout the course of especially a 30-minute race that these guys are going to have to do now.
Yes, well, that's, you know, we've only, this will be the first 30-minute race of the weekend. And, you know, you could see how some of the other drivers, when they, after the race, it's quite, you know, it takes a lot out of you, this race, because of the concentration involved. I mean, obviously that goes for a lot of circuits, but this one, I think, a little bit more so. Obviously, when you were racing, Chris, did you find 30-minute races here quite tough?
Around this circuit, I don't think you've got any. Yeah, it's going to be tough no matter what. 30 minutes, 20 minutes, it's all the same. But sometimes it depends on the course of the race. You know, if you're battling with 3 people for 30 minutes, it can be absolutely exhausting. If you're out on your own, you have a different battle, which is with yourself more than anything. But yeah, you can certainly see towards the end of races, people will start getting a little bit more sloppy, and you know, 1 millimetre, like I said, can cause a difference in the corner, and just brake a little bit too late, and we'll see a lock-up and things like that.
Yes, exactly. Well, as I'm, I think Toby Boyce is getting keen. He's moving forward. I'm just next to Gareth, so I'm going to have a quick word with Gareth. Gareth, you look like you're ready and raring to go, and you want this race underway.
Absolutely, yeah, ready and raring. It should be a good race. It's only my second in 270, so yeah, let's see what we can do.
There's the whistle. You'll be about to go. Excellent. I wish you all the best. Yes, that's the whistle, so they will be going out in the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, so I think that's the first whistle. We'll hear a couple more before they're released. But yeah, Gareth Lucas taking that step up, moving from Roadsport into the 270s, making that choice mid-season. So that's why he is, not too. There's that 30-second board before they get released. But not too long now before these guys get to go out there, and you can see the Caterham Gatwick on the rear of the team. 270s, you can have team support, and you can see LFP Motorsport in front of that. So yeah, these drivers will have team support in this championship. Not everyone chooses to do it, though some people do go with Caterham. But the green flag is there.
It is, they're all going out. They'll be ready now.
Yep. So straight out then onto the green flag lap. We're going straight round to form up on the grid. There is no extra green flag lap. This is their chance to see then all of the content. So you can see Taylor O'Flanagan leads them down the pit lane, and then green flag marks that start, and out they go to have a look around this 1.3 mile circuit, just over 2 kilometres long. But like I say, pack an awful lot of corners and action into that. Slightly reduced grid for the 270s this weekend as to what we're used to, but we've got plenty of cars here to give good action out there. Already had some spectacular races, and again, let's see whether we can confirm the grid. For this is the race 6 of this weekend, but it's the first race for the 270Rs out there. 30-minute race. They'll have this one today going forwards, and then we'll have the reverse direction tomorrow. So let's confirm then the starting grid for this race. We have got Taylor O'Flanagan starting on that pole position, 56.587 in qualifying, ahead of Hugo Bush, Dominic Mansberger, the threesome that are already up there with Buckley in 4th, 5th Bianchi, Lucas, Boys and Venters rounds out the top 8. We've got James Hall, Ryan Errol, Giles Perry, Ian Hapgood in 12th. Then we've got Ron Mounsey and Peter Mott rounding out this 14-car grid here at Knockhill. Colourful grid they make too. The Ryan Errol just going through the screen there. We called out his little Murray Walker quote on his bonnet from last time out, and it was, yeah, he's just reminded me that it was Tara that actually came up. Tara Errol came up with that, and thank her very much for putting that on his bonnet and us calling it out. But it's great to see the field, and remember, Caterham action is all about the family and friends as well. It's not just about the drivers out on the circuit. Because we race in one big paddock all together, everyone gets to know each other, and it's fantastic to see those families getting involved in the action, and even in the liveries that get added to these cars as they pull up then these 270R machines. This is the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. They have already done the Academy and they've done the Roadsport, and this is the 270. So it's exactly the same car, apart from a few upgrades above and beyond Roadsport. They get wider track front suspension, they get stiffer dampers all round. We removed the lights from the front of the car, so no, they're no longer road legal car, but it doesn't take a lot to make them back to road legal spec. We also lose the windscreen, so the first time they're going to get wind in their face after the Roadsports of last year, but Peter Mott is just lining up there. So we have the green flag at the back of the grid, the marshals skipping away. We've got the 5-second board presented to the drivers. The drivers will be looking at those lights top right of our screen, ready for them to launch for the first of the 2 Caterham 7 270R races. 30 minutes of action, a little bit of a bogging down there by Taylor O'Flanagan. It looked like he had 2 bites of that clutch and not quite of a smoother race release as he would want. Hugo Bush coming right across from the outside, managed to squeeze him nearly onto the grass and then takes that opening thing. We are going to have some gravelly moment for Ryan Errol. He will be able to rejoin at the bottom of the hill just before we get to McIntyre's, but Hugo Bush making the most of what wasn't so smooth start for O'Flanagan. We've got Hall, who he was spoken to in the assembly there, just flying through up through the chicane for the first time. And this field all together as they head into Clark's then. There's Peter Mott moving up a little bit. One place, I think that was Alan Venters who was in front of, wasn't it? And Buckley has dropped all the way back, so I don't know what happened to Ben Buckley at that start, but it looked like he was the one that's dropped away. He started in 4th place, and it looks like he's going to be in about 5th or 6th by the time they get to that line. And Lucas right up there into that 4th place, trying to fight with Dom Mansberger. Remember, he's jumped up into this battle, so he's putting himself up there and working out what this 270 is all about and how does he race it. He's going to pull to the inside of Mansberger as they head up the hill, and Mansberger certainly won't want that attention because he's got to try and keep his focus on these battle in front, and it certainly has been these lead 3 that we see here. Hugo Bush ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan, ahead of Dom Mansberger, who have been the consistent force. Hugo Bush, not the first person we've seen this weekend taking to that gravel. I've been out there before as well. It's actually quite grippy gravel, would you believe? And he seems to be able to rejoin and get back into the action without losing actual place, but he will have lost some momentum and certainly had to come out of the throttle to make that happen. Again, we're seeing drivers also drifting onto that greenery out there, out on the exit of Clark's as they head out into the Taylor's hairpin for the first time, side by side. The outside was working for the 7 Championship UK cars, but at the moment it looks like it hasn't worked so well for O'Flanagan, but he's still alongside. Mansberger looking to make the most of that. He's tucked right up into the slipstream of Hugo Bush ahead of him, and they're going to go side by side. It looks like Mansberger might be able to make that position up. You can see that we've got a headwind as well, it's a tailwind for the drivers, it's a headwind for our camera position as Taylor O'Flanagan tries to defend but doesn't manage it, and Mansberger goes round the outside as they go to the left of Leslie's and into McIntyre's in the right-hander. Round Butcher's here, down into the dip. Another gravelly moment for someone I can hear in the background. He comes into the picture sideways. That was a very exciting moment, but there's Lucas now trying to defend away from Bianchi off that win from Anglesey. Very popular win that was. Buckley getting up the inside of whoever it was who was in that sort of sideways action. Was it Toby Boys, maybe? But it's Mansberger has broken away now from Taylor O'Flanagan. O'Flanagan finds himself in that 3rd position then. He has been the dominant winner of this this season so far. 6 races to the win so far, and the front 3 that we're seeing here have taken the majority of all the podium spots available this year. But Bianchi has been able to take that, and Lucas now is firmly involved in that battle. A little bit of a gap behind Lucas though. It's one of the mechanics there in our shots, saying hello to the stream. But yeah, as we come up over the line then, Hugo Bush again sideways as he comes out of McIntyre's there and just about holds it inside the line this time, but certainly flirting with that gravel. You said before how, you know, to be at the front you really do have to push these cars as hard as they will go, and you can just see how off camber and unusual some of these corners are as we head now back up the hill and along Railway Straight and before we make the final climb back up to the start-finish straight. This is all on a kind of as level as it gets around here at Knockhill, but then we do climb steeply back up at the apex. You see just how tight it is and how steeply uphill the cars go as they head then back up towards the start-finish straight. And again, that's another thing that the drivers have to really take into account, where if you're braking for the corner, you have to account for the fact that the gravity is going to also help slow you down as you head into that apex. And it's a skill that takes a little while to get your head around, because you carry more speed in than you think it's going to be, you're able to carry around, but it works out and they figure it out over this. Is that another position lost by Taylor O'Flanagan? What's happened to him then? So why has he dropped all the way down into 5th place? That happened after the start-finish line. So whether they were just getting past him on slipstream alone, I'm not sure. Whether he's got an issue. Maybe he's got a gear selection issue. We've certainly seen that sometimes if the gearbox starts getting a bit sticky when it's hot or needs a refresh. So hopefully that's not at play for Taylor Flanagan, but he's now down in that 6th place as he comes up behind Bianchi, seeing whether he can recover back one of those places. Bianchi taking that sort of more wide, natural racing line. That does leave the inside open, but he will have a little bit more speed carried around the outside, and he gets onto the flat a little bit sooner, as well as having the toe. So he is actually going to maintain that position as they head up and over the hill, and you can see Taylor Flanagan had to tuck in again. So he is not where he wants to be. This is not how he envisaged his race weekend happening. But Hugo Busch is broken free with Don Mansberger. They'll be looking in their mirrors knowing that their main championship rider has slipped down the order, and they'll be certainly licking their lips to see that, and especially Gareth Lucas getting fully involved in that battle as well, acting as a little bit of a cork behind Bianchi. So Bianchi's got no way to get through at the moment. Another little stone you can hear clicking and clacking in the background just on the camera mics. And they stones on the racetrack can cause issues with radiators. They can puncture and have done that in the past. But this fast train of 3 cars then heading round Railway Bend to the left-hand side. Bianchi going to the inside and managed to find a squeezer gap through on the inside. He's going to get that inside line, but we're going 3 wide. Taylor Flanagan's taking the very wide line. There's slight interlocking of wheels, but they seem to manage to get that all figured out. Taylor Flanagan is holding the outside line, and will he have the extra momentum up the hill? It's a steeper part of the hill he's going up there, as opposed to Lucas, who's on the slightly less steep part of the track. But Lucas is going to head down the inside, and it does look like O'Flanagan's going to have leapfrogged them both with that 3-wide move, which you wouldn't expect to work, but he kind of knew he had to get it done, and he just did it. He put it there, and they were very respectful of giving him space on the exit. So really good, respectful racing there from the rest of the field here as they head down through Butchers, up over, bouncing over that chicane. You can see again how, from the Academy and Roadsport earlier, how compliant those cars were. You can see how these cars just take off, where the stiffer suspension that we run in this 270R class, as opposed to Roadsport and Academy, really does make these cars very much more race focused. And the first time you clip a curb when you're driving this new spec car, you kind of realise quite how different they feel over the bumps. But it gives you more front end feel and focus, and the wide track also gives you that little bit more grip and balance going into the corners. And there is Taylor Flanagan back in that 3rd place, but he's got a bit of a gap to make up, and it's Hugo Busch seems to have eaten his shredded wheat this morning. He's flying out in front, and he's got a bit of a gap, and there's a further gap back then to that Buckley battle. Remember, he's going for the 3 Nations Cup, and so he'll want to move forward as far as he can, but he's battling currently with Boys Boys and Venters around that area. So you can see Toby Boys, who was the car that we saw flying into screen sideways on full opposite lock, and it is him that is battling with Ben Buckley as they head up again, up and round the chicane. Boys taking that slightly wider line, but he keeps it all within track limit and keeps it all within bounds as they head up into Clark's. And that off camber, you can see again how the corner's already off camber, and if you collect that, you need to take a little bit of that curb, but you've got to take the perfect amount. But that Buckley has managed to take some speed out there. He's going to go up the inside, and Boys saves and looks across to him and checks who it is and where he is, and he brakes very, very late. He's going to take for that tuck back route, which will give him some extra speed as he comes up the hill, but Ben Buckley is going to cover that off, tuck to the inside, and not give him that easy route up the slightly shallower hill as you go up here and take the line. They are going to start their 9th lap now. Fastest lap so far of this race is Taylor O'Flanagan, a 57.302. So that also gives him an extra point, and that's a great thing for him. So also the lap record was a 57.362. So that is a new lap record as well for O'Flanagan in that 3rd place. So the lap record has been broken. Remember, we're slightly cooler temperatures this weekend than we were last time we were here last year, and therefore the cars really like that. The engines are particularly appreciative, and the tyres also kept in their operating temperature higher. So Boys still leads Buckley then in that battle, and then we've got looks like Peter Mott against the number 74 of Venters. So spoke to Venters, didn't we, in that part? Maybe Boys just slightly locking up his wheel as he front left or right as he went into that the hairpin, but they continue their 4-way battle as they head up now, already now onto their starting their 10th lap. It really does, it's absolutely relentless. It's a 57-second lap, so only Brands Hatch Indy has a quicker lap time on the calendar we're running this year, but there's more hills involved. Even though Brands Hatch is very, very hilly itself, this one's probably crammed in even more action into the space that it's got. If you haven't been up here to watch motor racing, you really should put that on your bucket list. It's a fantastic place to come and watch, and the scenery and the location is absolutely brilliant. I encourage you all to get up here, and if you're in the area, then why not come and join us tomorrow? We're doing this all again, remember, but in the reverse direction. We have completed the first 10 minutes then of this 270R race. We are watching this battle for the 7th place, 6th, 7th and 8th and 9th. As the Toby Boys again goes up the inside, but Buckley has that run round the outside in the LFP Motorsport car. Williams Motorsport, Peter Mott just behind them, and you can see that CTS Motorsport, festooned Venters behind them too. So as they head up the hill, over the hill, and down into to Duffer's Dip, then just out in front, just to keep you abreast, Bush is still leading Mansberger and leads O'Flanagan. O'Flanagan has now set a 57.028, really flying along there, and really is now firmly in front of, as far as the lap record goes. And as we watch this battle raging on, just look like Mott is now out front there. So there's that battle for the lead. So Mansberger has come across a small gap to catch up with Hugo Bush. He has been looking in his mirrors for the last several laps. There's wings in the middle of the road. There's Mon Mounts. He's lost his, we spoke to him, he's lost his radiator. He's going to have to stop that car. He's going to stop by that gap in the battle. We've got side by side for the lead there with Mansberger and Hugo Bush, DPR Motorsport teammates out front. They're going to be looking in their mirrors. There's going to be yellow flags around here for that car that stopped on the inside. He is well away from the racing line though, so hopefully there won't be any safety car needed to recover that car. But Mansberger then having to sort of sit back in that. He will have been looking in his mirrors for the last 3 or 4 laps thinking, I can see Taylor O'Flanagan is coming back to us. And in the rate of knots that he is coming, there's a 1.8 second gap last time over the line, but that has been coming down and down as he dispatched with that chase group and made his way across. And I think we are going to see him back fully in the action by the time we get to the end of this race. We've still got 18 minutes, don't forget, with a 30-minute race this race weekend for the 270Rs. That's the first 30-minute race we've seen this weekend, and it does give a little extra feel. There is that Ron Mountsie car. You can see the radiators steaming away as it's leaking away its fluid. And so it is just as well he has stopped that car and he's stuck there. But I think he's sufficiently offline that they will they'll show the yellow flags for a couple of laps. Mansberger looking to the outside, not going to work this time. Hugo Bush managed to protect. You can see a slight understeer as he heads through the middle of that corner. And while the driver's still in that car, there will still be waved yellows. You can see the waved yellows there, right, Mountsie? As soon as he gets behind that barrier, they will tend to release that yellow flag as the drivers will all be aware of where those cars are. Again, Hugo Bush, the front of his car, absolutely airborne as he made his way through the chicane that time. But he lands well and lands in bounds, and that's kind of what you want to do. It's just a bit of a potluck as to whether that happens every single lap, but he's certainly driving this car well. He had a little bit of a gap, which has evaporated. Now he's having to firmly concentrate on his rear view mirror to see where Mansberger, his teammate, and also he's been the firmly part of this lead battle all the way through this year, and he'll be hungry for a win. He's had 2 this year so far, but he'll want more. Bush has only had that 1 win, but like I say, he's had an incredible run of podiums. There is Ron Mountsie out his car with the marshals there, so I imagine we will see those yellow flags be removed. As we watch the lead battle come flying down through Duffer's Dip, a great shot there as they fly, and it did look like the yellow flags have been removed from that position now, so they are free to race all the way through to McIntyre's and up to Butcher's. But you can see Jaws music, you can put it away now. He is here, the shark is in the waters, he's ready for his next meal, and Mansberger's first up. They had a little bit of biting action. Hugo Bush can see that in his mirrors, and again uses the grippy gravel, we're going to call it, because he didn't really relent any speed from using that gravel. But Mansberger is going to be able to get to the inside. There's another wing there on the inside in the middle of the track. Hugo Bush protecting side by side, absolutely wheel to wheel, but Taylor O'Flanagan takes that wide line. He's going to carry all that speed up. He was watching that action happen. He's also had a little bit of practice. He's avoiding that wing that is just stuck in the middle of the road and the wind isn't blowing it away, but he has got overhauled Mansberger as they head to that line, and Hugo Bush is next up. Hugo Bush just jinking a little bit to the inside to say there is no room for you to go here, but he's gone wide around Duffer Stick. He's going to have to take to the escape road. He is going to rejoin the track and actually will make it, stick it into the lead, just clips that gravel. He's having a bit of an uncomfortable ride there through that opening sequence. As soon as he got offline, he just was not able to pull it back, but he's maintained again as he pogo sticks through the chicane and out and manages somehow to keep it all within bounds, but only just. That one little mistake as he went up down the hill has cost him all the way around here, and now it's O'Flanagan that he's going to be looking in his mirrors to try and defend from, because his teammate Mansberger is now in that third place. And how often have we seen this throughout the weekend? They're having to choose what side they go of that wing. The wing will be gently moving as the race goes on. But there is Hugo Bush up, managed to protect up the inside, and there was no wide line for Taylor O'Flanagan to use that time. I know that Taylor O'Flanagan uses the James Wingfield racing awning as well as PT Sports cars, or PT Motorsport for his support. So it's PT Motorsport in the middle of a DPR sandwich at the moment, and he's going to drift a little bit wide there. Mansberger's going to be able to carry it around the outside, so that little move didn't work out for him. Mansberger's seen it all before, and he wants that win desperately. They all want that win desperately, but they know that they've got to keep that win away from Taylor O'Flanagan, who's just had such a good run of results this year that he is in close touching distance of that championship trophy as we head through this weekend. And tomorrow, we'll, depending on the results of today, we will just keep you abreast of that. But right now, Hugo Bush doing everything he needs to do other than getting the fastest lap. But when you're out in the front in the lead like this, it's very difficult to get that fastest lap because you don't have any of the toe, which O'Flanagan would have been using to his advantage as he headed round. He took that wide line again there to see if he can take that extra mile an hour. He's got to avoid that wing that sat in the middle of the road and continue this battle as he heads on up. Now, Mansberger also got a great run on Hugo Bush, having to defend all the way to the inside that time. Last time this happened, Hugo Bush went off wide. Mansberger's going to try and get that outside line, and we're going to see them flying into our action. Hugo Bush gets it all within bounds that time. He didn't go off into the green, so he has managed to hold it and maintain it. He would have really had to concentrate on that, but Mansberger, he was really there, and you can hear some exciting moves going on in the background as Taylor O'Flanagan again sits in that third place. Not able to do anything about it, but we've seen that he's very willing to be patient and take his opportunities when he forces them often, but towards the end of the race. But at this stage, he looks like he's just watching and waiting. It's definitely a watching and waiting brief. They're going to have to pick which side of this wing they go to. Again, that's going to protect this gap between them. They will all start coming together. Hugo Bush was late on the brakes then. Can he get it slowed up and stopped? He can. That was really good on the brakes there by Hugo Bush to actually pull away a little bit over Mansberger, who had the slightly wider and more natural racing line. These three have been stuck together this whole race, but also throughout this whole season. It's been incredible to watch their performance, and no doubt those actions, if they're all going to move up into the 310R, which I expect them to, as they show the full-on balance and car control you need to drive one of these Caterhams sideways as we headed over Duffers Dip, and a little bit of a check in the mirrors to check where everyone else is. But we caught that one on camera, Hugo. You can add that one to your pictures list, and hopefully Snappy John's out there on Snappy Racers photographer will have caught that on camera as well. That'd be great if you could put that on his wall. Again, touching that curb as you go up around Clark's there, and just to get the car to land before then getting back on the power and heading down the straight again. It's not really a straight, is it, this curve? And Taylor O'Flanagan this time goes to the inside, and as they get round that wing, they all try and sort of fan back into a position they want to be in, and that's going to have to keep an eye on that with as this race comes to a crescendo. They're going to have to be a bit careful of that. Being a bit of a nuisance, those wings. Quite often they will get themselves blown into off the racing line, but at the moment they're kind of stubbornly sat there on the hill, aren't they, with gravity not helping the situation. There's Gareth Lucas and Bianchi having their ongoing battle, but it's hard to tear away from this lead battle when it's absolutely together. Hugo Bush just ahead of Mansberger, who was just ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan in the Carbon Creative sponsored cars. You can see Mansberger in his Motul sponsored car in second place. And then we've got Hugo Bush out there with the DPR Motorsport logo blazing across the rear of his grey and red machine. Another little tickle of the gravel. Again, got to keep an eye out for track limits. It does seem like it from the previous races there is a limit at which the marshals will call you, but at the moment they're being fairly lenient today, which is great to see. Let's get this racing action as Taylor O'Flanagan, see whether there is any chance of a move up the inside there. But again, these wings are kind of affecting the lines they can take and up and around this hill, so you can almost use them as a defensive tactic as well as they're stuck in the middle of the track. And that's, again, as a driver, you'll be looking at all these opportunities, especially when you get to this level, the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. They have done a seasons of academy. They've done, or most of them have done a season of academy, a season of Roadsport, and now they are most of the way through their third championship season in this now very, a really race-focused machine. They've been driving Caterhams many years by now, so they know how to drive them. They know what makes them fast. They know how to race. They've seen a lot of situations. This might be a new one to add to the list as well, the sheer number of wings in the middle of the road. But as we head on then down into the hairpin, again, remember, they've got to make that decision. What side of the wing do I go? Mansberger chooses to go right, and he's actually got an overlap, but he chops right across his teammate there. I said watch out for that as we go through the race weekend. That felt quite a jinky move there, as I'll call it. I don't know if that's an official term, but I've turned it into one. And I'm not sure Hugo Bush is going to be particularly happy. And he's certainly going to have a couple of flat spots on his tyre where he came across and put the brakes on heavily. And yeah, Hugo Bush had to get on the brakes heavily to get out and avoid that contact. Kind of worked out for Taylor O'Flanagan, though, didn't it? So it didn't really help Mansberger or Hugo Bush. It really did help Taylor O'Flanagan, though, get out in front again with 10 minutes of this race to go. So Hugo Bush is going to have a little bit of red mist, I imagine, after that. He's not going to be particularly happy. And all drivers will see things differently from each of their different positions, but it certainly shows Mansberger's intent as far as he is not giving an inch to anybody here today. And he is going to try and get up the inside of Taylor O'Flanagan. He's not going to manage it, so he's going to be on the outside line this time as they go into the hairpin. So he's pinched him to the inside of that wing. And now Hugo Bush is going to try for the overtake around the outside. I think just anger, pure anger, has taken him all the way around the outside of Mansberger as they head on up the hill. He's also going to have the toe of O'Flanagan, but he's not got anywhere to use it. If he's got any extra speed, Mansberger's blocking his inside line, so he can't actually move anywhere. And so Hugo Bush is going to get stuck and a little bit blocked in. He does a little bit of a move on Mansberger to try and hold him to the outside, and he is going to get rack around the outside. And so Hugo Bush recovering that situation. Quite a masterful way around the outside there. He was absolutely last of the late breakers around the outside and managed to make it stick. Good move indeed, and not often. So we've seen a couple of outside overtakes work around there. Again, another beautiful shot as the front of these cars just fly around, but we've seen a couple of outside passes around that chicane, so it's clearly possible. The 7 Championship UK drivers did it, and now Hugo Bush proving that get on the late on the brakes into the hairpin, and you can carry that speed around the outside. So he settled into championship order then. O'Flanagan ahead of Bush. And now Bush has gone around the outside of O'Flanagan. He is absolutely nailing that braking point. The others will take note of that because there's a few extra feet of braking, isn't there, that they can maybe take out of that. And Hugo Bush has worked it out, and it's taken that little bit of contact with, or a little bit of braking issue with Mansberger for him to find it. But it's certainly put him into the mood for going fast. There's Lucas and Bianchi continuing their battle for third. Taylor O'Flanagan nearly lost it coming round Duffer's Dip there. He didn't have anywhere to recover the car to because Mansberger had put his car there. Mansberger was with a lot of trust that O'Flanagan wasn't going to lose the rear end entirely, and he got away with it. And again, it's just showing that he's not willing to give a millimetre out on track. He's really pinching people and holding them to their lines. Flanagan responding well by holding it actually all together, got that all back under control. And by the time I've talked about an issue that was turn 1, they're already nearing the end of the lap. So Hugo Bush, a little bit of comfort zone. Can he get that braking absolutely nailed on again? Mansberger, they're holding everyone to the outside of the wing that time. Mansberger's got that inside line. He's on the apex, so he can actually show the little bit of gravel there to O'Flanagan, who has to take his medicine, and they disappear on up the steep part of the track this time. Looking at the flags, the BRSEC flags, there's still a tailwind, so not as strong a toe as you'd sometimes get. But yeah, so tomorrow, depending on whether the wind direction changes, we'll look out to see whether that. So Bush has lost it out of McIntyre's, properly lost it that time, just could not get it all slowed up, and you can see that as a bump took away his rear arch as well, just such was the ferocity of that bump. So that puts Hugo Bush, he was absolutely riled up, just could not get it slowed up in time for McIntyre's. You've got to get rid of about 30 miles an hour. You go 80 miles an hour through turn 1, and you've got to try and get down to about 50 miles an hour as you go around McIntyre's. But that puts Mansberger out in the lead, ahead of O'Flanagan, ahead of Bush. Still got 7 minutes of this race to go, so Bush will be back with that lead battle. I saw a bit of smoke from his front tyre there. I don't know whether that was a lock-up or whether he has got a bit of a rub. Let's keep an eye on that. No smoke currently, so looks like everything is back to normal, but the lesser mudguard. A little lesser mudguard. You can see that you can hear the mechanics in the background talking about the fact that he's lost one of his rear mudguards. They wouldn't have seen that action at the bottom of the dip there. It's visible to them. Bianchi and Lucas continue their battle as this is still for that 4th and 5th place. So great to see this battle. So not going to be a win for either of these, well, unless something does go drastically different, but nevertheless they have been absolutely to and fro this whole race along. I'm sure both enjoying the action out there in this 270R race. A reminder to everyone that you're watching them all going clockwise around this circuit, but we are running the Super Header event this race weekend. We believe it's very unique in British motorsport. I've certainly never done it as a driver, to run both directions on a circuit in one race weekend, as Lucas having a look at a late break down there into the hairpin, but not managing to make it stick that time through. And yeah, picking up the battles further down the action. Here is that lead battle with O'Flanagan right back with Mansberger. So yes, the chance to watch them going around in a completely opposite direction. Knockhill is not entirely unique, but it's relatively unique in the fact that they are licensed to run in both directions, and Caterham have visited here before and been in both directions, and we've just never done it all in one race weekend, and that's what we are going to do this time around. So a completely unique experience for these drivers to get their head into and understand. And tomorrow they will really have to dial themselves out of this clockwise circuit and dial themselves back into all the braking points that they need for the counterclockwise, or the anti-clockwise direction, reverse as we would call it. Taylor O'Flanagan, though, is taking back that position, that first place. They're sideways. That's James Hall. We spoke to him. Is he going to be able to extract himself from the grippy gravel? Having to go into reverse. He might bog down a bit more in reverse, but he's just maybe about got it. He's trying desperately to turn, but it's not going to make it. He does make a slight contact with the barrier, so it gets so tricky. If you go into reverse, it really does bog down. That car maybe is going to be stuck there. We've only got 4 minutes of this race left to go. What are the stewards going to do? Are they going to call for a safety car? Are they going to be able to extract that car? Or will we have be able to race to the end with the driver out of the car? Let's see what's going to happen. 4 minutes of action left. Mansberg currently heading the field, and if there is going to be a safety car, he's going to be in the prime position for that. O'Flanagan is in that second place. James Hall is extracting himself from his car. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get that fully extracted, and is in a position sort of on the outside, right at the outside of the track. So let's see what's going to happen. 4 minutes of the race to go. Mansberger, though, is currently in the lead. We've got Hugo Bush come back across that gap. He looked like he was a bit closer. He's still got a bit of work to do, as there's absolutely no tell heading over the line. Mansberger does take it over the line this time as they head down into that area. There's definitely going to be yellow flags, so Mansberger is going to be coming out in front while they're coming to that yellow flag zone where that car is on the outside. And it does look like, because they haven't sewn any safety car boards yet, I am kind of thinking at the moment that we're just going to go potentially with yellow flags to the end of the race in that section. Green flag there, you can see just as they head through the chicane, so they're free to race again as they head up and towards that chicane, ready for the second half of this lap. And we've seen most of the overtaking into turn one or into the hairpin, haven't we? That's where most of the action has been as far as overtakes. So there's plenty more, so 3 minutes to go. The lap time is 57 seconds for these laps, now with a new lap record for Taylor O'Flanagan there, 57.028. And they're kind of running in 58-second laps now with all this debris on the track, and also with running and battling with each other. That does slow you down, and you can see about a second a lap difference between an absolute clean and pristine lap. They head into this zone, which is going to have yellow flags protecting at some level, but not on this entry position, and Mansberger is able to keep ahead as they head into this zone. Let's just check the marshal's post. There is still a waved yellow flag there, so they may well cover this by that waved yellow or even a stationary yellow as they head on through. But Hugo Bush is definitely heading towards the battle again, isn't he? He's been playing his own Jaws music. He hasn't quite the same gap to come across. Background, I can hear a little bit of tyre squeal. But yet, absolutely heading to a crescendo with these front three who have been out in front in various different orders, in various different states of wings, no wings, and O'Flanagan is still holding on to all four of his wings. The DPR team lost a couple as they've gone through the course of this event. But Mansberger up the inside again. He's probably will show the gravel again. No, he's quite satisfied to let that little bit of room go, but they're heading up the hill then, and now Hugo Bush is firmly back in that battle. We saw a few car lengths difference the last time through, but this time through he has got a good run, and in fact he's got the best run as they head into Duffer's Dip. Mansberger was very late on the brakes there, managed to get it done, managed to get in front of O'Flanagan, and again O'Flanagan looked like he was kind of keeping that an eye out, so that's not going to be a good look with a waved flag to dip a wheel now into the gravel. That doesn't show the stewards that you are keeping it under control, so they definitely don't want to do that too many more times with the yellow flag there. Hugo Bush is now up the inside. That to gravel didn't offer him quite the grip. They're going side by side through Clarks. They would normally not go side by side. He's on the grippy gravel again, but does manage to back onto the track. Hugo Bush is on the inside now as they come into the hairpin. So he has managed to hold on. Can he actually make that position stick? He's in front as they come into the braking zone. We've seen how late he goes on the brakes. A little bit too late that time. Locked up his front tyre. That's going to give O'Flanagan the opportunity to get back up the inside, and he does that. So a little bit of a over-eagerness on the brake pedal that time. We crossed the line with about 57 seconds, and you can see the last lap board has been shown to the drivers. We are on the last lap of this race then. One more circuit of this 1 mile, 2.1 kilometre, 1.3 mile circuit as they head round McIntyre's. If I concentrate too much on that, I won't say anything before the end of this race. We've got Hugo Bush in that third place. Can he make anything on that? He was ahead as we went into Taylor's. Bansberger getting a high jump record as he heads through the chicane that time through, but he's got a little bit of a comfy gap. I would say it's not particularly a large gap, but I would say at this stage I would feel fairly comfortable as I'm heading into the chicane. No, I'm not sure I would feel totally comfortable with Taylor O'Flanagan behind me. What's going to happen this time then? Mansberger is going to be able to take the natural no. He's going to choose to defend up the inside, which he does. He is still ahead as we come onto the entrance. We are going 3 wide. Another puff of smoke from Hugo Bush. Is he going to be able to get the run as he takes it out of this corner? It doesn't look like it. Is Mansberger going to be able to take his third victory of this year? I think so. As we head up the hill, you can see the checkered flag being shown for them all. It is going to be Mansberger, followed by Taylor O'Flanagan, followed by Hugo Bush. And here we will go back and watch the kind of remains of this battle. And this is the Buckley, and that was it's Boys, wasn't it? Buckley, Boys and Mott, this battle. And it looks like Boys has got the run on the inside of the track this time. It's going to be absolutely side by side as they come across the line. Who got that one? It was Boys over Buckley, and Mott came behind them. Then we've got Venters crossing the line as well. Plenty of action in the last stretch of that 270R race. Fantastic. And Mansberger there, like I say, taking his third victory of the season, and had a great run of it, and kind of what he needed to do. But unfortunately, O'Flanagan, from the other two drivers' point of view, O'Flanagan absolutely nailed on in that second place with the fastest lap, gives him really solid points. And remember, he's one of the drivers that can take away the championship. He can move it out of their reach by the end of this weekend. So again, we'll come with the different permutations and combinations of all the positions for tomorrow's race in case that is what is going to happen. But these front three have put on some absolutely stellar shows throughout this season, and today was no exception. So confirmation then, a provisional result. Dom Mansberger, it takes that win over Taylor O'Flanagan and Hugo Bush. Gareth Lucas takes fourth over Bianchi for their race-long battle. Boys, Buckley and Mott was the order of that intermediate battle we saw, and Venters and Perry round out the top 10. 11th was Hapgood, Ryan Errol finished 12th, James Hall 13th, and Ron Mounsey 14th. Those last three unclassified as far as the finishes goes. So yeah, what a fantastic there. We'll get through the results, and they're already heading. I can hear them outside my commentary position, heading down towards that assembly, to Parc Fermé, where we will hopefully get to have a chat to them. We are going back to back though. We're straight into Academy White Group is next up on track, and then the 310R. So let's hopefully quickly go over to Sam, who I believe is down there. Hey,
Goodness
Sam.
me.
What did you catch any of that?
Yes, I did. I was glued to watching that. That was amazing.
Yeah, I'm sure they're pretty hyped after that one. Mansberger taking his third victory. He's going to be pretty happy, but let's hope we can chat to all three of them before we get our next race underway, because, again, championship rivals all through this season.
Oh, exactly. Well, Taylor's looking very happy, so that's good. Big smiles I could see through his helmet. Dominic's just taken his off, but I imagine he is very happy with that result. Dominic, congratulations.
Thank you.
I don't think any of us could figure out who was going to come across the line first.
That was by far, I think, the hardest race I've ever done in my life. Really felt like after 10 minutes already, like we were driving for 1 hour already. Yeah, but also enjoyed it a lot.
Good. It looked enjoyable. It looked like you were all having fun. You know, it was nice, clean racing.
Definitely.
Well, congratulations. Thanks. I'll move round and speak to Taylor. Hello, Taylor. Congratulations. Fastest lap as well.
Yeah, buzzing. I had a bad start, got right back, so it's a bit of a fight after that. They were working together for a bit, so I got a little bit worried, but then they started fighting, managed to catch back up, and then it was just a dogfight to the end. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did. Yeah, it was good fun.
We did enjoy it. It was great to watch, and it looked like you were just sitting back waiting for these two to just, figure out what they were going to do, and then you just go on past?
Yeah, it was probably more damage limitation, to be honest, because it was really, really close. It looked like there was going to be some big moment, so I was like, yeah, I've got plenty of time. We'll sit and wait just in case something happens, and I'll drive one through. But no, they kept it together, so we had to have a bit of a fight at the end.
It was brilliant. Thank you for making it such a great race to watch.
Thank you so much.
I'll move around and speak to Hugo. Where's Hugo run off to? There he is over there. Just go and grab Hugo quickly. Hugo, hello, congratulations. That was an extremely eventful race from where, and it was so exciting to watch.
It was, yeah. I mean, obviously, I say this every time, and I always sound grumpy, but yeah, obviously disappointed with what felt like third out of three. But yeah, great race, really good fun, clean, I think, all the way through. So yeah, enjoyed it.
Dominic said it was one of the hardest races he's ever done. Would you agree, or?
I mean, I think whenever you're defending the whole time, that's the tiring bit. So Brands at the start of the year was the same for me. It's just, never a millisecond to breathe.
No, well, it was great. Thank you for making it exciting for us.
And last one, happy birthday, Mum.
Oh, that's lovely.
Happy
Podium for her.
Cheers, Sam.
Thank you. Yes, how lovely for them.
Yeah, no, really good to see all that and to hear that as well. So we've got the Academy coming up next. But yeah, they've been, you've interviewed them probably more than anyone else throughout this season because they're always there.
They are. And they know I'm coming for them when they get out the car. So yeah, they're lovely guys. I think they thoroughly enjoy racing together. They know each other's driving styles and it's just makes for great racing.
Racing drivers are by design. We're pretty competitive people, so you can hear that Hugo Bush knows that he should be, he should be happy that he's taken home trophies. There's plenty of drivers who don't get to, but equally, like he said then, he is genuinely happy that he is up here racing in that battle, even if he doesn't always come out on top.
No, that's right, exactly. It's but like he's on the podium again. Like he's keeping up his podium streak.
Yeah, he's after that championship though. Again, with that another solid result from Taylor O'Flanagan, he has sort of put two hands on that trophy. He's just not quite stolen it completely away from them. But after tomorrow, he might well have that trophy in his hands.
He might, exactly. It's going to be interesting tomorrow because obviously, Taylor got the fastest lap for that one, so that's an extra point for him. So yes, it will be great racing tomorrow.
The battle was it's between Hugo Bush and Taylor O'Flanagan. Mansberger would have had to have, I think, result might have even pushed him out of that battle. We'll catch up with all that, but nevertheless, it's between Hugo. So the fact that he had a car in between him and the fastest lap for O'Flanagan, that's another 2-point swing.
Yes, exactly. They're just making their way down to see the podium celebrations now, and the Academy White Group are eagerly waiting to go out.
Yeah, we're just watching the track clean up a little bit there, so there is a little bit of opportunity maybe to see the podium, but with the back-to-backs you never quite know whether we're going to get to see it, but it looks like we are going to do that. So here is third place then for Hugo Bush as he takes that third place trophy and steps up. And we've got second place there for Taylor O'Flanagan. Congratulations to him. And the fastest lap and lap record in the 270R class around here in the clockwise direction. And there is Dom Mansberger taking his third victory of the season. So congratulations to all of our 270R drivers with a great racing. And it wasn't just that lead battle, it was the battle for third and fourth, as well as the 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. So we're all having fantastic battle and racing all the way through that little bit of champagne shower moment for all of our drivers. Will they choose to soak each other this time round? It looks like they is indeed. He is going to get an absolute drenching. So he is going to be smelling of cheap champagne in the morning. Fantastic action. Congratulations to all our 270 drivers, but it is time to start focusing in on our next on-track action. You can hear the whistles going in the background, which means that they are just about to be released onto the grid then. But this is the Caterham Academy White Group. Remember, we have already commentated on the Caterham Academy Green Group. There are two completely parallel championships. They are even, but they score points in completely separate championships. So we are going to be watching, treated to another full 20 minutes of Caterham Academy action. These are the drivers in their first ever seasons racing. They're coming to the tail end of that season with this round and just the Silverstone event to go in October. You can see them all being released out there. and they head out. And another 20 cars for us today. And just to highlight, we haven't got one of our championship leader actually coming. This is Matt Larby, and unfortunately he's not able to be with us this weekend. So wish him, want to see him back here as soon as he can, and we miss him this weekend. I know all the drivers are missing him as well. And see there, all the other drivers though taking to the action, and we will be looking forward to this race. Can they get round turn 1 where the green group needed 2 chances to get that done? So they will have all seen that earlier on today, and we learnt some of those lessons. Maybe they'd have been out on the banks watching their comrades, their opposing group in the academy. There's always a little bit of inter-group rivalry. They don't get to race each other until the last race of the season. But here is the starting grid. Ben Timmins starts on pole position ahead of Tom McEwing, who is second in the championship. Tolmarsh is third. Duncan Mallett starts fourth. Then we've got Ryan Wilby, Robert Lowe, Nick Bryant and Sol Rogers round out top 8. And then we have is Edward Cozzi, and he is followed by Kennelly, Kimber White and Richard Harris. Then we've got Tony Jenner, Finlayson, Thompson and McCullough, followed by Hazelwood, Clark, Proctor and Jarvis, who round out the 20 cars that we have here in the Caterham Academy white group. Ben Timmins then starting for pole. I think that might be for the first time. He starts third place. Well, he's third place in the championship coming into this race. He's had 2 seconds, a first and a third. He's also carrying an 8 points, an eighth place. So that's why he's third place in the championship, because Tom McEwing has not been off the podium. He's had a couple of wins, a second and 2 thirds. So Tom McEwing is certainly really heavily in the fight with Matt Larby, who has said can't be here this weekend, but it is not going to be out the championship. They're running a 2-drop score system in the academy, so their worst 2 scores will be dropped, and that means that Matt Larby will take the 2 zeros that he's going to pick up from here, and they will be disregarded from his championship total when we start taking on the drop scores. But you can see all the marshals putting these drivers then into their grid spots. We spoke earlier on the Academy race how this is the first season of racing for all these drivers in identical machinery. If you're sat at home watching watching this and want to know how you get involved in the action, well, the Caterham Academy is a perfect place to start. It's an even playing field for everybody. You get all the car support given by Caterham, so no one has an advantage of any team support or anything like that. And like I say, the cars are regulated to be identical, including a weight limit for you and the driver and the car, so that it means that everything is as even as we can make it. And that's why the Academy is such a successful race format, that we have to run 2 grids. We can't fit them all onto one grid. The circuits just aren't big enough to accept them, so we have 2 parallel Academy grids, and we have turned thousands of drivers into motor racers, motor racing drivers, throughout the years since we've started this. It's a tremendous success in motorsport, and these drivers are all lined up. We're going to get the green flag. So the first race, they are going to have another race tomorrow. They have 5 seconds before these red lights come on. The Caterham Academy white group, then their 5th race of the season. 6th race of the season, the lights come on, they go out. Tom McEwing got left on the lights there. Duncan Mallett had to kind of go in, tweak the car into an avoidance, but Ben Timmins in his purple machine is going to break free and take over the lead, and he's going to also be joined. Looks like that might be Tolmarsh. Is that a little bit of contact in the background there? There's a car sideways across the track. I think everyone is, other than that initial contact, everyone's managed to avoid, but another situation where we had a bit of an issue going through turn 1. I didn't see exactly who all those cars were, but I think one was Robert Lowe, maybe, with the pink or purpley roll cage. Let's have a look. They're all slowing. I think that's just to get back, because I can't see any flags or notices. So I think we are free to race onwards. The clock still ticks on. There's Nick Thompson in the number 18, the red machine there, following on through the field. Mr. Jenner, as they head on up and round. So we'll try and pick up who drops down through the order a little bit to find out what's going on. But Ben Timmins is out in front. Tom McEwing finds himself down in 3rd place. Duncan Mallett's also lost a position there to be behind Wilby at the moment, who is going to try and get up the outside of McEwing. McEwing just not on the pace currently, is he? And there's Duncan Mallett on the grass on the inside as he tries to take the position away from McEwing. McEwing gets late on the brakes. They're 3 wide into it. That's not going to work. It's not a comfortable place to be. There was slight lock-up of wheels as well. I'm not sure whether they all are facing that, but Mallett did come out on top. So Mallett is ahead, and he did make that move stick somehow on the inside, so including a bit of grass as he headed down the straight that time, as they all funneled through McIntyre's and head off through the chicane again. Ed Cozzi there, or Cozzi, sorry, I should keep getting him muddled up, so cozy up with Cozzy as he heads on down through there. Got a lot of grass on his radiator, so that's one of the drivers who's suffering a little bit as we go through there. So Timmins up the inside of the number 22 of Tolmarsh there in second place. Tolmarsh, I'm not sure if he's had anything like this kind of result. His best result this year so far is 8th place, so he is well up there and he clearly enjoys this circuit. McEwing finds himself down in 4th place. He's not ever been outside that top 3 so far, but Timmins is making the most of this and he's still out front ahead of that Tolmarsh. And now it's Duncan, Duncan Mallet there is getting fully involved, and I watched him in testing yesterday. He is never knowingly facing in the same direction around the corners. He is absolutely on the raggedy edge all the time. But they are letting Ben Timmins scoot away up front. McEwing needs to solidify his results to aid his championship this weekend. And he finds himself currently down in that 4th place as Mallet again goes side by side with Tolmarsh. That's what's causing this little bit of a breakaway for Ben Timmins out front. They're racing absolutely wheel to wheel. McEwing having to take a little bit to the grass there again. You can see torpedoes on the number plate as Mallet was looking around him then rather than looking forward, and I think that cost him ultimately in the braking zone. He wasn't using the braking zone to maximum. He moves from 2nd down to 4th place, so remember to look forward out your windscreen when you're in the braking zone. I think that's the lesson from that. Tolmarsh, though, continues this epic form as he heads up the straight, and he has McEwing for company as side by side into that turn 1. I don't think that's the first time we've seen that, but we've got a breakaway. Tolmarsh, Mallet, McEwing gets shuffled down to that 4th. Mallet really is prepared to shove his car wherever, and you can see he's not in a straight line even as he goes through. McEwing making a move up there as Tolmarsh locked a wheel up. There's 3 wide as they go to Butchers. We saw this in Roadsport earlier. It didn't work out. It has worked out for the academies so far, but that puts Mallet back into that 4th place again. He really is that agitator, isn't he, that causes everything to sort of shuffle itself as he's sitting in that 4th place currently now, and he'll be just ahead of Wilby and Bryant. Rogers and Harris are all in that battle as they're chasing up. McEwing will now really want to get his head down, get across that gap. Again, in testing, he was showing some good pace, so he will be trying to do that. Ben Timmins there, 1:438, not quite the lap record time that we saw from Roger Patke in race 1, who dipped it below that minute mark by a couple of tenths, but still a rapid lap round here, 1:438 for Ben Timmins, and that gives him the win currently. I'm giving him the victory before he even takes it. It takes him 1st place and the point that you get for fastest lap as well. Again, Mallet sideways as they go down Duffer's Dip. He's going to put his car on the inside of Tolmarsh, and this puts himself into that 3rd place, but again hangs the rear out as they go around McIntyre's. Down Butchers now up into the chicane. McEwing has managed to break away very slightly. Mallet using a little bit of that gravel. Tolmarsh behind, receiving the gift of that gravel into his nose cone and into his windscreen. They are running windscreens. Remember, these are fully road legal cars, so whilst we are using them as thoroughly capable race cars this weekend, they can, in between races, if they so choose, drive them on the open highway, and such is the fun of a Caterham and owning a Caterham, which is part of this whole Academy experience. You buy a brand new Caterham Academy car at the beginning of the year, and you get all of this racing thrown in for the price of that Academy car. Here is Timmins, though, on his Freedom Escape. He is 2.6 seconds ahead of McEwing, who now sets a 59.7. I think that is the new lap record then for McEwing, because I think that exceeds the lap time that was set by Roger in that first race. So McEwing there getting an extra point, tipping it back his way, head down, trying to get after Timmins, who is 2.6 seconds up the road. There is that green machine of McEwing as he heads around. Mallet's now back into that 4th place behind Tolmarsh, and Tolmarsh again a spectacular rise in form as they head on around here, and up Clarks and around down the railway straight, as it's ironically known, even though there's not really a straight to it. It's all on the left bend. Again, you can see the bumps, and the Academy cars, they're softly sprung compared to the top line Caterham racing that we see. So the 270s, the 310, and then the 7 Championship UK have a much more stiffly sprung car, and that's why you can see these cars will take and absorb some of the bumps in different ways. The cars will react differently as they go over curbs and various other parts of the circuit. 13 minutes of this race to go, so we are progressing towards that final 10-minute phase, but plenty of action left for all of our drivers as we see them coming up and through this start-finish straight. McEwing, I think, is coming across that gap. Now the gap is 2.2 seconds the last time, so he took out a whole 0.4 of a second that last time through. And we're going to be keeping an eye out to see whether he can set another fastest lap. He's a 7.43, so he was under the previous lap record again that last time through. Not quite exceeding his first record-breaking lap, but he will be looking for that. Tollmarsh leads Mallet, who was again sideways, then Wilby, then we've got Bryant, we've got Sol Rogers. They're all going for the sideways look. Then it's Cozzy coming in that 8th place last time across. They're all having that as action. And then we've got the Dutch Barn Vodka at the Orchard for Richard Harris. They're in 9th place. And then Lowe, who we saw having part of that accident on that turn 1, is in the 10th place. And Kennelly, Kimberwhite, Jenner round out that kind of top 11, 12th. A little bit of action there across the right. There's that, was that Wilby? It was Wilby across the line, but he just about gets it back in front of Mallet. But he's taken that 4th place away from Duncan Mallet now, who for a couple of corners we've seen him on the track. And he continues his trackward progress, and in that 5th place currently behind Ryan Wilby in the number 88. You can see how much curb Wilby took that time, and the car kind of, whilst it complained a little bit, it wasn't like the other cars which we see ping up in the air when we do that. Again, Duncan Mallet now looking to see whether he can go down the inside. He's going to be late on the brakes. He's indeed very late on the brakes. You can see the rear of the car complaining as he got on those brakes, but they're going to go side by side through the hairpin and head on up. We'll be having to take to a little bit of the gravel. That's not going to help his acceleration. And Mallet goes back up in front again as they head on up over the line again. Still Timmins in the lead. McEwing is now only 0.7 seconds back from Timmins, so he made 59.438 on that lap. That fantastic lap record. That is a whole 0.6 quicker than last year's lap record for McEwing as he makes his progress back towards the front of this field, and he is now on the tail of Timmins in that lead. But we are watching this Tollmarsh, Mallet and Wilby all going fully at it. As Nick Bryant, who's joining onto the back of this. Tollmarsh is just slightly off the front, so it's Mallet. There is Tollmarsh in his slightly lonely now 3rd place, but I'm not sure he's complaining about that. He's got Duncan Mallet, Ryan Wilby, and then Bryant behind, and they have also been up there throughout most of this season, fighting it out as well towards the front of this top 10. A little bit of a little puff of smoke there from Bryant. He had to take avoiding action there. Wilby, not sure what happened to Wilby. I think he might have missed a gear. That certainly gave all the impression of missing a gear. That's kind of the 2nd gear corner, that hairpin. So it's quite a lot of to 2nd to 3rd gear is actually quite complicated. So just hear a car going past my window. We'll find out who that was maybe later. But McEwing looking up the inside then for the race lead. But Timmins holds on doggedly round the outside, and his purple machine, Timo, on his number plate there as they head up through the chicane. He was a little bit wider than McEwing, so McEwing will have a little bit of a run. Don't generally get any good overtaking opportunities into Clark's though. McEwing taking the racing line, so this will be his opportunity up into the hairpin because he has got the run of speed on Timmins as they come down. Is he going to go try to the outside? He's going to be shown the edge of that track. There is only a millimetre left for his car to be there, but he is there, and he is in front of Timmins as they head down into the hairpin. He's got no room to get that braking complete, but he does. Timmins giving him absolutely nothing there, but he does manage to make it out. So just taking that wider line going through Clark's is enough for him to have come across that gap. And they have brought Tollmarsh after that battling they were doing just up there. It looked like there was more contact as they went up that hill. I think there was actually a bit of rubbing onto one of the rear mudguards there. So again, McEwing sweeps around the outside, and after his run of laps that he's put in, he will be looking to see whether he can break the toe now of Timmins, who has led from the opening part of this lap all the way, or opening part of this race, all the way through to the current 9 minutes left. So just over the halfway mark, we saw McEwing grab that lead and kind of went the other side of the red sausage curve that time, didn't he, McEwing? But it seemed to work out for him. Just clipped the inside of the tyre and off he went. Tollmarsh, though, is having the race of his season so far, and he is in that 3rd place and looking like he is getting increasingly interested in the first 2 positions. Ben Timmins very late on the brakes there, and actually McEwing had to leave him a little bit of room as he was coming in. He made the apex all fair, a little bit of inside wheel spin as he tried to get too much on the power. And again, these cars don't have a limited slip rear differential, and they've got fairly soft suspension at the rear because they haven't got the rear anti-roll bar that the other cars have in the championships above them. But as he goes side by side again, dive down the inside there into Duffer's Dip, and a great move. Made that stick nicely, got it all under control by the time we get here to McIntyre's. clips that curb and keeps it all within bounds. These drivers absolutely sticking to the limits of their track and no more right now, which is the first time we can say that for this race weekend. You can see they're just using the grey stuff and the actual coloured curbing, and they're not going out onto the green part of the track beyond. This is one place where they will tend to use that because it's about carrying your speed out onto the straight. But certainly, as far as we've seen this weekend, they're the tidiest through those sections. But Timmins is back into that lead, so if McEwen thought that he was going to be able to get into the lead and then disappear off up the road, he has been sadly brought down to earth with a bump because Tolmarsh is not ready to give up either. There's McEwen, going to get the toe though up the hill. He will therefore be able to pull back ahead of Tolmarsh. Tolmarsh looked like he was going to get the run, didn't he? But it doesn't work like that as we go up the hill. The toe in a Caterham is very important and does give you a couple of extra miles an hour, and even with the tailwind where they got there, but he's sideways McEwen as he heads through the Duffers Dip and down into McIntyre's again. Sideways seems to work out for him. He didn't lose the position, managed to grab it all back together again. And then remember, these are all drivers in their first ever seasons racing competitively out on track. They can't have held a race license before to take part in this Academy Championship, and showing what you can achieve, and they're certainly looking like they're well under control and putting on a fantastic race for us here. Timmins in the number 8 then, coming down to the hairpin. And is he going to? He's going to have to take a slightly compromised line in. McEwen takes the wider sweep to see whether he can carry a couple extra miles an hour out the exit. Uses all of the space available to him. He is going to be side by side as they go up the hill. He's up the slightly steeper part of the track though, so he might lose out a couple of miles an hour as they head down into Duffers Dip. Coming in here over 100 miles an hour. They've got to scrub about 20 miles an hour off, 80 miles an hour around the apex before then having to scrub another 20-30 miles an hour to get round McIntyre's here into third gear as they head around there, so about 50 miles an hour. Then they're back up to about 100 before having to lose some of that speed as they head up through the chicane, see where the car lands, get it all tidied up round the exit as we head up into Clark corner, about 60 miles an hour around this one. So again, just remember when you're out there driving on the roads later and all these speeds, and if you're on the motorway, these cars are going around these corners at roughly those kind of speeds. That really brings it home to you what it means to be out there and driving one of these cars and how much they've got to learn throughout their academy season. But it is Tolmarsh up the inside then of McEwen into the hairpin. McEwen's going to try for the tuck back, but remember he needs to keep in the toe to keep that extra speed. Back markers are going to come into play. We have still got 6 minutes of this race to go. That's just over about 6 laps left. And these cars are definitely going to come into play, and we've seen them have an effect in earlier races. McEwen looking to see whether he can come back up the inside of Duffers this time through. He's sideways, side by side with Tolmarsh, but Tolmarsh managed to catch it all together. And again, watching these all testing yesterday, they were all having a play with each other out on track, learning what it feels like to go both directions. Remember, they're going this way, they're clockwise today, but tomorrow they will go and reverse this direction, and they will be heading in up through Duffers Dip to the final corners of the lap. So that's some interesting thing. But here come the back markers then into play. You can see that there is the number. So that is going to be the kind of Poulter and Proctor, who Timmins is able to go up the inside of. Are they going to see this battle though that's coming in hard behind them? Are they going to have all made it through? So McEwen does make a place up, therefore, on Tolmarsh, and that's brought Duncan Mallet right back into this action. Remember, he's that agitator, the one that seems to send everything flying any which way, and he's back involved in that battle. He's right on the tail of Tolmarsh, and I think McEwen will be quite glad that he's got a car in between him at this point and Duncan Mallet. He's sideways as he comes into view. He's lost the rear of the car, but he's back under control. Takes to the escape road, comes back on. No harm, no foul. A little bit of wing damage there. I hope he's not having a tyre up, but is allowing Tom McEwen to slightly get away. We say that every time we see Duncan Mallet, he's spectacular. He's got that torpedo. He's a whirlwind, that's for sure, out there. Another back marker being dispatched by Tolmarsh this time through. And it looks like Mallet's also going to get past. And Timmins, with his little bit of a gap that he's got behind him now, he's able to take a little bit more time and get past these drivers with a little bit more ease as he heads up the inside there. Ben Timmins is having a spectacular second half to the season, coming off a win and a second place from Anglesey after a third place in the opening sprint race and a second place when we went to Snetterton. He's had 1/8 place finish, which is costing him in his total, but remember, we've got these drop scores, so that won't matter by the end of the season. He is putting himself firmly into the battle for that championship, and with Matt Larby unable to be with us this weekend, and he will be making good points in that. And here comes McEwing. A little bit of that is Robert Lowe. We saw him in the issue earlier. Now he's lost his door and his exhaust, it looks like. So his door's hanging out there. He may well be called into the pits for that. But we have got a big bit of metal stuck in the middle of the track there, and that's not a very nice thing to see. So let's see how that gets dealt with. I couldn't see whether it was on the racing line or off it, but that's certainly something which we want to avoid as a racing driver. It's a big chunk of metal in there. So Timmins is now coming into that area, so looks like it is to the outside of the hairpin, so maybe isn't going to come into play at this stage. But with only 3 minutes of this race action left to go, Timmins is coming up over the hill. He's got a slight gap back to McEwing, and I think McEwing maybe had someone in between him and Tolmarsh, and Tolmarsh might still having to deal with back markers. There's Mallet and Tolmarsh fighting in the background. Timmins, McEwing comes through. There is that. Is that Tolmarsh in that third place, or is that a back marker? We just have to get a clearer shot at some point. But there is some more back markers that Timmins has to deal with. And don't forget that exhaust is only slightly off. There is a back marker in between Tolmarsh and Mallet, so they still have to deal with that. Mallet's going to look up the inside into Clark. There really isn't enough room to do that there, especially if they're already on the inside of a back marker. But he does decide the better of it. Since back in line, they've dispatched with that back marker. Timmins has already got past the next one. McEwing looks like he is closing that gap down. Mallet goes to the outside of Tolmarsh into the hairpin this time through. Going to tuck back in, see whether he can get the drag up the hill. There will probably be a yellow flag or a mixed surface flag at least going into that circuit, into that corner, to tell them there's something there to be cautious of. But it is Timmins, McEwing, Tolmarsh, Mallet, and then will be Bryant, the next ones we expect up and through. Watching this battle, there's Tom McEwing getting a little bit caught up behind one of the back markers there, but he's managed to do it. Uses a bit of that grippy gravel, but heads on around and up. 1 minute 25 seconds to go, so we've probably got this lap and the next one, and that'll be it. So if McEwing is going to try and win this race, he's only got this lap, the remainder of this lap, and one more to get that done. Not going to say not, because we've seen that happen earlier in the race. We saw Aaron Head coming all the way through, even though he had track limits which pushed him down earlier races. So it is possible, but we are now moving towards, this is the penultimate lap, and we are going to be heading into our final lap of this, the Caterham Academy White Group. Race 1 for them over the weekend, racing in the clockwise direction. We'll see them again tomorrow, racing in the anti-clockwise. You see the last lap board there presented to the drivers to let them know. McEwing is now right on the tail. We've also got one more back marker. What can they, and are they going to come into play by the end of this lap? You'd expect, by given the speed of it. McEwing hanging their rear end up there. Proctor there losing the rear end of his car going into the hairpin, but manages to make it all work. 27 seconds left. Remember, this is the last lap. There's Timmins and McEwing, so they are coming close to that back marker then. They are going to come into play as we head into that hairpin. Timmins having to go a bit defensive there. Are they going to get past this driver by the time they get to that hairpin? He's going to come right into play. He's going to be hopefully looking in his mirrors, but he's got his own race to battle. McEwing is right up now with Timmins. He's got a bit of a run as they come down into the hairpin. You can see how tight he was to the rear of him to get maximum tow. He's on the outside. He's going to try for the tuck under. The back marker does go around the outside. A little bit of contact as they come up. He had nowhere to do the tuck under, and he slightly misjudged it. You can see he's bumped his rear mudguard a little bit, but it's going to end in that order. Timmins does beat McEwing to the line as they head over then. And that was Finlayson they were dicing with in that final hairpin. Really good to see Finlayson. And it's Mallet going to take over third place from Tolmarsh as they head over. Wilby comes home in that fifth place. Then we've got the rest filing on through. And Wilby, Bryant, and then I think we're waiting for the others. I think there may be a transponder missing in there as well, but I'm just looking at my results. As the rest of the field, saw Sol Rogers coming through and Richard Harris finishing in that ninth place. But it's Ben Timmins who takes that win, and so that will be his second win of this season. And isn't he coming good at the right time for himself? But McEwing taking that second place and the lap record, 59.438. It's a fantastic time for him in that car as they head on up back to Parc Fermé. And a fantastic fight back to nearly come back into the action at the end there, and just a little try for the tuck under, but it just wasn't able to quite tuck it under enough. And Timmins had it covered off as he was sort of middle of the road as he went out through that last corner. So great stuff from the white group. A bit of action there throughout, bit of bodywork lying around, and but overall they didn't have any restarts there today like we had with the earlier academy group. So congratulations all around for that. Here's confirmation of the provisional results then. Ben Timmins takes the win over Tom McEwen. He gets fastest lap. Duncan Mallet is third. Lionel Tolmarsh fourth. Ryan Wilby will be fifth. And Nick Bryant, Ed Cozy, Rogers, Harris and Kennelly. I will get it right one day. Rob Lowe finishes 11th after quite an eventful race. Kibblewhite, Jenner, Thompson, Finlayson, Hazelwood, McCullough, Clark, Jarvis and Proctor rounds out the 20 car, and there's David Poulter in 21st. You can hear the cars heading to the left of my commentary box, going down towards that Parc Fermé area. And the light aircraft over there, watching the action, I'm sure, interested. But as ever, as we see Sam is down there in our Parc Fermé area, and she'll be able to talk to us with the drivers there.
Yes, so another exciting race for these three, and Duncan just made it over the line in third place in front of Lionel, which was some good racing there.
There was really good racing all throughout, and again, these guys, I'm sure McEwen and Timmins are going to have a smile on their face, and Duncan was never knowingly in a straight line throughout the whole of that race.
No, that's right, exactly. So a little bit of contact between these two, 1 and 2, but you know, just little racing bumps, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But let's hear what they've got to say.
Yes. Little shake hands there. Let's see if we can grab a word. Or they're just discussing. Here we go, Ben. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Are you happy with that one?
Yeah, it feels great. I felt I had enough pace coming into the weekend, having never driven here, but felt good in testing. Hard race. Tom drove amazingly and was quicker than me, I think, overall. But yeah, really pleased to have got the win. So keeps the championship fight alive for now.
Certainly does.
It does, absolutely. Yeah, obviously, big shout out to all my friends and family that have come here, and also to Matt Larby, who isn't racing with us this weekend, who's our championship leader. So wish him and his family all the best. Look forward to seeing him out at Silverstone as well.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, Ben. Let's move around and have a chat with Tom. Congratulations, Tom. Second place.
Cheers.
Fastest lap as well for you.
Cheers, thank you. Knackered. That was tough. Ben got a good start. My start was okay by my standards, but then I got caught up with Duncan for the battle for P2, and it kind of cost me a bit. But managed to put in some good laps, catch up Ben, and then, just didn't quite work out in terms of the battle. Also, shout out to Matt Larby, who would normally be probably up here with us on the podium and certainly given us absolute hell. Unfortunately, can't be here this weekend, so yeah, thoughts to him. Look forward to racing with him again at Silverstone.
Lovely. Thank you, Tom. Congratulations. I'll move around and speak to our third place driver, Duncan. Congratulations, Duncan. Just made it across the line in third place, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, just about. Yeah, it was a great race. I had such a fun battle with Lionel. It was brilliant. Yeah.
Oh, good. So you must be pleased with that one then.
Yeah, I am pleased. I am very pleased. But I mean, Lionel showed excellent pace this weekend. It's unbelievable pace, and I mean, all credit to him. He should be on the podium as well. That was fourth.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. It's lovely. They've all got such nice words to say.
They really did as well, and they are all they genuinely are thinking of Matt Larby, and and it is genuine there that they would rather him be here racing with them. Unfortunately, that's not this weekend, and thoughts are with him. But yeah, I mean, as soon as you put the helmet on, it's absolute barnstorm of a race, wasn't it?
Oh, completely. Yeah, it was. The cars are looking actually quite good considering the little taps that they had, but. It was, brilliant racing again, and such a lovely group of drivers, and it's just lovely to watch.
I can hear the whistle peeping in the background, which means that we're getting ready because we go back to back again. So the 310Rs are ready to go. I'm sure they're all strapped in and looking like they're ready and eager to get this action underway.
Yes, indeed. This will be another great race, no doubt. They're just about to leave, as you probably heard the whistle through my microphone. Harry Cook on pole.
Jack Sales there in second, and Pete Walters again in that third place. So great action. Yeah, so the kind of people we're kind of expecting to see up there. Alan Cooper in that fourth place. We've got local man Blair McConaughey in fifth place. He'll be looking to see whether he can get any action. And Harry George, second place in our championship, starts in that sort of sixth place. Sorry. But as we see this this grid, 22 cars with us this weekend. as they get waved away on their green flag lap. So they will come around to this lap and they will be forming up. But here is the Caterham 7 310R Championship race then. And the great to see them. This Motul sponsored Caterham 7 Championship 310R race. See them all filing out of the pit lane. Remember, tomorrow we will do this all again, but they have first of their 2 30-minute races. You can see how the wind is really whipped up. You can hear it on the camera, Mike, and you can also see the flag, the BRSCC flags in the background. They're really whipping along as the wind blows them up that start-finish straight. This 1.2 mile track, a real small pocket rocket of a track. Here is confirmation of the starting grid then. So Harry Cook starting from first place. Jack Sales was in second place. Pete Walters third. And Alan Cooper fourth. We've got Blair McConaughey in fifth. Harry George sixth. Alan Curtis seventh. McLean is eighth. Then we have Fraser, Payne, Price and Jones rounding out the top 12. Harry Eyre, Steve Metcalf, Kevin Cooper, Dan Clayfan is in 16th. 17th, Fraser Jones, Tim Steele, Curley and Cook rounds out the top 20. And then we've got Roger Gaunt and Paul Herndine who on the back row of the grid today. Harry Cook did take that pole position. He also had a crash, I think, halfway through qualifying. Quite a lot of damage for his team to get that car fixed and ready for this race. Congratulations to the whole team. I think it's with Williams Motorsport to get that all back together and in one piece. But will that car be ready to perform in that kind of pole positions, good enough for that pole position? Is it back in one piece enough? Let's find out. Lap record for reference in the 310R is a 56.243, so that's something to look out for this weekend. And they were certainly setting times that were quicker than that in qualifying, so we might well be on for another lap record here. And Jack Sales there in second place on the grid. He's certainly come good in this second half. He's a very experienced driver coming back to Caterham Motorsport this year after a gap of several years. So great to have him back on the grid and right up there in second place in qualifying, ahead of Pete Walters, our championship leader. Pete Walters, another person who, with the right results this weekend and the wrong results for other people, could take the championship and push it out of reach. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen just yet, but we will keep you abreast of that depending on what happens today. And then, another 30-minute race. So we've had the 270s. We've just been off the back of a 20-minute race in the Academy. You've shown how much action we can cram into 20 minutes. But let's see what action we can cram into 30 minutes with 5-second ball being shown to the drivers, getting ready to set off on the first of their 2 races this weekend. They'll be racing again clockwise. The lights are on. The lights go out. They're holding them for a little while. There they go. The lights go out. Cook gets away fairly well. Jack Sales certainly pulled off the line well. Motul sponsored Caterham 7 310R Championship race, heading down to turn 1. Can they make it all the way onto the on the gravel? Jack Sales on the outside, but it's Cooper who's come through from 4th place on the grid. An absolutely stellar start to move into the lead. Jack Sales is trying to hold on to 2nd place. Is he going to have to use some grippy gravel? Not this time through. They get these 22 cars all filtered through McIntyre's and out and down through Butcher's and up the chicane. Wes Payne slightly out of line there, a little bit further back. He'll want to get back in that train. And see his pearlescent car. Harry Eyre there as well, following along in his green sort of Lotus, classic Lotus colours of his car. But it's Cooper who is out front of Jack Sales as they head into their hairpin for the first time. Cook's dropped down to 3rd place, and it's Walters who is looking around that 4th place mark. Blair McConaughey, local man, looking to see whether he can get another podium in front of his friends and family who will all be here watching him race up in the Fife in Scotland here, just about half an hour north of Edinburgh. We're going up and over the line then, 2 by 2, as close as they were, if not closer than they were when they were on the grid. Jack Sales took the line, took the lead over the line that time ahead of Cooper, but is he going to be able to hold it as they go down through Duffer's Dip? Yes, he is, and he's going to be able to get it all hooked up and ready to go round the McIntyres and down through Butcher's. Those two have raced, Sales and Cooper, I believe, have raced in the past, so not going to be too dissimilar with each other's racing styles. And we're going absolutely nose to tail all the way through to the top 10 there in this 4th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. This is the ultimate incarnation, the ultimate evolution of the Academy car. So underlying this car is the Academy car they would have all started with, say, 4 years ago, but we've upgraded it in several respects, and we'll cover that a bit later because we've got a lot of action with Harry Cook looking to see whether he can go all the way around the outside. That car is clearly back together and pointing all in the right direction because he is fully involved in this 2 by 2 train of cars as they head up the hill. Cooper is a little bit outside the train on the outside, but he's got a little bit more momentum, and Cook was going to see whether he can make it 4 wide into Duffer's Dip. That can't work. Jack Sells got shuffled backwards there. He kind of had to capitulate. He had no choice there with everyone else around him, and the front two is kind of swapping. The front two have swapped with the second two in that mover as they went over the hill. What a spectacular sight, these cars making, these experienced drivers as they head round this clockwise version of the Knockhill circuit. The cars bouncing over the curbs. You can see as they leave the surface of the track and land again just in time to get it all collected up and ready to take it to the next straight. There's Dan Clayfan there at the back, but Harry Cook out front. Bit of gravel taken by Wes Payne in his pearlescent car, and Harry Eyre also a little bit of, I think, dust and gravel getting spewed out the back of his car. We're going 3 wide into Taylor's this time. Cooper to the outside, traditionally always incredibly late on the brakes. Alan Cooper gets a momentous starts as well. Don't know, I need to ask him for tips of how to get these cars off the line, because he rarely gets it wrong, and he's moved from 4th place to 1st in this race. He's going to move back into the lead as they cross the line that time through. He's up the inside as they go into Duffer's Dip, although Pete Walters looks like he wants to hang on around the outside, so they're going to go side by side. Cooper gets it ahead of Walters, then it's Jack Sells and Cook going side by side. A couple of cars getting pulled into the pits beside me. Again, not sure why they're out of the race this early, but nevertheless, as we head on around and through. Uncomfortable ride there through from Cooper. See the rest of the cars all flying and funneling themselves through. A little bit of a gap there back to Tim Steele, and there's Alan Cooper's dad. That's Kevin Cooper. And he's got Dan Clayfan company as they head up into Clark's this time. Dan Clayfan taking that really tight inside line. See, but that's going to work for him. And it didn't. So he is now having to protect himself. But four wide again into the hairpin. Why not? It's only, we've got 26 minutes of this race to go. If they do this for the full 30 minutes, they're all going to be absolutely exhausted. By the end, I certainly am going to be exhausted. But Harry George there, also in the Alpha-sponsored car. They can see him coming through. He started down in 6th place, and he has now managed to, in fact, maintain in 5th place as he came across the line that time. So he's still firmly in this battle. He is 2nd place in the championship to Pete Walters, who we can see there in the 88 car fighting with Jack Sales in the TN Accountancy car, bouncing over that sausage curve. That's going to give Alan Cooper the chance to go up the inside of Butchers. And you can see we had a bit of an incident there in the Roadsport race, but the Jack Sales and Alan Cooper showing that you can get through there side by side. A little bit of gravel's been brought into action as we watch the cars all fly through there. Absolutely still nose to tail throughout this whole thing. They are going to go 3 wide further back. Payne, and then that's the other, it's Fraser, isn't it? Behind them, the other Dutch Barn Vodka sponsored machinery. They're having a battle absolutely epic. But Cook has found his way back to the front. Walters has made his way up into 2nd. Jack Sells maintains into 3rd place. He started 2nd on the grid, and Cooper is back to his 4th place where he started. A little bit of a gap then back to Harry George, who's in up 1 place into 5th. And then we've got Blair McConaughey's down 1 space into 6th. Remember, he will want to be performing here on his local circuit, and he will be looking to see whether he can get back on those podium paying spots, but he's got a little bit of work to do at this stage, but he's got plenty of time to do that work in. Cook then, followed by Walters, Sales and Cooper, heading on down, through and up. When you come here and actually see the cars racing through, you realise quite how much of a dip there is down there into Butchers before climbing up over that chicane, and they really do cover that ground incredibly quickly, so it always takes your breath away quite how fast they come up through the chicane. And it's pretty good to say, when you get to this level where they're travelling at roughly 80 miles an hour as they go through the apex of that chicane, just to give you an idea of how much speed whilst all 4 wheels are off the surface of the track, and hoping that you're going to land in time to get it all collected and pointing in a straight line to get more speed from that 80 mile an hour starting point. All the mechanics there on the right putting out the boards and also cheering on their cars and their races. Jack Sales side by side, looks like he's got that run done, but Harry Cook holds on around the outside. We'll have the inside therefore of McIntyre, just clips the curb lightly. They turn on through. Harry George still having to deal with the attentions of Blair McConaughey. Behind him we've got Carl Jones in the grey and green machine. Carl Jones started quite deep in the field. He started 12th, so he has made a good number of places up to get into that 7th place. Saw the back of Jeff Price there briefly. But Cook out in front, still having to pay attention to where Jack Sales is and never having to take your eye off the mirrors, so he's having to look to his left-hand side as well as into his mirrors. Jack Sales taking that wide line, see whether he can take those few extra miles an hour he'll need up the hill. He certainly got it side by side. He is out of the window, and it looked like Harry Cook just didn't get the exit. Jack Sales making that move around the outside, the wide sweep, fastest lap we just saw briefly on the lap, was just moved again actually, 56.288. It's now gone to Wes Payne, so quite deep in the field currently. There you go, confirmation, 56.288. 56.288 on the screen. That's not quite the lap record, but he is in 9th place, so it shows how quick this front group are. 56.243 is what they're aiming for that magical lap record, and you get to go into the lap record spreadsheet and forever immortalised until someone breaks that. But they've only got one chance to do it in this clockwise direction, and that's today, because tomorrow we're in that anti-clockwise, so there'll be another lap record up for grabs tomorrow if they're quick enough. There is Harry George. He did previously have that record, the fastest lap until Wes Payne. You can see Wes Payne in the pearlescent car. Looks like a unicorn's had a hiccup, doesn't it? And landed on the top of his car. 50 is his race number, and he's got Alan Curtis there for accompanying the Fiberglass Services car. Oh, a little bit of contact there between Blair McConaughey and the rear wheel arch of Harry George, which has come detached, so it's flapping around a little bit in the wind there. But yeah, Alan Curtis there, firmly ensconced in this battle as well. This battle still is 10 deep as we head into this second 10-minute phase. We've just about done the first 10 minutes of this race. I'm calling that a bit early, but coming into that sort of middle third of the race. See the consistency that this 310R grid, so we spoke previously, this is the 4th step of the ladder. This is still the Academy car, but they've upgraded it. They've got more power. They've also got a limited slip differential, which allows them to have power oversteer for the first time. Really does change the dynamics of the way the car feels. They've also got a bit more revs as I just watch them all come out, all wanting to be on the same bit of tarmac as they exit the hairpin that time through to start their 11th lap. To start their 10th lap as they head on down. Jack Sells looking to the outside. Can he make that outside sweep work? He's certainly going to persist with it. He's now got the inside for Leslie's, and then he'll have the outside, but he looks like he's got the work done that he needed to take the lead of this race once more. Jack Sells back out in front. A previous 420R Caterham 7 Championship UK as it is nowadays. He has podium finishes in that, so he has become 3rd in the championship a couple of times actually, so a very experienced racer back with us in this 310R championship, and why not? This is a fantastic set of action. You can see how close the racing is, how many cars and how many drivers will really enjoy this specification of car, and it really is a magical combination. Harry Cook back up the inside then of Jack Sells into the hairpin, but Jack Sells taking that wide sweeping line. We know that the speed comes with it, but he's going to be blocked this time by Pete Walters in the 88. Just manages to squeeze out. See Pete Walters running with LFB Motorsport this season. Heading on up the hill, Jack Sells just managing to hold on as they head on down into Duffer's Dip. Can Cook make the outside sweep? It doesn't look like it. He's going to try and hold on against Pete Walters, but Pete Walters does the sweep around Leslie's and does make it through into that 2nd place. Pete Walters is our championship leader, and he's also won 5 races this season so far. A couple of bad results that he's having to massage, and Jack Sells was very way through the chicane that time. You see that flapping mudguard from Harry George's car there as well. And is that David? No, it's Alec Cooper, wasn't it? David Yates isn't here this weekend. He's in the blue Matt Blythe Motorsport car, but he's not with us this weekend. Jack Sells has got a little bit of I'd say a comfortable gap. It's never going to be comfortable when you've got this angry swarm of cars coming 3 abreast into the hairpin, but that's about as comfortable as it's going to get. McConaughey, we are closer than we were on the starting grid as we head off to now start our 11th lap as we head over the line. Jack Sells is currently in that lead, getting applauded by the spectators as we come down into Duffer's Dip. Jack Sells over and again got a couple of car lengths over Pete Walters. That won't survive much longer, but Cook is still in that 3rd place. Harry George was briefly over in 3rd place, but he's been moved back by the time we get to turn 1. Wes Payne firmly involved in this battle and still holding on to the fastest lap of the race so far. An extra point that he gets for that. As we take a small chance to take a breath, as they're actually only line astern now rather than all side by side. But the battle's still in this full, all the way through this top 10. They are absolutely nose to tail. McLean there rounding out that top 10. Walters, though, is taking his turn at the front. McConaughey late on the brakes down the inside of Cooper. Got it all stuck, got it working out, but he's going to lose out as they go up the hill because Cooper still has the tow from the cars in front, so he will probably be able to make that stick, although McConaughey's car is strong up the inside there, slightly less steep the hill up on the sort of grassy side of that track, if you like. Jack Sells back to the lead. Wes Payne out wide, but managed to get it hooked up and didn't let McConaughey having to sort of defend rather than attack Cooper. We saw him side by side as they went up over that hill. Jack Sells, again, a little bit of a rattle as they head over and just clip and nudge that curb and land that car. Put the white car out in front of the black and white of Pete Walters, and then the dark and red car of Cook in that third place. Started from pole position, like I said, he had an accident, got that car put back together though, and is now finding out that he's got a good car underneath him still, which is great for him, I'm sure, because he wouldn't have been sure turning into that first bend exactly what it was. Harry George making his way up. Remember, he is also second place in that championship, fighting with Pete Walters. Needs a good result here to see whether he can even maintain the hope that he can get that championship. He's had a win this year already and plenty of podiums under his belt. Jumping up from the academy last year to this 310R. That's no small feat to jump that many steps of the ladder. Bit of a nose cone issue there and locked up front for Duncan Cook, that is. And that nose cone will may depart that car. And it's if it does, it'll be when he pulls out of the slipstream. And that will be where the wind hits it and it will take it away. And hopefully if it does depart his car, it will land where it needs to. But it upsets their vision as well. There's not a lot of space to see out the front of these cars, and when the nose cone slips up, it causes problems. You can see the Walters there taking the slipstream. This is there, they're actually sort of got a more of a headwind as they come down into the hairpin today. So that is why the slipstream does work a little bit better, but Jack Sales takes that wide sweeping line. We've got the now traditional wing on the exit of Taylor's there, sat in the middle of the track, and given that we didn't see them move last time, I'm not imagining that's going to move by the end of the track. Walters does cross the line first as he heads up over the hill this time. Bit of a gap then back to Chris Jones. And Fraser is behind him. There's Price, Air, Metcalf and Clayfan rounding out the top 15. There's Harry Air with his flapping rear mudguard. It's still clinging on doggedly. It's not going to depart at this stage. But it is potentially adding a distraction. You know, as a driver, you get used to seeing things in your mirrors and where they kind of sit, and a flapping mudguard can potentially take your attention every now and again as you just catch it out of the corner of your eye in the mirrors. So that's something to keep an eye out for the drivers. Side-by-side once more. They're pretty calm about this side-by-side moves. I think Jack Sales is happy to let Pete Walters go around the outside because he knows he gets a good run out, and that kind of protects his position from Cook, who's in that third position. So I think, you know, they're both kind of, whilst they're overtaking and changing positions, they seem fairly under control in that process right now. Watch this battle. There is Chris Fraser heading up and over the field, and Jack Sales again is out in front by the time we get back to the first corner, but he needs to be careful with that manoeuvre because we have seen it a couple of times. Walters went over the line first that time through, so Sales going second place. A bit of a gravelly ride for someone out back there. I heard in the camera's microphones, but Jack Sales isn't crossing the line first when he does that. He may well be first for the majority of the laps when he does it, but he's not going across that line first. So again, we're seeing that kind of now 3 times in a row we've seen this swap. He's also got to be careful that Cook doesn't start interfering with his wide sweep around. Let's see whether he can get to the line first that time as McConaughey takes over from Payne in the 6th place there, but Payne's got a bit of a run up and over the hill. Jack Sales that time through was still second over the line, so again that wide sweep in second place, he's not quite got enough time to get over the line in first place. So Walters does take the first place over that line. Dan Clayfan having to still protect from Kevin Cooper, Alan's dad, in that position a bit further down. That is fighting for 15th and 16th as we watch the lead group. Jack Sales now being shuffled back to 3rd, so not only did that wide line not work to get the lead over the line, it shuffled him, and Cook was the ultimate winner there. He must have gone all the way around the outside of turn 1. He finds himself back in the lead from pole position. He's gone sort of up and down through this order, hasn't he? A bit of a roller coaster ride. We're still pretty much nose to tail for this front group now of, it looks like 7 cars have broken away from the chase pack. Jack Sales is working away at the steering wheel. Harry George big in his mirrors now. Harry George going to be working his way through. He's got his main championship rivals. A bit of a squeal of tyres there. That's Chris Fraser and Harry Air sideways through that. And Jeff Price also getting caught out, not able to go anywhere. Chris Fraser taking to that gravel. Does manage to, that's Cooper just avoiding that wing that's now moved even more to the inside. Oh, a little bit of sideways tracking. He's broken his rear A-frame, I'd imagine. You can see that car is crabbing across the circuit. So hopefully he'll be able to get that back to the pits rather than stopping out on track. But that was all signs where that was a broken rear A-frame on his car there. But it's now Walters out in front of Cook, ahead of Sales to Harry George. We've got Wes Payne then ahead of Cooper, who's drifted back a little bit and into the clutches of Blair McConaughey. He's always been at the sort of tail of this chase pack, hasn't he? He's never managed to make it through and up further up the order. He's still got 12 minutes to do it, though. And if anyone can, Blair can. So see the snappy racers. Festoon rear panel of his car there. Snappy Racers, that's John Bryant, who comes to all of our events and takes photos, and fantastic photos they are too. And I know we're going to have some spectacular ones. I've seen some previews throughout the course of this weekend of cars really taking to the air. And tomorrow, when they go backwards down that chicane, you better be ready to watch that. There's some absolute spectacular action we're going to see down through the chicane tomorrow. Wes Payne being shuffled back behind Blair now this time through. Jack Sales still in that third place, so things a bit even at the front as they've stayed stationary across the line a couple of times. Another gravelly moment behind. Who was that? I think that was about Metcalf or McLean. It's one of the two there. There's certainly a bumpy moment. It was the number 61 there. So I think that was McLean. It was out and over the gravel. Jack Sales holding on, still managing to keep Harry George behind, but it is now Walters back in front. And out front, so got another fastest lap of the race has moved, so it is now held by Blair McConaughey, 55.9 second lap. So that is going to be dipping under the previous record, which was Pete Walters of 56.2. So that is the new outright lap record for 310s in the clockwise direction. And there it is on screen there for you, 55.9 seconds. And that's just been taken away from Pete Walters, who is in the lead of this race. I know that he would exchange a fastest lap or a lap record for a win any day of the week. So he will be happy with where he's sitting in this race for sure. And he is currently out front of everybody else. Cooper's lost a little bit of touch there through that sequence where you're having to battle with Blair McConaughey. Where is Blair McConaughey? He is now, as he dropped back again, did he have an issue around the early part of that lap? Because it looks like he's now dropped back down to 6 or 7 behind this pack. So there is Cooper as he goes up the field. I think, yeah, you see where he comes across the line as the timing puts him. I think he might have been behind Wes Payne and a couple of others. So let's see. Wes Payne is just, was he in front of him? I think he's going to hold on to 6, but it was side by side as they went over. Nevertheless, he is seeing this race disappear off up the road. And there's a bit of a Paul Herndine who was at the rear of the field, so he's had a little bit of a spin coming out through the chicane that time, so that would have been an uncomfortable run for him. But here is the lead group, and it's going to be McLean they come across next, so hopefully he's got his mirrors all pointing in the right direction, even if his car wasn't, and so that he can try and make way for this lead group as they are going to come through one way or the other. There is an awful lot of momentum here as Harry Cook still maintains that lead at the moment ahead of Pete Walters, and then Jack Sales is fully involved. A little bit of a gap then back to Harry George and Alan Cooper, who are fighting out currently in that 4th and 5th place. Oh, was there a bit of contact there between Walters and Cook as just as the apex, another screech of tyres. We got Blair McConaughey facing the wrong way, so whatever action he was trying to recover back through, that's curtailed his race. We've got another wing joining the party up here at the Taylor's hairpin. He can't get that car rear-fired. It probably signifies that he went backwards rather a lot while still in gear. That will often mean that it's hard to get the car rear-fired, but he will want to do so. But seeing all of the cars are all running away from him, that's he can't get his car restarted at this point. So out front, though, hopefully he will be able to get it moved at some point. There will certainly be double waved yellows in the Taylor's hairpin as he was trying to get that car restarted. Again, that back marker Metcalf is also coming into play as well. Looks like they're probably going to come on here into double waved yellows. They're not going to be able to get past that driver. Can't see the marshal's post from where we are, but anyway, they are continuing on their action. They all collect up there. Can't see Blair's car in the way, so that'll be them up there. But it's Jack Sales now down into that 3rd place, but fighting forward. I got a bit mistaken by that back marker there. He now is going to move out the way and let the leaders go through. Harry George trying to catch back over that gap. Alan Cooper there. Then we've got Wes Payne and Carl Jones. And then it's who's behind them. Then we've got Curtis and McLean, I think, are the next two up to round out that into the 8th place. That gap between this opening group and the chase 2 looks like it's coming down, though. Just about 3 or 4 cars in their gap back to that chasing 4th and 5th place. So dispatching with that back marker as they head into Clark's that time through, so they've both made it through. They've got just the lead group once more, jinking down to the outside. So Harry Cook on the outside of the hairpin. We've got Pete Walters on the inside. Jack Sales just seeing where the heck he can put his car, where another car isn't. He's going to take the wide sweeping line, try for the cut back. More wings joining the party. That one having a little rock and roll moment. That's certainly going to be interesting for them as they head up. Going to, again, kind of scuppers some of the chances you get to do that tuck under move, because it's kind of in the way. And if I was a driver, I always look to see whether I can manoeuvre people. We've got that's the number 80. That's Gaunt, isn't it? That's Roger Gaunt, spun the wrong way, I think, onto the inside there just as they exited the cup. But he's up and running into the chicane. He's got a lot of not a lot of pace, and he's right in the middle of this lead battle now as Harry Cook looks to see whether he can get by. So Roger Gaunt unknowingly kind of pulled himself out into this lead battle. He's going to try for the wide line, but he's still involved in this battle. He's out there. He's going to be scuppering some of the lines, chasing. Jack Sales got really caught out, didn't know what to do with him at that point, so he has now lost the momentum. He's been swallowed up by Harry George there, who is ready to take that position. So just an uncomfortable rejoin there for the lead group for sure, but that's all part of racing. Harry Cook again out in front. Harry George just avoiding action. Jack Sales taking to the inside. Will Jack Sales have that run up? No, he doesn't. He has got to pull into that, so he's lost a place because of that manoeuvre and how Roger rejoined that race. Just how one of these things goes, and Jack Sales is experienced enough to know that sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. He is going to retake that third place though over Harry George as they go through Duffer's Dip, and it is now back to where we were before that happened, but still got to get dispatched with that. So it's Gaunt, I think, just ahead of Carl Jones, will be next up and ready to go there. Harry George back onto the grass. Kevin Cooper up his inside now into Clark's. Harry George's going to try and hang on around the outside. There's not really room for two cars, but they kind of make enough room for each other. Good driving by this front field of 310Rs, coming in 6 minutes and 6.5 minutes left to go. So still plenty of time for action to develop. Harry Cook up the inside. Pete Walters to see whether he can hang on around the outside. We've seen that outside line work. You can see that little burst of acceleration you can get as you pop up and you don't have the steepest bit of the hill to go. And Jack Sales now tucked right into that slipstream and says, thank you very much, I will take the speed as we head over the line again. Jack Sales came across the line in second. Can he convert that to an actual position as they go into turn one? He can. Can he convert it into the lead? Somehow he converted that into the lead. Oh, what a brilliant bit of racing there by the number 35, Tian Accountancy sponsored white car there, out front, ahead now of Pete Walters and Cook, who kind of lost out in that battle, didn't he? So that outside line, and then Jack Sales stealing the toe off of it, really was the way to fling yourself up that hill and really carry all that speed into turn one. But we are still absolutely nose to tail. Whilst it was the opening 10 cars that were nose to tail before, we have still got late and deep into this race. The front 5 cars absolutely nose to tail as they head into Taylor's again for the 26th time of asking. They're going to be dizzy by the time this race is finished. There is that Jack Sales car, and Pete Walters going for that outside line. This time Jack Sales doesn't have his toe. It's going to be almost a reverse with Cook's now in Pete Walters' toe as they head on up the hill. Who went across the line first? Walters actually took that, so the outside line Walters made it work where Jack Sales couldn't make it work earlier. They're heading up there. 5 minutes of this Caterham 7 310R race to go. Motul sponsored race, this one. See the Motul sponsorship on the side of everyone's car, just above their numbers as well. And thank you very much to all the sponsors that we have here in Caterham Motorsport. Again, all come together. Harry Cook sideways as he comes out through the chicane that time. His front wheels just absolutely not connecting with the tarmac at all. And remember, that is 80 miles an hour they're going around that corner. So imagine taking a jump. We've got a yellow flag. Where's that? That's up at Duffer's Dip. Down. Paul Herndine again has rotated once more. I think that's again on the exit of the chicane. So we saw that previously. He's rotated there, so he's still not quite found the absolute limit there where he can actually keep the car under control. And then we go back to the lead battle then as we head over the line. 4 minutes of this race left to go. Walters crossed the line ahead of Sales, Cook, George. Sales, though, is in front by the time they make it into McIntyre's. This right-hander, about 50 miles an hour they take through their corner. They head increasing speed all the way down through Butchers. Then you've got to pick a point at which you lift off the throttle. You don't really take the brake. You can see no brakes flashing as they head on up the hill. It's just about where do you lift off the accelerator and let the momentum carry you through. They are kind of on the brakes as they go into Clark's. They drop the speed. It's uphill, so you can use gravity as well. And they'll be heavily onto the brakes as they come into Taylor's this time. You'll see how close again, Walters getting a nice little toe with the, remember, this is the headwind they're coming down into the hairpin this time. It's all the wings on the outside we've got to be careful of now. Jack Sayles is going to have to get around them. Those wings are sort of congregating on the inside there. Cook's seeing whether he can make anything happen, but Harry George also looking to see whether he can now get onto those podium playing positions. Remember, he needs the wins out of this race to actually start really putting the pressure back on Pete Walters for the tail end of this season. They've got 4 races, including this one, left to go, so they've got 3 races and 3 minutes left to go. Jack Sayles now not able to defend up the inside of McIntyre's that time. He's going to get shown the edge of the track, and Cook is going to put his nose down the inside of Butchers. That's going to compromise everybody's line. Jack Sayles did need to use a little bit of brakes just to calm the rear of his car down as he went up and through the chicane. That's compromising their speed all the way down here, and you can see that Pete Walters has broken a little gap. Normally that's not to worry, but with only 2 minutes 42 seconds left, that's only, what, two laps really left to go. Yeah, it's not long for this. So they probably will be starting. It depends when they cross the line, of course. It's tight as well as 2 or 3 laps. But Jack Sayles trying the outside line. You see Pete Walters work that successfully. He's got the toe of Walters, unless Walters decides to pull across. And he does decide to pull across, but Jack Sayles is just free of Cook's car to enable him to continue in that. And he's going to jinx on the outside of Duffers again. We've seen that outside move work successfully for him on a number of different occasions. As we watch there, Roger Gaunt, as he come across without his wing, hammered on quite well there to this lead group after he got spun to the inside of the chicane there. Alan Cooper still firmly involved in this battle, been involved in so many of our races, just hasn't had the results this year that normally he would try and pull together. Certainly been battling for this podium on a number of different occasions, but it's Jack Sayles, Pete Walters and Cook who still maintain those podium positions. So whilst everything's sort of changed around them, it has still been these front 3. Walters again looking to the inside then of this chicane. 1 minute 38 seconds of this race to go. So they are going to get this one and one more, so the next one and another one beyond that. So we've still got a little bit of action left to go. Again, we are back to nose to tail for this front, it's 7 now. So we're back to 7 cars nose to tail at the end of this 30-minute action. And 2 cars not far beyond that as well. So potential to get back to that sort of 10-car nose-to-tail train. But it's Jack Sayles who once again doesn't cross the line first, but comes through turn 1 in the lead. How can he reverse that? Pete Walters has got it nailed as far as crossing that line first, even if he doesn't lead most of the race. So Jack Sayles has led most of this race, but he hasn't been able to cross the line. Cook sideways, crossed up as he heads round on this penultimate lap. So we have got this one and one more to go. As we've got this lead car of 7 cars, lead train of 7 cars. Carl Jones just be able to pull to the inside of Alan Cooper there. Carl Jones having a great late run in here, isn't he, to maintain that and now pull ahead of Cooper as he gets into that 5th place. Jack Sayles, Pete Walters side by side once more. When have we said that before? Oh, every single lap so far as they head on back up the hill then. Jack Sayles is going to start this last lap in 2nd place. Can he get past by the time we get to the timing line this time through? No, it's still Walters versus Sayles, and it's still Walters who crosses that line. But we are on to the final lap of this Caterham 7 310R race. What can they do? Jack Sayles again leads into turn 1. Again, this is all deja vu. Got Cook and Harry George fighting behind. That might release Pete Walters from having to look in his mirrors for a couple of corners, which he will be grateful for. But Harry George isn't going to have to look forward. They've got another car into the gravel as the leaders come through. So who's that, and where are they going to rejoin? Hopefully out of our action shot, it is, but we have got one more back marker who might yet still come in. It's that nose cone up in the air. He's going to be going slowly as they come into the hairpin. What can Jack Sayles do? He's going to protect to the inside this time. He's going to leave Walters to go around the outside. We've seen Walters make the outside might work, but Cook's going to try and make it 3 wide. He's very, very late on the brakes. He's fully locked up. He's not going to get that car stopped. Harry George is going to have to come up to the... Jack Sayles missed a gear. Jack Sayles missed a gear on the exit, so it's going to be Pete Walters, Harry George. It's going to be Carl Jones, I think, in 3rd place, and then it's going to be Jack Sayles and Alan Cooper coming across the line. What an end. Cook ends up in 5th place. Jack Sayles missed a gear as he went through that final corner. Gosh, well, what a breathless race. Walters, though, comes away with the win, and that's going to be a fantastic addition to his championship. Harry George, after being in 4th place for nearly the entire race, comes through to 2nd place. Carl Jones, where did he come from? He was at 6th or 7th the last time we saw him, and he is in 3rd place, taking away that podium. Jack Sayles, we gutted. He had the inside line for the hairpin. He's down in 4th place after leading nearly all of that race. And Alan Cooper, who is again just unlucky to miss out and become down in that 6th place. brilliant race from the 310R race, the 4th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Absolutely epic, breathless racing, and I thoroughly enjoyed that one. I hope that everyone watching at home enjoyed it as well. Oof. Let's take our breath before they get already circulated back to their hits, but see where they get confirmation then of the provisional results. Pete Walters takes the win over Harry George. Carl Jones takes 3rd place. Jack Sells 4th. Then it's Cook, Cooper, Payne, Curtis, McLean and Metcalf rounding out the top 10. Kevin Cooper comes home 11th. Dan Clayfan 12th. Fraser Jones, Harry Eyre, Blair McConaughey, Tim Steele, Curley, Fraser, Cook, Gaunt came home in 20th. And then we had Herndine and Jeff Price. Jeff Price, we didn't see that, but he must have been the car that pulled into the Parc Fermé early in the race, rounding out our 22-car grid. Fantastic action from here. For all the races today have been great to commentate on, and that one, I think, was my favourite of the day. So, yeah, so I'm hopefully going to go down to Sam in the pit lane. What a fantastic action. I don't know how much you got to see, but that was, I mean, they were as close as they were on the grid all the way through.
I did definitely watch that. And did we actually just see that finish? It was amazing.
I'm
not what
sure
I was expecting.
I don't know what happened, but I think Jack said, we'll see whether we can find out from Jack Sales if he missed a gear, because it certainly looked like that.
Yes, I was just talking to the LFP guys, and they said that he missed a gear. So sad for him, because he was doing fantastic, and was on for a podium, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Pete Walters there getting out. That's going to be a surprise addition to his championship points total, and certainly he's one of the drivers who can make it happen this weekend. So let's see whether we can grab a word with him.
We will indeed. We'll let him take his helmet off, and we've got Carl Jones in 3rd. Brilliant. I mean.
Yeah, I want to find out. I think he was about 7th on the penultimate lap, so somehow he made it all the way up to 3rd place.
Yes, we will be asking that question. Let's go through and speak to Pete. Oh, he's just congratulating Harry. Pete, what a race. That was incredible to watch. How was it from your position?
Hectic. Oh, yeah. Amazing race. I've known one like that for probably since I was at Knockhill last, actually. Constant place changing. It's just a chess game. You're just trying to position yourself, not get too far back. There was never going to be a breakaway. That was going to be too tough here. So I just didn't want to be out of position too much. And then it was literally like last lap. What's next? So.
It was brilliant to watch.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations. We'll grab a quick word with Harry now. Harry, bet you didn't think you'd be on the podium.
I didn't, no. I thought I'd screwed it up towards the end. It was tough to overtake. I was a bit patient as well, but yeah, like I was just saying, the safety car lights come on, and I backed off, and I think that created a bit of a gap. But yeah, grateful to pinch second on the last corner, because I think I was 4th at one going into there. So yeah, happy with the podium, but it's a shame I didn't close the points on Pete. But you never know what can happen. So on to tomorrow.
Still more time, so you never know.
Yeah, 3 rounds, 3 races left, so it's all to play for still, I guess.
It is. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's go and move on to Carl. He's looking very happy. Hello, Carl. Congratulations on the podium.
Sorry, I'm going to fill up in a minute. Yeah, that's been a long time coming this year, because Anglesey was an absolute disaster, and so I just really needed to put this in the bag just to rekindle my spirits, so sorry.
So that's given you the boost you needed.
Yeah, that's what I needed. I mean, that's where I was in the 270s, and coming into the 310s, I mean, you got a lot of fast boys that have been here quite some time, so to battle with them, it's difficult. And that was a tough battle, but I was really enjoying it. I felt really relaxed. Yeah, lots of energy, and I could see there's going to be something happening up front. So, and it was unfortunate. I think Blair spun out, something like that. So I took that opportunity and then just built upon that. Really, yeah. So over the moon.
Oh, it's lovely to see, and it's an exhausting 30 minutes, isn't it? There's so much concentration involved.
I'll be honest with you, you don't think of it, because like you just in full concentration. It's not until you stop when you realise what you've just done. So, yeah. So I can't talk.
Oh, I'll let you go. Thank you very much.
It's fantastic to see the passion, though, isn't it? It's just epic to see that. And I know how that feels as well. You need that result, and it somehow it got given, and it's brilliant.
Yeah, I'm so happy for him. It is lovely to see, like you say. they're all pleased for him as well. All the other guys are congratulating him. It's lovely.
This field is packed with talent. You know, they all know what they're doing, and they're incredibly quick, rapid here. And so, yeah, to just find your way onto the podium is not easy. You know, it shows how good the front guys are. But yeah, for these guys that miss out sort of week in, week out, it's so nice when they get to take their trophy away with them.
It is. And who got the fastest lap on that race?
So it was Blair McConaughey, and in fact that is a new lap record as well. So he takes the lap record in this clockwise direction, and we'll see whether they can get another one tomorrow in the anti-clockwise direction.
Excellent, that's great news. He will be happy. That would be one thing he can take away from today's race. Obviously it's not the race he would have liked.
I don't think he's had the season that he's wanted, so I think he'll probably be he'd be ready to see how far through the field. He's got a lot of work to do tomorrow from the back of the grid.
Indeed, yes. I don't. How hard is it in reverse to overtake? Is it harder? I know the track's no difference in width or anything, but obviously the line's completely different. So from your experience, what do you think?
Yeah, the overtaking, you get a big overtaking opportunity into the hairpin again, which will be turn 1 this time through, but also on turn 3, which is Clark's, the left-hander. Quite often you'll see overtaking there tomorrow, but then that's pretty much it until you get back down to so there's still 2 good opportunities, just like there are in the clockwise direction, but they're just in different places. The hairpin is still one of them, but it's actually Clark's, the left-hander, sort of third corner, which is the way where most of the overtaking is going to happen tomorrow. So yeah, it can still happen.
Excellent. Well, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's racing already.
Yep, and just to say, yeah, we've got what's better than 6 whole races? Well, we've got 7 races to do tomorrow, so more action for us to cover and more drivers for you to talk to.
It is. They're just about to do the podium, but I am next to Blair. He's just come up next to me, so I'm just going to quickly grab a word and tell you got the fastest lap.
That's some consolation, I guess.
And
yeah, it was
and lap record.
Another consolation, but still I'd rather be where those guys are parked. But no, it's good to know. It's just the toe. The toe's so important here. Fighting at the front, I think there was 6 of us going into certainly the hairpin, into Duffer Stip so many times, dicing with each other. It was good fun. Didn't know where to place your car. It was a little bit of a lottery. I'm sure it was pretty good to watch because it looked very, very close from inside the car. And then just had contact with Wes and went backwards. So.
Shame. Well, good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we can see just the podiums happening as well. Carl Jones and Harry George already got theirs, and there's Pete Walters picking up his winner's trophy as well. So congratulations to our top 3 here in the 310R Championship races. You can see they're all preparing their champagne. They all know that they need to prepare that ahead of picking up your trophies and having your photographs taken. It's important to win the champagne race as well as all the other action out there. But looking resplendent up there in all their glory. Here goes that race, and Pete Walters wins it. He's had a lot of experience in the champagne race, and he legs it, so there's no return for him either. But Carl Jones needs a bit more practice, and long may that continue. So let's hope we can see him back up on the podium again there. It's probably we heard any language in the background there, but these drivers are all high spirits after their epic race today. But like I said, what is better than 6 races in a day? Well, 7 races, and that is what we've got coming up then tomorrow. We start 9:45 is our first scheduled race tomorrow. That'll be the Roadsports for the second of their 2 20-minute races. And then we've got the 7 Championship UKs with 2 races, as well as everyone else that we've seen through the course of today, 270s, 310s, and both of the academies as well. So like I say, 9:45 for all that action. Yeah, 9:45 the action will stop, and we will continue on throughout the day with various Caterham racing all the way up until about 4:30 in the afternoon. So absolutely brilliant to have you on board, everyone, today. I can see lots of you have been commenting on YouTube, and it's great to have that, and we try and keep abreast and across that as well. But thank you ever so much for joining us today, and we look forward to bringing you more of this fantastic Caterham action tomorrow, where we'll be doing it all again, but in the opposite direction. Can't wait to show you what's going to happen.